What's going on, traders? Looks like we're a tad bit late, but we were going ahead and doing what? Getting ready for you guys, ready to get right into this market. Who's ready to get after it? Hit the thumbs up. Let's get it started. Live trading right here. Benzinga TV. We give you a little bit of live trading, some expert action, of course, stock market movers. Let's get into it.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Those words have been dancing around my head all night. Oh, it's Vegas lore, that phrase.
And you got it right, Cassandra, and I want to actually reward you for calling that out. That's what it's talking about. That's what, we call that awareness. Appreciate you, Cassandra, mentioning it here. And yes, we will have all three shows right here on this one stream. You don't got to go anywhere. Just stay right here on Benzinga. All right, let's bring on the guys here. We got Zunaid. We got Ryan in the house. We'll definitely be getting into some market action. A lot going on right now. Looks like, Keep, if you're having some issues, just do a log out, log back in. It seems to be fixing the issue right now. And we are working diligently to go ahead and address that. As you can see, Ryan in the background, that face is a diligent man at work. No, it really is. You know how when you got that, like, I'm working for you guys back here face. That's exactly what you see from Ryan right now. So we'll get into some stock action. What I'll do is Zunaid get into the action, and I'll let Ryan catch up here. He'll be with us in a second talking about stocks that he's looking at and also what is going on. So
I hear you. I don't know. Mitch, can you hear Ryan or no?
I am here, man. I'm here. Can you hear
me? I got you, man. I just know that you're working in the background, so I'm giving you a little bit of time so Zunaid can give his watch list, and then you can cover anything you need to cover.
Well, let me just address something right at the open here. So Keith is saying, seems like Benzinga Pro is having issues. Is it Benzinga or my end? We rebooted our login server this morning. So if you tried to log in and you couldn't, it was because the login server was being reset. It's been resolved. Go ahead and log in right now. You should not have any trouble. If you're logged in and you're experiencing trouble, log out and log back in, please.
All right, let's get to it. Let's take a look at some stocks out in the market, and I'll let Zunaid go first, and then, of course, we'll go with our watch list.
All right, here we go. Number one is going to be Meta. We're going to go ahead and set a level here of where we had a little bit of support in the pre-market, which is about 98.67. So for me, I woke up this morning and I knew Meta would be around $100, and I was excited to buy it. But then when it actually got to $100, I was like, I don't know if I should. So I haven't purchased it yet. I'm waiting to see what it looks like. I do expect the market to possibly go ahead and have Meta bounce from here, though. So we're just going to go ahead and do a little bit of this action here. And if it goes ahead and has a little bit of a stop right there, we'll risk about $50 just on this quick trade. See if we can get a quick scalp out of it. And then we'll see if we can go ahead and get a little bit more. Let's see if we can go ahead and get to about the 99.69s for the lulls. All right, we'll go ahead and just see if we can go ahead and get a quick scalp off the open. If not, we go ahead and lose $50. It'll be okay. That's what I've got there. Let's go to move on to the SPY. SPY, this one we traded like a beast together in the morning session. And, something I did want to go ahead and bring up to the group, and I know we ran a little late, so I won't do it too much. It's just pretty much another example of the SPY having resistance right here. Broke it, retested it as support, and to the upside we went. Resistance, broke it, retested it, to the upside we went. And of course, that previous close came in handy. So this was kind of like a nice little beautiful trade that we had on SPY. You can see right here, we bought it, sold it, short, cover, all that stuff here, all of it in once. And then, of course, we went short off of the VWAP here. I mean, yesterday was just a perfect day for me to kind of take these trades and make some money on them. So I'm glad we got that chance to do it together. What are we going to look at today when it comes to the SPY? Kind of like a similar story. You can see how this 381.59 is just holding. Held yesterday morning, held yesterday afternoon, held in the pre-market twice already. So that's going to kind of be a key level. I might actually move it down just a tad bit to right about there. So 381.36 is going to be an area for me to kind of keep an eye on. If we go ahead and scrap below this one and come back to test it, I would be interested in a short and see if we can go ahead and get ourselves a 1.25 down to about 380 or so. Let's go ahead and check out the Qs. The Qs, nah, no real interest there for me. I'm going to move on from this one. Matter of fact, I haven't traded the Qs in a minute. On Apple, that 150 level is what you can see was rejected a few times. Even yesterday, once it went ahead and pounced down, we could have shorted, but I did not go ahead and take that opportunity. Today looks like we've got the low on pre-market right around. Let me go ahead and do that. Move this puppy down. We're just going to keep an eye on the 147.51. I would be interested in shorting it if it for some reason came all the way up to the 150s. I do not see that happening. And then let's go ahead and check out Tesla here. You can see Tesla, same thing. Again, I don't want to go over it too much because I know we hopped on a little bit late, but you can see where it had the same exact story in terms of resistance, popped above, held a support, made a little bit move higher. You'll see these in all of the charts. Not all the charts, but most of the charts that you kind of have resistance turns to support and support turn to resistance. You've got 230.65 as resistance there. I would be interested possibly. I might go short here and see if I can risk a little bit. I'll get back to you guys and let you know if I do that. But on AMD, this thing was another nice little beauty there for us. Went ahead and short AMD in the afternoon session. We made some money on this one. We went short yesterday in the morning and we covered down low as well. But you can see 62 is resistance. What's interesting to me, however, is the fact that you've got, let me just go ahead and put 62 right there. What's interesting to me is even though Meta has taken such a big dump, if you will, we're still kind of doing okay in terms of the market. We're still hanging out. Of course, you have Google that, reported ugly yesterday, and that was just flushed down. We're still doing okay in the market. So that's kind of interesting to me. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at Netflix. Same thing here. Support turns to resistance. Resistance turns into support. You can see we traded this one off of the VWAP, made some money on it, all that other good stuff here. I believe we actually traded this one together in the morning yesterday. We went ahead and had a short here off of 300. Right. And then we went ahead and covered there. And then we went ahead and went long once it broke support. So we kind of took it to the short side off of 300. Then we went in and took it to the long side and we sold it here at 303.78. And it did have a high of about almost 306. So this time what we're going to do is we're going to wait to see how this 300 level behaves. I might wait for it to kind of pop right back above. And if it wants to come back and test 300, especially if the VWAP is there as well, I would be interested in trading a little bit of Netflix on that. Let's go ahead and check out Microsoft here. No real level for me. It looks like the 230s holding, so that's kind of nice to see. But again, the more times that it knocks, I think the more likely it is that it cracks. So this time I don't want to go to the well a little bit too many times. Baba here. If Baba wants to go ahead and test that 70 level, I'd be interested in going short. But till then, I'm going to stay away from this one. And our good old friend UPS that I told you guys about, that 170 level, right? Look at UPS. A couple of days ago, where is it? So a few days ago, UPS, this 140, the 170 level resistance, then support, cracked support, came back, resistance, and it flushed down. So yesterday, I waited hours for this setup, and it finally gave it to me. As a matter of fact, I believe I took this one with Aaron Bree. So you can see right here, came back to 170. I went short here at 169.94, and then I went ahead and covered at 169.64. And then I again went short later on here at about 168.96 and then covered near VWAP. So that 170 level is going to be key. What am I anticipating? If it pops above 170, comes back to test 170, I'd be interested in this one going long. But, part of me wants to go short, and I would just love only focus on Meta and see if this is all I trade today to the short side. You can see we're kind of close to getting our fill. I don't know if this order is going to fill in pre-market though. So that's something I'll definitely keep an eye on. I'll have my phone out so you guys can hear my fire alarms on the PC and my notifications on my phone. But that's what I've got, Ryan. You talk about what you want, and if you need some filler, I can come back in with some stonks.
Okay, cool. Let me go. Oh, I got to share my screen though, don't I, Zunaid?
I believe that could be helpful.
That would be helpful. That would be helpful just a little bit. Okay, first thing that I want to cover is epics from yesterday, right? This was on our list here. This continued to give us setups throughout the course of the day. And the thing that I'm not sure if it's going to be in play today. We obviously traded up in the after hours yesterday. We've kind of come back to that 450 area. So I want to make sure that this can hold today after its gigantic run yesterday. I just want to make sure that there's still some type of upside strength before we consider this a tradable stock to the upside. But reviewing yesterday, this is an important lesson because I don't know if you recall, as we started to push away here, one of the things that I was saying is that I don't want to chase it. And you'll hear me often say, I don't want to chase. I want to wait for the stock to set up again. And that's exactly what we got here on Epix in the afternoon when we were no longer on the show. The stock set up for another trade. So if we take a look at this first push up here that happened at about 10 a.m., we came back down, we consolidated, we pushed through that level, consolidated for a couple of minutes there around that level, and then took the next leg higher. Then what we did is we did the exact same thing we just did. We pushed up to these highs. It kept getting stopped at 360. And then eventually, when we had this huge volume stick again, when the volume expanded, we busted through 360 and took this up to the next level. And that happened again. And then we got yet another leg up here on the trade. And then, of course, we got it in the after hours. Now, I wouldn't have played the after hours, so that last one, I won't necessarily count it. But otherwise, we got 3 excellent opportunities here after the initial move. So 4 total if you were able to hit that initial move. So keep this, keep this in mind when you see some of these stocks that are just trading insane volume versus their average. And as a note, you can always go to the overview tab and check what the average volume is versus what the session volume is. So when you're way over that average, especially by like an order of magnitude over that average, something's going on here, and this is exactly what we saw in Epix. So we'll keep Epix on the back burner today. If we get a day 2 run or a day 2 push, maybe we can capitalize on that. But I just wanted to go over this because this was a textbook setup that we got multiple times. You didn't even need to trade anything else today or yesterday. Epix would have been it, and you could have had a really nice day on Epix. Now let's look at what we have here for today. First one that you're going to notice here, user testing, it's up 93%. The stock's being bought out by Thomas Bravo. So this is not going to be in play today. This is exactly why this is up. Keep that in mind. If you have it, if you were long this stock before this, congratulations. Today is your day. Next one here is a potential trade is going to be AGFS. This is AgroFresh Solutions. And we've traded a couple of these stocks before in this show. And this is giving us a really nice pre-market movement here. This should allow us to watch these levels and trade this really well next to support and resistance, right? So we should be able to wait for this stock to set up at one of these levels and then move higher if it does, in fact, continue that momentum into the regular session here. We're currently at 255. We're right above this 253 line. If you want, you can consider that 250 to maybe 254 or 255 as a resistance area or a support area. If we come back into 240 and hold, that would be ideal. It's also possible that we attack this 265. We've actually seen that on some of these stocks that are gapping up considerably here in the morning. So we'll see if we end up taking this out. I think if we take out 273, we might get some of the similar type of action from yesterday where we consolidate around that key level for a few minutes before making the next move, whether that be up or down. So AGFS definitely going to be on watch today. Next one here is going to be View, and this is View Incorporated, not the TV show, thankfully. So what we have here is View's actually trading up to 137. We've actually come back down and held this 110, and now we're making another push. So we've got a pretty nice range here. Really, again, what we want to do here, make sure that this is going to set up for us to actually purchase. Only 1.4 million shares traded here in the pre-market. That's under half of what some of these other tickers are. Let's see if that drops off or expands once the market opens. Reviewing the news here, we do have a catalyst. View raised $200 million in convertible senior notes. Unsure if that's going to be enough to power this all day, but we're not going to get ahead of it too early. We're going to wait for it to set up anyway. Next here on the list is going to be Shop. This is Shopify. Come on. I have to click on it in order to load it, of course. Shopify here reported earnings. And in fact, their conference call is going on right now. Shopify shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q3 EPS results and issued guidance. So the fact that they're not pulling back guidance or not issuing guidance is going to be positive for the stock. We currently stopped at 31.52. Consider that 31.50. Think it looks like we're trying to challenge that and break above. One of the things that I did here on Shopify, because the stock has been severely beaten down, is I actually went back on the 15-minute chart and added in some other levels that I was able to find. Remember, some of these stocks that were severely beaten down often produce some of the biggest bounces when you get any type of positive news. Now, in this case, we got a good quarterly earnings report, so let's see how much juice that gives us throughout the course of the day here today. Remember, going back to yesterday's webinar with Humble Trader, she says she likes to trade these after they report, especially if they're good. If the earnings are good. So we'll see. We're going to keep our eyes on Shopify here. The other thing that I want to watch is see if there's any option flow in Shopify today. So we'll be watching that with the unusual options. NVIDIA actually just popped up on this scanner here. So let's see what's going on here with NVIDIA. It looks like we are trading higher here. Shares of semiconductor stocks are trading higher after Meta raised its AI and data center CapEx outlook. So basically, they're going to spend more on data centers and the metaverse. That stock is really having a rough morning here, but other stocks that would contribute to the metaverse seem to be getting a little bit of a bump. We'll see how strong that bump is here today. Zunaid, I might have missed it. Did you have a trading plan already in place for NVIDIA today?
Nope.
Okay, so we're going to watch this organically from when the market opens, and we'll figure out if we get any type of trading opportunity here. Some other chip stocks that might be connected to the metaverse in one way, those would be other stocks to put on your watch list and watch today. I'm sure the chat will be on top of it. Mighty Soldiers, good morning, Andy. Hope you are doing well here. You said you're looking at TDOC long-term calls. Interesting. I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. Teladoc shares are trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q3 EPS and sales results. So here we go. Andy, it looks like you're using a pretty strong catalyst here to potentially take a longer term trade. I'd love to know what your key levels and what you're looking for here is on TDOC. Same thing on TDOC here. This is a stock that is severely beaten down. So if it gets any type of rally, it might be a ferocious one, and we might have multiple opportunities to trade this. So we'll go ahead and take a look. Great to see all of you this morning. Zunaid, that's about all I have. So I only left you 4 minutes. I don't think Mitch has anything on deck today. What else do you want to take a look at?
No worries at all. Give me a second here because I'm trying to see if I can go ahead and place an order before this thing comes on down to short Tesla, but I trying to figure it out on my I might just have to do it on E-Trade because I don't know how to do it here pre-market wise. So give me a second here. Let's see if we can go short. I'll just wait. Whatever. It's fine. Something on Meta says, I think that Meta news came out. You had a little bit of a pop to the $100 level. And it looks like the orders that I put in here are not eligible for pre-market or trading and things like that. So right now I'm looking to go short Meta if it wants to come out the open and test 100. Looking to go short Meta. And then, of course, my stop loss would be about 101. And I'm going to see if I can actually go ahead and get some more shares in case it pops above 100 to give me a little bit better of a risk reward. But you can see if it was a pre-market trade, that would have worked out already really well because it would have given me $1. Toronto's cold now. Yeah, dude, I fly out tomorrow. I need to do laundry. I need to figure my life out. But I will figure things out. Hopefully it's not too cold, but it's okay. So that's what we've got on Meta. I don't know if we'll get a chance to short it at 100, but we'll keep an eye out in case he wants to come back up because you also got VWAP if you take pre-market into account right over there. And then let's see what else is moving. Tesla, I wanted to go ahead and short off of this area here, the 230s. I'm going to go ahead and restart my E-Trade, so maybe that's what the issue was. And let's see if I can open up my E-Trade here. And let's see. You talked about NVIDIA. I did not. The 137 is resistance here. In the pre-market. So if it goes ahead and pops above and maybe with a retest, you can go ahead and take a look at NVIDIA. But till then, I don't really have a good level for anyone. Maybe the 134s could be an area if you're interested in going long. But besides that, I'm going to rely on any options that are coming in to see if we can go ahead and get a move one way or another. Let's see if we've got any other tickers. Tesla is kind of the same thing. Let me pull up my E-Trade. Here it is. Thank you. Now it's working. All right. Tesla, I'm going to look to go short at 230. Extended hours short. Did it fill? I swear if you didn't fill because it just dropped. But anyway, I'm looking to short Tesla at 230 with a stop loss at probably above 232, I believe. Yeah. All right, cool. I don't know if you heard the ding, but I did go ahead and get filled on my Tesla short here at 230. Matter of fact, if the market opens and we want to go ahead and let's see, short it. If it wants to come back and test it, we'll short it here on TradeStation as well. but I am short here on E-Trade 230 on Tesla. My take profits will probably be a little bit closer to about 228 or so. I'll let you guys know as soon as I take the profits and lock those in. And you can see a rejection on Netflix off of the 302.50. Now it's below 300. Let's go ahead and put Meta up here as well if we can, because that's definitely one that we're going to keep watching. And oh man, I can't believe I didn't get filled on that in the pre-market. That would have been a really nice trade. Yeah, it's like 2 points below. That really would have worked out, but that's okay. Let's see how he wants to behave. And then, to be honest, there's no like right out the gate trades that I want to take besides the one that I'm in, which is in Tesla. But let's take a look at Google. Nothing really there in Google, and that's the open. And let's see what type of action we get. Tesla's my main focus here. $228.5, $228.50 is where I'm looking to cover my shares. $228.50. Oh, I should have known a little higher and known that VWAP was there. That's on me. Come on. Come on. We're getting close. Went to 55s. There's the crack. And I got filled at 228.50. I'm out on my Tesla short. Unfortunately, it didn't fill us here on TradeStation. Didn't even think about coming back up, but that's the way things go. And here's Meta looking to approach the 99s, but we wanted to approach the 100 because that's where the real resistance is going to be.
NVIDIA trading up here out of the open. I see calls printing as well.
Let me refresh mine here. Come on. 99.90 is where I'm looking to fill my short. And oh my goodness, Tesla just kind of ramped up. Look at this one.
Wow.
I mean, you had a move to the downside. Thank you, because it went ahead and filled us on the cover, and then it just said bye-bye. And to the upside we go. Tesla.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, right, Zunaid?
Amen to that.
Jay Rice saying Meta lost the market cap of Ford and GM in one day. Get wrecked.
Get wrecked, boy. All right, let's go ahead and load in some stuff. You got bullish activity coming into Tesla. The 230s are coming in, expiring this week. And that's the reason for that move there as well.
I also see the 235s that expire November, the 240s that expire this week, and the 230s that expire this Friday. It looks like a repeat buy on that one.
And of course,
NVIDIA reversing from that initial spike higher here. Glad that didn't trap me.
Let's see. You've got Apple here. All right, Apple, you want to come on down to this area here? We can be interested in a short.
Apple earnings today, of course.
I'm going to look to go short Apple at 149.31. Stop loss will be if it just cracks above the 149.50, 149.45. And we'll see if we can take some profits right here, 149.09. Haven't gotten filled yet, but I'm looking for that previous close to act as resistance. I'll keep you guys posted once I get filled on that.
AGF. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Tell you.
I was just going to say AGFS pulling back here towards the VWAP. The first move here towards the VWAP didn't quite get there. We saw this yesterday with Epics where it pulled back towards the VWAP, didn't quite get there and reversed. So watching this for an upside takeout of 258 AGFS. Sorry, Zunaid, go ahead.
It's all good. I was just saying AMD kind of bounced from that $62 level that we had identified earlier. It kind of went up, retest, and now it's kind of moving its way up. What I'm going to try to do on Tesla, if I can, is I'm going to see if I can just buy some shares around this 230.75 area and see if it wants to retest a breakout and then move. But it may not.
More Tesla calls too, Zunaid.
Darn.
235s and the 240s for this week.
Oh, really?
Yep.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to be degenerate, and let's see if we can go ahead and spend $200. I am in at 198. Looks like you got steady bullish on Meta here. Let's see what I got. What did I get? I got 240 calls expiring this week. I got filled at 198. So I'm gonna go ahead and cancel this one since I'm already in this trade to the long side. Meta should be coming back up here, and there it is because you got a little bit of buying happening. Now, what's interesting is you've got this resistance area on the VWAP, but I'm hoping it cracks above and fills me on the 100
Taking
because
some
that's where I want it.
AGFS here at 255. Sorry to interrupt. They just cleared out a huge seller there. I think we curl back towards 273 here. 255, the long spot, stop under VWAP 240.
I like it.
Need to take out 258 here on AGFS.
I'll join you. I got filled at 57s.
Big seller at 258 or yeah, 258. They hit it a little bit, but they're pulling it off that spot. We really need that spot to fall here.
All right, guys, didn't want to interrupt you. Been out a little bit, just took a little mental break, ready to get back into this market. Microsoft did a little
There goes 258
out the gates, now pulling back.
I'm looking to take profits at 68.
Okay.
So feel free to buy some more there.
Yeah. I actually think it looks strong enough to go there. Here we go at 263. They took that size too, no problem. Buying action strong here. Look at the volume candles on AGFS. Look at those volume candles at the bottom of your screen there.
I put a order to go ahead and buy some more at 251 if I get filled. But for now, baby, come on, give me 2 more cents on this. Give me 2 more cents on this. Come on. Yeah, so you got the whole number in terms of cents wise at 270, which is why I placed my order just a couple of pennies below. But let's see if I can get it. Come on. Come on. Just spike it. Somebody on Twitter.
They're refilling 267 here, but they're eating it all. So I think that there we go. 268. Did you get filled? There we go.
Sure did. We are out. Thank you, Ryan.
You're
Lord
welcome.
Ryan with the SPY.
Just trying to come out here. Just trying, we out here just trying to make some money. I'm going to be greedy and want 270s. We'll see if we get there.
I'm going to look to get back in this one if we can go ahead and test the 251s.
They refilled that 267 right there. They're going to hit it again. Let's see if we take that out. There we go. 268 now. This is where you end up taking it. Let's see if we can take 268 out. There it is. Oh, we didn't quite print 269s.
Yeah, not quite. Actually, the high was 269, but it may not have filled all the orders there.
Utilities leading, energy behind that, then financial services.
All right. I'm gonna take this off here and wait for a setup. Zunaid, I think maybe your successful trade is altering my trading plan, but that's okay. So close this
because
here.
my 1,000 shares.
No, I'm not trying to say that you actually affected me, but it seemed pretty good. Your spot seemed really good. The stocks stopping there. Maybe we do get another setup like we saw in Epics. Remember when I showed you that chart here? I'd like to give multiple opportunities here. This way, I'm going to be able to lock those gains in. There we are at 269. So now that I'm out, time to pop and go to 7, right?
Yep, pretty much. I'm not going to lie. I think 70s could come right here.
Just kidding. 270 bigger spot there. They took it. Oh, they took some of it. Stopping at 270 right now.
That's wild. Let's see if here, let me go ahead and put a double box or a triple box. It's just easier to do it this way. What was it? AG what now?
AGFS. There's your pop to 278. This is the pop that I was waiting for, but it's all right. I already got our 1 for 1 in the past couple of days. Have been 0 for 1, 0 for 2. So I'll take this here today. Let's wait for this to set up again. Still looking strong here. Volume looking real good.
All right. Well, congrats on the trade and appreciate you identifying that for us. And of course, Facebook didn't quite get to 100. It looks like it got to about 99.67 before it came right back down. I got to sneeze.
All right, guys, gonna be getting some SQQQs here pretty soon. I just want to get back to VWAP. It hasn't gotten back to VWAP. It's holding the 53s right now. I wanted to get back to its 52.85 and 52.80. I see the SPY pretty toppy.
Top G.
They're bringing bids in under this now on AGFS. I'm not sure you're going to get your pullback, at least not yet. Zunaid.
Yeah, it seems hella strong.
They're bringing bids in now under it. Large bid at 275.
Where's my Apple? Did Apple ever get filled? No, it did not.
They're hitting the bid at 275.
I'll go 2 bucks.
I'm getting some Microsoft calls coming in as well. this week and next week.
I'm actually going to take a degenerate play here, possibly.
Let's take a look at View. Oh, View ran 2 right out of the open here. Took out those key levels, 137. So View higher. Now on this, I want to wait for this to set up. I'm obviously late to this. We'll see if this ends up rolling.
I'm a little hesitant about this one. I am short meta here. I'm hoping for this to be a quick little trade because I do see calls coming in. I do believe this one can go ahead and pop. So I'm gonna see if I can just get
calls
a quick...
I see for this week.
Yeah.
SQQQ didn't come to the view out there. I wanted to get in there. It's already about 11 cents up here. I want to get in there at 80s there, but
get in there.
There it goes. It already ripped.
By the way, I'm looking at Apple, right? Let me bring my screen up. So some unusual option activity here on Apple. I'm filtering for today for just Apple, and I see pretty much all puts except for the one call buy of 169 contracts. Now, the total trade value here, we're looking at trades that are anywhere between 30 and 100 grand. There's actually only one that's up to about 100,000. The rest of these are between 30 and 51. So bets so far on Apple are put side.
Damn it.
We'll keep watching them.
Just missed a 40-cent move there in SQQQ. Annoying as hell.
Charts, Mitch. The hotness, the new hotness from Mitch. Fins up, Mitch.
Fins up always, man. You guys can see here, it was right off the VWAP there for this SQQQ, and it was pulling back. The VWAP was right around the 70s. I wanted to get it down below 53s. It's already ripping there, and the SPY is topping out. I'll show you guys it on the 15-minute and what kind of pattern it's in right now. The 15-minute will show you a little bit better because of the pre-market action. You can see the sideways topping action here. Down 1, up 1, down 2, up 2, down 3, up 3. If it doesn't get through here, 384, it's actually in a bearish trend. It's probably going to come test into 381s. Now, that's what I'm looking at. We'll see if we get there. And you can see on the volume too, a big increase in this down action now that you're getting into SPY. And I thought that the GDP number was an actual negative thing for stocks. Reason why is that just leaves room for the Fed to come in and hike more.
You've got Facebook here at 99, but basically around $100 or so. But of course, we're waiting to get our fills on the short side at 98.83. What was your other ticker? I'm sorry, AGFS, right? That's what it was. AGFS.
AGFS, yeah, sorry.
All right, cool. No, you're good.
That actually stopped at 279. It's holding this 270 to 280 area, but definitely stopped at 279. VWAP here at 255. So we'd like to see this kind of pull back towards the VWAP. I'd be looking to re-enter there if it can hold there.
Yeah, no question about that one. Let's see what else we've got here. Let's taking a look around. Yeah, come on down, Meta. Come on down, baby.
All right. One thing that I am noticing and I'm looking forward is the Baba rejecting here. Wondering, do these stocks continue going up, these China stocks, and make up the whole gap, or will they get shorted into today? Looking at it.
Baba went ahead and filled the gap that it had from the big downturn yesterday, and that's exactly where it rejected from.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, does it go back to that level, or does it just like reject and then it already filled it for us, and now it's going to actually make the next move down? We'll see what happens. Microsoft, that's just bleeding out, and that's what's dragging the SQQQs to the upside. You're seeing Microsoft get hit. I'm sure Google's still getting hit. I haven't taken a look at it.
NVIDIA's getting hit now too after that initial pop, Mitch.
Google down 93.
On Meta, we were looking to take profits at 98.83. This bottom wick is 99.85. Missed our profits by 2 cents. I hate trading sometimes.
I think a better screen is when you even go full screen. I've been trying to do that, Ryan, a little bit, but sometimes I forget leaving it full screen so you don't even get the top browser.
Yeah, flight mode. Isn't it sweet?
Yeah, I like the flight mode, but
I see what you're saying.
Using
full screen so you don't get the browser window. That's smart.
Yeah. It makes it like, now you really got the full real estate, right?
Real estate is one of your most valuable assets. By the way, Mitch, if you want, see that scrolling ticker bar at the bottom? Let's talk about that here for a sec. Anytime that you enter different tickers anywhere within the Benzinga Pro platform, it's going to remember the tickers that you enter, and those tickers are going to be the tickers that scroll along the bottom. Now, if you want increased performance, or if you want that little bit of screen real estate, you can turn that ticker bar off in your options menu. So I'm going to show you that real quick here. If you look on my screen, you'll notice that I do not have the ticker bar at the bottom because I just don't have a use for it. I roll through the tickers that I'm looking through anyway. But if you click on the profile icon in the upper right, and then you click on settings, you have the ticker bar right in here. So if you think your platform is running a little bit slow or something like that, or you have an older computer, you can go ahead and turn this off, and it'll give you that much more screen real estate. Sydney, AGRO with AGFS, maybe. We're trading up a little bit here, but in all honesty, this really, really needs volume, and we haven't seen that yet. AGFS still holding between that 270 and 280 range.
That deer. Not a bad move today.
AgroFresh Solution shares are trading higher if the company announced its board of directors agrees with Payne Schwartz to partner to pursue an acquisition of the company for $3 per share. So we're currently at 275. This is not anything that's actually happened. They're pursuing the acquisition, so still could be some trades in there.
All right, stopped out on Facebook. As that one's popped above 100, now we can possibly see a retest of 100. If it holds, that could mean long. So annoyed. We missed our profit target by 2 cents. The most annoying shit in the world. But it is what it is. We move on. We move on. That's great. Congrats on the win. However, it's not a win till you go ahead and punch it in. So make sure you have a stop loss in terms of where the stock can go to the upside before you realize that you need to get out.
Or, like Humble Trader mentioned yesterday, maybe take some of your profits here and let that winner run, right? If you've got more than one contract, maybe peel one of those, book those gains, and then move forward. Alo is saying shop is flying. Let's check in on shop here. We talked about that one. Yep, sure is. So we were in the AGFS trade. Shop absolutely broke this to the upside here. We're going to keep moving. I actually would like to have this pull back towards the VWAP. We get a VWAP pull and hold. Even if it doesn't actually touch the VWAP, if it comes in towards the VWAP and holds there, we might be able to set up here for another long side trade on shop. I'm not in this, but if you are, great. I would do the exact same thing here. I would maybe trail some or trim some of your position and lock some of those gains in.
SPY rejecting that VWAP here now, starting to come down towards the low. Looks like it's about to make its move. I'm looking for some shorts out there. Ooh, AMD doesn't look too bad. Yeah, this is pretty up. Yeah, I'm liking that AMD chart. Just rejected that breakout. I needed to come back to VWAP right quick. 62.20s here. I could get a little pop. I'm going to start getting short on AMD. SPY heading to the low there. 382.27. Starting to see that pattern play in. It just looks like it's starting to get hit here. So I'm trying to jump in on some shorts. The only problem that this market has a tendency is not giving the pullback right now. Just like when it finally chooses the trend, it's almost like I have to chase a little bit, or I'm feeling like I'm having to chase. So I'm trying to keep myself in the patience, right, mode and being like, let the stocks come back to me. But definitely right now, it seems like when they choose to go, it's like you either got to get in on it on the high. If not, a lot of times they're not pulling back. Like AMD is just going down right now. 61.90s now. There's no pullback. 61.60s now. It just went from 62.50 now to 61.50 in less than 2 minutes. This is how this market is right now. It's just hard. I wanted to get short. The VWAP's right around 62.11 for me. 62.14. Normally we get a little bounce, or we'll get like that move down, bounce, and then get faded. But the flush on the SPY, of course, look, 381s now.
Look at the reversal in
381.70.
Tesla.
Oh, Tesla's a good short today. He could sell his shares. He's gonna have to do it real soon. Ooh, that
Look
one
at
did
that
a nice
reversal,
little,
man.
I like that. That was a nice one. It's
SPY
gonna bounce.
pounding
I have a
lows
feeling
here.
Tesla will give us one more bounce towards the VWAP around 230. We'll see if we get that bounce. But SPY, yeah, flushing down there, starting to really head down. You can see the RSI just coming straight down. That relative strength to the downside here coming into play. AMD already down to 61. This is what I'm talking about. It's just hard. I mean, I could have chased there into 62, but I wanted 62.20. Maybe I'm just being a little picky today, but you guys could see. Wasn't a bad thought there, just slow execution.
Jay DeRoma saying here, you get the feeling that the market can't decide if high GDP is a good thing or a bad thing. What kind of world are we in? Well, we did get the GDP.
It's a bad thing.
The higher one, because that means that gives go ahead for the Fed to keep raising.
100%. The one thing that that people were leaning on was that the economy was slowing down. We just went from a negative GDP to above expected GDP. Is the economy slowing down? That's what they're going to be able to. I'll tell you one thing, they're going to use it.
Yeah, they're going to use it.
I'm going to take a couple of puts here on Meta. I went ahead and took this week's $99 puts, got filled at 222. Wait, 222 and 216. I knew I purchased more. By the way, I did go ahead and go short at 151 that we went ahead and covered as it touched VWAP, but I do believe we can go ahead and see a little bit more downside movements, but I'm going to play them via puts, a little bit riskier than the equity side of things. Oh, I bounced right above it. Boo. I was looking to go long Tesla at 225.13s, but it looked like it already kind of started bouncing. Someone cancel that trade.
Did Wolf halt today?
Wolf, I believe, did halt today.
I don't have it in my signals tool.
Let me see.
It shows it on my charts as a 5-minute halt around
Yeah, I've got it.
9:39.
Yeah, it's
I just wanted to check it. because it looks interesting here. I mean, that stock got pounded on overnight.
Morning, Easy Mike.
It's down 20%.
Mike.
Look at the SPY now to 380s. Man, I wish I would have just been playing something short during this time. Fuck. Mind my language, but damn. Did you guys see what happened to me in Boeing yesterday?
Did you see what happened to me in Boeing yesterday?
Did you see the ridiculous short that Zunaid called off 150 thing printed like 133, 17?
Bro, it went. Yeah.
We're not going to even talk about that because
hey, good old Hot
don't
Rod
talk
on the
about-
show today. What's
we
up,
don't
Hot
talk
Rod?
about
Give us
Boeing
some hot
anymore.
plays, Hot Rod. Come on.
we don't talk about
We should
Boeing
have Hot Rod
anymore.
come on down and trade with us.
The Hot Rod. Damn,
All right,
man. Had this
Facebook,
nice
Facebook.
outlook, but nothing bouncing, man.
Well, let's see where the SPY is here in relation to
Everything's
so
just getting
SPY.
slammed. Look at Starbucks. That shit's just getting slammed. I wanted to maybe get short. That never bounced the VWAP. Oof. It's one of those days. Bad execution here. It's all of the tape, but bad execution.
Oh, that's way out there. I'm not gonna do that. Cancel that there. I should have been patient. I should have waited for this 5-minute candle to close. That's on me. That is on me.
You guys want a bullish tape? McDonald's. McDonald's is the bullish tape. That looks interesting there, but it's kind of going against the market. But I'll write off the VWAP right now.
You've got Meta 110 calls coming in. One of them expiring today, or excuse me,
Same with the 100
tomorrow.
calls expiring tomorrow.
That's wild.
Is there an expiry today?
Tomorrow. I meant tomorrow. That's on me.
Yeah, those meta calls are super liquid. Calls and puts, frankly, super liquid.
I'm short here on the equity side. I'm gonna sell my YOLOs. I guess sold out. That's an awful fill. I got out at 182. It's literally 189 on the bid. Whatever.
I still assaulting the lows here. O'Reilly's on a bull run. You know, we talked about that. We mentioned briefly. They reported earnings, I believe, last night. The conference call is today at 11, so that's starting here in about an hour. Nice little move there. O'Reilly shares trading higher. The company reported better than expected Q3 EPS and sales results. Also issued forward year 22 guidance above analyst estimates. So you got a guide higher there. That's going to be great for O'Reilly. We're up pretty big here on O'Reilly. I like car repair as opposed to car sales, given everything that's going on here. O'Reilly, nice breakout here on this chart. Good Lord.
We're looking to cover some profits here at 99.72. We're about 30 cents away on it, but it's got to go to crack this 100 and flush to VWAP if we want to be successful with this trade. Went ahead and moved my stop loss below to 180.
Look at that staircase down on Starbucks. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy. He brought his hedgehog in here.
Everything just getting flushed right now in basic materials and consumer cyclical. Financial services are in the green. Energy starting to get hit here on this also. So you're seeing Gush drop big. You can go for a drip style play if you're more like day trader type, or you can just look at these oil stocks. They're starting to give up some of the gains right now. Utilities are actually in the green today. That should have been a signal that we're having a little bit of a reversal day. Healthcare reversal also down about 0.89. A lot of this down. There is some up, but a lot of it's getting hit right now. Diagnostics looking like it's going to take another kind of move down there. Thermo Fisher is one that I might get short here.
Meta is holding up above VWAP and above 100 as the market is hitting the lows.
I'm going to share this tweet. I think that this is probably an Alyssa special from the Benzinga account. We have a pretty awesome meme here. Mark Zuckerberg in the metaverse. I think this is pretty funny. So
that is pretty sad.
Little comedic relief here for the group. I'm going to go ahead and retweet this.
That's tough. Tough.
Started there in TMO to the downside, went short. I got to put it on this one.
So
TMO.
Oh, by the way, we okay, the chat loves it. I feel good about that. By the way, we found out why O'Reilly's was up. They got Becca's money this week, so that's why they beat earnings, and that's why they're doing really well. Thank you for the boots on the ground report, Becca. Hope your car's doing all right.
That's always
yeah.
tough.
I just don't understand the metaverse, but I'm not a billionaire.
Only billionaires can understand the metaverse?
Well, in the sense of like the bigger picture and, you know, everything that goes into it and this, that, and the other, you know?
Come on, you can understand it, bro. You just don't want to.
Well, no. Let's back up here.
I mean, let's be real.
Understanding the metaverse is different than understanding the metaverse business, and I'm speaking more so into what the metaverse business is.
All right.
This feels like Second Life 2. That's what it feels like. The game Second Life. It feels like the metaverse is like the second incarnation of Second Life.
I just think people forgot that RuneScape has been around for years. Like, this shit's nothing new.
Actually, one of my buddies still plays RuneScape, I believe.
See? Do you guys live trade on Fridays? We don't have a show on Fridays.
We don't have a show penciled in, but we will fill in occasionally if needed. I don't think we're going to be on tomorrow.
Yeah. I will hope to
Man.
not be stopped by customs, bro. If this meta just doesn't, oh my god. All right, bro. All right, take my money.
Take my money and run.
Man, cat up 8% here today. On the back of good earnings there.
Where is the SPY? A little bit of a bounce.
Trying to
Didn't
add,
quite get to 280s.
trying to add in this Thermo Fisher, but I can't get it.
Andrew says they decided that selling you stuff that doesn't even exist is more profitable. Yeah, less overhead too. So
All right, got stopped out on Facebook.
Grassy. Oh man.
I think the metaverse is going to be a real thing at the end of the day. It's just more along.
How do you define real?
And how do you define at the end of the day? Like, what are we talking? 10 years?
So-
2 years? 20?
I mean,
Today?
it's gonna take. This is what it needs to happen, and I talked about this when we were first talking about the metaverse. Is you need AR and VR adoption. That's the first thing.
Yeah,
just like
that's a good
just like if you're gonna get like EVs out on the road, what do you need to do first? Well, you need to get the infrastructure there. You need to get the technology behind it making sense, and you also need to make it sense for the consumer price wise. So you're seeing what? The Inflation Reduction Act, right? They're coming with extra incentive. That's what they're going to be trying to do. So think about it always in steps. If something's going to happen, the back stuff has to happen first. So if we would pull this into like, let's say the crypto environment. Well, let me pay attention to Thermo Fisher before I get squeezed here. But if you think about it in the crypto environment, right? We had a couple of waves, right? In the first wave, you started seeing the platforms even first come out. The second wave was more along this kind of NFT boom, the Web3 boom. What will be on the wave 3, you got the infrastructure already there for all the crypto environment. Now it can really start monetizing from that crypto environment. And then that's when you'll get the wave 3, really when you get that last boom. Things come in waves. And a lot of times you need to get the infrastructure right for that idea to really thrive. So VR, AR adoption, what I mean by that? What I mean is that you start seeing all your friends buying goggles and actually using them. That's when the metaverse will actually take off. So I don't think that the metaverse is not going to take off. It's just a matter of time. Because trust me. You know why I know that the metaverse can work?
We'll come up here.
Why?
There's just one thing, Zunaid, and I feel like you might know this. A lot of us like to live like a life outside of our reality. And the reason why, we all want to be like, let's say, major athletes or something like that. Or maybe you want to be an artist, or you want to be, I don't know, whatever you aspire to be, right? Well, in the metaverse, they'll be able to do that for you. Let's say you can, act like you're hitting against some of these pitchers in the major leagues. You could say, how those people say all the time, like when you're watching sports, oh, I could have done that. Well, the metaverse will actually prove that if you could have done it or not, right? And then
spoiler alert, you couldn't have done that.
You couldn't have done it, right, Ryan? Right? I'll spoil it too, but
professional athletes are at a different level. It doesn't matter what sport you're in.
All right. Well, I got to get out of Thermo Fisher. Looks like they weren't liking my talk there. Getting squeezed out some of this right here. Trying to get out all of it here.
Just a pretender in the metaverse. Yeah. In the metaverse, I'm a rock god, guitarist, professional musician. Yeah, I play shows with Clapton too in the metaverse.
There.
Oh, man, that's fun.
All out. Took a hit there on Thermo Fisher. But, hey, I saw moves earlier, not executing. I'm not going to worry about it. I'll just keep
next
here
leg up here.
Crap.
Shame on me for joking around as View took out 158 on volume. So that's what I get. That's what I get, boys. 158. We'll see where this stops. Hopefully we get another pullback towards the View app. Hopefully we get this set up again, just like we got on Epic several times yesterday.
You got that one, Ready Trader 1.
If
Zuckerberg with Musk SpaceX experience.
AGFS pulled through its VWAP. Let's see if it can reclaim and build above.
Hey, we
Hopefully
all
you get
want-
that, Urban Farms. Hopefully you get that, man.
What do you think about that, though, Zunaid? You don't think that is kind of
Think
true?
about what?
About people
Sorry.
like wanting to be like something else than their reality a lot of the times?
Yeah, I do, but my main thing is not if it's gonna happen. My main thing is how long is that gonna take, right? Like we went through Xanga, we went through MySpace, we went through a bunch of other social media platforms before Facebook even was a thing, and then Facebook struggled. Looks like my long on SPY got filled. So it's just a matter of like, are there better opportunities out there? That's all it is. It's just an opportunity cost type thing for me. That's all it is.
Definitely. There's always opportunity costs, right? I mean, at the end of the day, one of the things that you always got to think about is, am I early? You think about the bell curve, right? When you're thinking about trends. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. You don't need to be the first one, but you don't want to be the last people to the trend. That's how you get caught, right?
Yeah. Paying attention to AGFS here as it's come down to like the 258s.
Look at Hendricks. Hendricks showing up a little bit today. Little show. What up, Mr. Hendricks?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not a scientist or therapist or anything like that, but you have to think that when you have those dopamine hits of a world where you are who you want to be, then you wake up, look in the mirror, and realize you're not that individual. You definitely are gonna deal with some depression hits and things like that.
Tesla coming
Trader
back,
TV
SPY
risking
coming
a dollar
back.
to make 1 cent. Yeah.
We'll see if we get some VWAP shorts to come into this market. I'll be waiting to see if Tesla can get back above VWAP, closer towards 230. That's where I'll try to get into that. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you in the dopamine, but I mean, look at TikTok. That's probably one of the worst ones to this trend, right?
I mean, that proves my point. How many people are
Does.
more upset because of it?
I agree. I mean, I think that it just creates more and more of this addiction for instant gratification.
Yeah.
SPY coming back. Tesla still not to VWAP in my eyes.
Epic's down 10% here today.
This is this type of market, guys. You guys see the volatility a lot of the time. See how much these bounces are and stuff. That just goes to show you that you got to be careful, especially when you get caught in the middle. That's what I would say. Like if you're shorting off resistance, well, maybe it's not too bad because your risk to return is at least bigger and the risk is smaller, right? But if you're shorting in the middle, that's where I usually have a tendency of getting really kind of screwed in positions, because what happens there is that you're not a bull or a bear. You're kind of getting stuck in the middle and you get caught a lot of the times.
EQT, red to green move here. They had earnings that they actually traded down on. It looks like it's bouncing here. We actually pushed above the VWAP, kind of came back to it, and now we're pushing again. So it looks to break this top. We just had a red to green move. It was red just a few seconds ago, up 10 cents now. So EQT might get going here.
Yeah, someone else mentioned another live trading show about the risk reward issue that they had, and yeah, I've watched them. And they seem like fun, great individuals, but I just never understood taking a trade and then having like 15 outs, but your stop loss was like $1 away. And then you started scalping, 10 cents, 10 cents, 5 cents, 3 cents. And then 5% of your trade was like $1 away. And it's like, oh, look, I don't know. But
it's prop trading, bro.
Shopify, this was a good move here.
They're not even trading the real stocks. They're trading CFDs.
Which is perfectly fine. I mean, I don't have any issues with that whatsoever.
It's high
Trade what
margin.
makes you money. I mean, trade what
High
makes you
margin.
Yeah.
High margin. That's another thing, right?
I have no issues with it. I would love to trade CFDs.
I could get you on them. You want it?
Show me the plug.
Show the plug. No, I've used them before.
But again, maybe there's something I'm missing. Matter of fact, I'll be in the city where they're at.
Go visit them, man. I gotta connect.
Be like knock knock.
I got the connect. I got you.
You got all the plugs. Is it a Metaverse Connect or is it like a real
No,
one?
I got one of them on Twitter. He follows me. I got you. I'll get you in. Get you in on the low.
I'm just gonna go to the hotel and sleep probably.
I know you.
Dude, I've got like a 6 a.m.
You're like, bro,
flight.
I'm looking for the good food spots. And after the good food spots, I'm not doing nothing but going back to the hotel.
Dude, I am gonna go to my scam likely. Look at that. Trying to get a hold of me.
Oh,
Scammers.
that's pal. No
I'm
worries.
gonna go ahead and hit the what was I about to say? Hit the hotel, trade a little bit if I can, depending on what time I get to my hotel. And then just eat good food. And then get ready for the next day. Simple.
It doesn't sound bad at all.
It's not. I think the worst thing for me is just waking up hella early for customs. SPY, by the way, broke above EWAP. Now it's coming down a little bit. Let's see if that previous close ends up being resistance or not. I am a little sad because there was this Halloween party that I really was looking forward to, but got to make money. All right. Short on SPY worked out. Z and customs. Yeah, I've gone through customs, a few years back. Thankfully, they allowed me in, and it was A-okay.
I just went a little bit short Tesla. Oh, damn. Took a while there to get filled there. 226.03.
I was just reading Elon's open note to Twitter advertisers. I saw Bring Bacon. Ryan, nice call on EQT. Missed the 5-minute play. Thank you very much. We might get more setups there, so don't worry about it. Justin, we're not on mute. You guys can hear us, right? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we can. What brokers do we use? I use TradeStation, E-Trade. Ryan uses Thinkorswim, and I forget all the time what Mitch uses.
Webcoin Pass.
What?
You know what he was asked? He was typing test in the chat. I'm just letting him know that we could see it. You know what else is fun? Urban Farms Project is saying that the Detroit e-bike tours are really fun. I've heard that, but you know what else is really fun? The pedal pubs. Those carts that you get on and you pedal around the street while you're drinking. It is really awesome. That's a whole lot of fun. Whole lot of fun.
Trying to see if we can hold the resistance here. It's a prior support around 227.20 for Tesla. There's a couple of wicks even there. We'll see if they're able to hold here.
Jesse, they're called pedal pubs. It's basically like a trolley car that has a bunch of bike pedals on it, and you get a group of 8 or 10 people and a whole bunch of drinks on there, and you pedal the thing around the streets of Detroit. It's really, really amazing.
Wolf pushing strong back towards the upside. This is halted once. Feels like some people are trying to take advantage of that drop.
Here's Buddy. Hey, Buddy, say hi to the group.
To the VWAP. I'm going to go ahead and add a little bit here at the VWAP. 228. See if I can get it.
All right, so if you guys want to make 2 cents, you can buy Twitter, right?
Twitter, the 2-cent game.
2-cent gang. How good are the fills on E-Trade? I personally, I don't mind them. Again, I've been with E-Trade since I was in college back in the 1870s. So it's been a minute.
1870s.
It's been a minute for me with E-Trade. I'm loyal to them. The reason I move my money to TradeStation is because I can just kind of scalp. Like, for example, you guys can, I don't know if you can, but like, where is it? So like I went and bought Facebook at like 194, then went ahead and sold it at 101.18. So like, you know, I can just kind of quickly scalp this, that, the other. Is E-Trade direct market? No, it is not, mate. Which is another reason I moved to TradeStation. But yeah, I just like to scalp and just kind of make a little bit of money here and there. Matter of fact, bro, you've got, all right, this is just wild.
Got that fill there.
I'm going to go ahead and take along here once again on Facebook because you've got buyers stepping in and apparently buying the 105s and whatnot on Facebook, which I think is absurd. But
all right, guys. So I added really close to VWAP there for Tesla. The SPY is going really fast to the upside, but I just think that's volatility. We'll see. It really needs to kind of clear 384.50 to start creeping me out of this trade, but shorting Tesla there. We'll see what happens.
It's not the best risk reward. I'm not going to lie to you. The closer I could have gotten it to 100, the better. Matter of fact, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to see if I can kind of load up on. I want to go 100 there. I want to go.
Everyone always mentions Spencer should not have sold his Twitter.
Did he sell it for a loss though?
No, I think it might have been like a small loss. I mean, I had Twitter at one point
We should call Spencer
but I
and be like,
sold
hey
it.
man, we should call Spencer and be like, hey dude, there's like a 2-cent arbitrage opportunity if you want to take it.
I took it for a small win, and then when it was starting to come down, I was like, yeah, let me just take the small win here and get the hell out of this stock. Then it came down to a good level. I think that's where Spencer was in it, but it was just kind of like sideways, wasn't doing much for him. So ended up getting out of the position. I think he still even made a little bit of money on it. Just wasn't like what he expected, right? He went for like a big kind of YOLO style position. Just didn't work out. But that's how you do it sometimes. Sometimes you just play with the money, the house money, or at least you say, well, if I lose on this bet, I know exactly how much I'm losing. Let's take my shot.
Austin is asking, Ryan, does Benzinga link to your TD Ameritrade account? Yes, it does, but there's no integration to allow you to trade. So like Zunaid is showing you how he's actually placing and executing trades. We don't have that functionality available.
It's the watch list and things like that, right?
Yeah, but it creates a watch list out of your positions that you can then use as a filter for some of the other tools. So for example, if you wanted to set up a news feed that only showed you news about your current holdings, you can do that by linking your broker, creating a watch list of your current positions, and then using that watch list as a filter. And that can be done with any of the tools like Calendar and Signals, even your scanner. So good question.
Smash the like, yes, for the Hendricks versus Buddy trading competition. I'll tell you what, it's Halloween next week, right? I think we at least do one day of this. I'm willing to do it at least. What we're gonna do is I'll talk to Ryan. We'll work out like printing out maybe a little bit of paper that has like different stocks and like circles, and we'll put little treats on all of it. We'll put the cats down and we'll see which ones they go after first, right? And when they go after first, we'll be their buy. That's how we'll do it. We'll do the Hendricks Buddy trading competition.
I mean, but as far as I'm aware, Buddy just keeps trying to buy Chewy. But Voodoo saying, Ryan, that was my question. Trade integration would make it functional. Yes, absolutely. And by the way, we've actually attempted this a couple of times. One of the things that we need is a third-party company. And one of them that we worked with that was working pretty well got bought out and everything changed on us. So we kind of just reshuffled the priorities there. I would say that this is definitely still on the docket, but I don't have any type of time frame or deployment date for you. We would absolutely like to do that.
All right, we'll see if the SPY tops out here. There's some resistance right around this level, and I'm looking at the 5-minute to see if we get a close anything above 384. Right now, there's a bunch of wicks there. It rejects the close above on a 5-minute candle above 384. So that's going to be a good level to watch if you're looking for the bullish run or the turnaround here back to the VWAP.
Ryan's face as UPU explained that plan, rolling on the floor laughing emoji. Don't understand that, but you do you.
Wait, what was the
Ryan should
comment?
do a workout webinar. Ryan doesn't want to. You should do a base stealing. You should do a base stealing webinar.
What's that personal best? What you got, Ryan?
Personal best for what?
Bench, because that's what you got, right?
You mean like a max or a rep?
Yeah, like any time that you've ever hit like a top benchmark.
The top total weight that I've benched is only 235. It's not really that
Okay. Guess what? I'm with you on that right there too. 235, 240. I've hit once, and that's not too bad though. I always tried to get. I hit 240 once when I was in high school. I wanted to be a part of the 100 over club because I weighed 140 at the time.
Yeah, okay.
And there's this club that.
Holy cow. Berlin, you benched
345. What a monster! Justin beat us.
That is pretty sick.
Yeah, Justin beat us too. That is.
Justin, that guess was close, man. Maybe I'll shoot for that. I
think another good feat is like getting like 225 up 10 times when you can do that.
That's 2 plates, right? So
yeah,
245 plates on each side. When you can rep that 10 times, that's good.
Yep. That's pretty good.
Berlin said he could do that in high school. Well, you're only a couple of years removed from high school, right, Berlin?
Monster. Forever, ever. 450. 550.
Hey, I'm with you, baby. 150.
150, baby.
I'm with you.
Just put those 10s. You don't even need the 45. Just keep it on the 10s.
With you, baby.
But stack them up. Stack those 10s up. You got like 5 or 6 of them on there. Bah. There used to be a YouTuber that I used to watch, like that makes fun of like bros at the gym. Oh man, I forgot what it was. I gotta look it up. It was back in the day.
Dude, I don't go to Costco and buy any more Rice Krispie treats. Pretty sure I'm more addicted to them than cocaine. Maybe because I've never done cocaine, but
a sugar.
Zunaid, where on earth are you going with that one? Good God!
At least he saved himself.
I had to clarify things before anyone came after my background check, which I have passed many times. May not pass it at customs tomorrow, depending on what's in my bag. I'm fucking around. Let me stop. Let me stop.
Yeah, I mean, just let that one go. Quit while you are behind.
Yeah.
Real quick, I will take the subject change here for Zunaid. We guys were all talking about View. So real quickly, View, huge pullback here. Really extended, started to push more and more away from the VWAP, and we ended up getting this huge knife. This is one of the reasons why we do not chase these moves. This is a graphical representation of why you hear me say every single day on the show, we're going to wait for the stocks to set up, because this View has shown us today that it has had upward buying momentum all the way until right here. And we don't ever really know when that's coming. We can just surmise that that's coming because the stock is diverging so far away from its VWAP. So here we go. We actually went right through the VWAP, tried to bounce back there, couldn't. Now it looks like we're going to be testing this 137 level. So hope nobody got hurt, but remember the trades as the way that we take them here. We actually had 2 of them and they were much earlier. So again, when you get some of these small caps, when you get profit, don't be afraid to take it. It's one of the reasons why I wasn't worried earlier about selling AGFS for the small 13 cents that I ended up getting on it, because I don't want something like this to happen while I'm trying to wait and be greedy for more profit. So
Long a little bit of deer here. Deer, soft VWAP here. Looking for it to come up. Of course, Cat had a good report. Long a little bit of deer.
Facebook continuing its march higher.
Got 40108. Go ahead.
Went ahead and sold mine from this 10 minutes ago over here on this candle, but I am short SPY here, just looking for a little 2-to-1 scalp if I can get it with the resistance around that area. Probably not the best trade, but it is what it is.
Tom B, we just want to formally thank you yesterday for saying such nice things about me and our team here. That really means a lot. That means more than you know here.
Yeah.
Jason shared your kind words with our entire company, which is customary for him. So it's great to see that our team is out there making people happy on a regular day. I cannot thank you enough for being so kind. Really appreciate it.
Amen to that.
Looking good here for Tesla, now down to 225. My average is at 226.99. So thinking about starting to take some profit into the 225s.
Where'd you short it?
So I got a little bit at, so I'll tell you the exact entries. Let me just look into it right here. So I got Tesla at 226.03, and then I added at 227.94. Same average. So the average is towards 226.99. One of the things was I was trying to get ahead, right? And then I said, you know what? Let me get as close to the VWAP as possible. Put out the order, and on those spikes, I got filled. So now I'm like about 227, a little bit away from the VWAP. So I can't risk too much above VWAP, but giving myself the chance for the take right back down towards low. That's a pretty good profit. Let's see what we get. That's then awesome. DE is kind of more of a just flag kind of pattern. It's in a bullish trend, but industrials have kind of gone even away and have been pushing up towards the upside. Good cat today. So cat report. We'll see if that can continue pushing towards the upside. That will be my sign to watch. Also, if cat reverses, strong to the downside, I'll be worried about that deer position. But right now it looks good. Come on, Tesla. SPY, don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. SPY's starting to push, guys. Be careful.
Yeah, this 5 minute. Did it close above? No, it's actually right there right now.
It's right close to it. This market is so volatile. 15 minutes, easy. You get 4 3-point moves, 4-point moves in the SPY. That sometimes used to be a daily range in the SPY.
Now we're getting it daily.
I mean, we get it in a 15-minute candle.
Netflix holding above that 300 level.
We'll see. There's a battle right here. My big thing is, I don't know what's going on, if Elon's going to sell or not, but I'm taking a little bit of a bet that some people are betting on that today.
He is going to. The open letter this morning pretty much says that, and also talks about what he envisions for the future for it.
Well, I mean, you heard it here from Ryan.
Well, no. I mean, okay.
No, that's what I want to hear.
Put your ass on the spot.
Yeah, well, which is fine. It's not confirmed. It's not like he's basically just sending an open letter. But if you guys want to,
I appreciate that. I want to see that.
Yeah. So here, by the way, Wedbush said earlier this morning that the overhang on Tesla from the Twitter deal has now been removed. Tesla's stock price certainly doesn't show that, but that's what he's saying. Let me get that that tweet for you here. Here we go. So I'll go ahead and post this in the chat in case you can't see it on our screen, but it's basically 3 pictures here where he's saying this. Let me go ahead and post the link to his tweet here in the chat. But he's basically just talking about how how he envisions this going forward. I don't know that he would really put this out without having the intention of following through on this. That being said, I can't predict what Elon Musk is going to do from day to day, and I wouldn't pretend to. But to me, going through this, it seems like he understands that this is going to be a project, and they look forward to doing that. So again, I put the link there in the tweet or in the chat. You can go ahead and check it out.
All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate you, Ryan, bringing in some value, especially to my trade, right? I mean, this is what I appreciate. This is what we do a lot of times for traders is that we can't tell you how to trade, right? That we can't. But one thing we can do is bring some news, some headlines sometimes, keep everyone aware, right? I didn't even know that letter was out today. And I don't know, maybe I dismissed it this morning because of all the earnings stocks taking, the front page. But I feel like that's an important letter.
Yeah, but this is what you're explaining right now is the value of having software like Benzinga Pro, right? You can always go back and check on all of that stuff. So
exactly. Shop still going up, says Janie. I haven't taken a look at Shop today.
Yeah, Shop is great. Had that one pegged earlier today too.
Spies is battling here. Putting in these wicks up at the top.
Shop, nice little textbook trade off the pull to the VWAP too. We've been really discussing VWAP a lot recently on these shows, and I think that's just because that the day trading environment has just been so much better for better than other environments like swing trading or investing is what I meant by that. And as a result, a lot of traders are using VWAP in their day trades, and you're seeing the stock price come in or be rejected at that VWAP in the case of support and resistance. So we're going to keep using it. As long as it's working, we're going to keep using it. AGFS really kind of pulling back here. Again,
broke.
Don't get in the habit of selling a stock, watching it go more, and be like, "Oh, I could have made more." Yeah, you could have, but you could have had a huge knife that erased some of your profits. Booking profits, especially while you're managing risk, never a bad thing. Never a bad thing. Someone's alarm is going off.
That is mine. That lets me know I've got
Zunaid.
something to get ready for. So I'm gonna hop out of here in a few minutes. But dude, someone keeps buying Meta. Let me just go ahead and check out Meta before I go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it held that 100, right? So if you want to try to play this one, especially with the VWAP being around there, that could be a nice little risk reward for you on the 100 side. But the main trade that I'm currently in is BABA and also the short on SPY. So we'll just see, because you had BABA calls coming in. No clue if that's going to work out or not, but we have our stops in place. We have our profit targets in place, and hopefully one of them goes ahead and hits. But decent day so far. Nothing too crazy. Let's go ahead and take a look at your Tesla. Great, the great trade off of that VWAP rejection. That's why I asked you where you got it, especially with the market kind of figuring out what it wants to do. You can see Tesla, just that previous close is also holding as support, that 225 level. But I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. We'll see you guys on Monday, depending on what time my flight is. I'll go ahead and tell you guys. But I did just go ahead and get stopped out of my SPY short. So now the only trade I'm in is my BABA. But there goes SPY to the upside. I'll see you guys later.
All right,
Bye.
take care of yourself, Zunaid. Good trading here this week, man.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, so let me answer this question here. Russ was asking, what time did the letter come out? So the letter was released via an Elon Musk tweet, and it happened at 8:08 a.m. Central. That's 9:08 a.m. Eastern
That's
time.
what happened.
9:08 a.m. Eastern
That's
time.
what happened. That's why I missed it. I wasn't looking there at that time.
You were doing another obligation.
Yep, that's the story of life there. Gonna set a stop here on the rest of the Tesla shares, because one thing is I hate like losing on like a position that, you know, it's already in the green. So I put a stop above 27.20s. So we'll see if, because the SPY is spiking there. So I'm not going to battle the SPY. There's one thing that I've been not trying to do, especially in this market. It's battle the SPY.
Don't fight the tape. Yeah, don't fight.
Yeah, you can't fight the tape right now. And the tape, a lot of the times, is going to be the overall market dragging everything, right? And so the SPY did this kind of little fake out to the downside. I did take half of that profit in Tesla on that move, which really wasn't a bad profit. I probably should have just taken the whole piece out. But, you know, and you can see I just got out there. So at least I took that first profit, and the trade is a profitable trade instead of battling here. And then if I want to, really, I could get back in on the VWAP at the top there. But I'm going to let the SPY determine that. Right now, the SPY wants to go upwards. That's going to help my DE trade, right? And so I'm not too stressed about that. I'm just going to stay in the long that I have and cut the short. So I cut the short out there. And Tesla could reject the 227.50s here, but I'm not going to battle and then all of a sudden like lose all the profits that I just took.
Cat's still up 9% or more. Almost 10% here on Caterpillar after earnings.
Fade the SPY, says BNZMB. Oof, it's hard. I would maybe fade it if it went back below 384s, but right now it's just like hanging in here. Like you see Tesla rejected right around that kind of 227.50. We'll see if it comes right back down. I mean, if it does from here, hey, so be it. One thing I don't want to be in is caught in that squeeze there with the SPY. Let's see if the SPY gets back below the 384s. Trying to see a little push here and deer to like 403, 402 60s, and then I can take half out and let the rest of it try to work there. Now I'm starting to get a little push here. See if we can get a little bit more.
Urban Farms, I don't have a position in this, so take that into account here. I have not put my money where my mouth is on this, but I want to answer your question anyway. My gut thinks that they missed today. I would imagine that they missed. Really, the question for me is if they miss or if they trade down, how far does it trade down? You know how many people own Apple? I would imagine if you get a really painful down move there, it's going to affect a lot of people. So I'm definitely awaiting this report. My gut says down. The only question is, what is the amplitude of that move? I don't necessarily have a read on that, and probably won't until I get that number. But again, no position going into that print.
Tesla's looking juicy, but I'm going to try to be respecting my rules, right? I don't short in the middle of the charts a lot of the time. I did get in it earlier with the resistance outlook towards 227, but that eventually broke through and went to VWAP. So for me, it's a VWAP entry now on Tesla if I want to get short again. DE turning around there from the 402 just above it. I was getting ready to take some profit into that move towards 403, but couldn't even make it up there, rejecting there to get back above the 402s. Only thing keeping me on this one is VWAP. It's just right off the VWAP, and so this is still VWAP bounce material here, at least very close VWAP style trade. It's starting to become a nice little kind of flagging pattern here. I'd say more like a pennant.
EQT looks like it's breaking out from its high here. Looks like maybe the next leg up here. We did pull back towards the VWAP, of course, did not get there, but broke the high here. I'm also seeing calls, right? The 45 calls that expire next month. Now, these are cheapies, only 65 cents per contract, and the trader only spent 27 grand on that position, but still quite a bit of calls here. A 45 call on EQT. This trade has absolutely been working here. This is a decent one today. Yeah, Dan, this is actually a really good point here. It's a good point because
Tesla flushing now.
The crazy thing about Apple is everyone is guessing since others got crushed, it will too. So it will probably do the reverse. Dan, I wouldn't be shocked at all if we got like kind of a mediocre report and the stock somehow traded up. I wouldn't be shocked at that. And this is partly the reason why I'm actually not taking a position ahead of that print. Really, anything can happen.
I like this SQQQ. If I could get it to pull back right now towards 53, I don't mind it off 52.75 here. Just need to get to 53, a little pullback here. Just drop on the bid.
Mike, you trading Boyle today. Interesting.
Interesting for sure.
Yeah. Well, I think he's mentioning that because I was talking about EQT, but Boyle making a pretty decent move here. We talk about the nat gas ETFs quite a bit in the happy hour. A lot of experienced traders warning people, hey, this is a widow maker. You can make a lot of money or you can lose a lot of money. It reminds me of what Humble Trader said yesterday. You can wake up broke or you can wake up rich. Then this Boyle ETF seems to be like that. I mean, just look at these moves. This thing went from $30 to 140 and then back to 40 and then back to 123. And now here we are at 40 again. Just absolute crazy movement on this.
Not getting the pullback I need on the SQQs. Might have to just jump in on the high here. Just hate doing it. Should just be playing more reversal style. That would be playing more of this 5260s down here. I'm looking for the pullback here into the 53 area. Another low there in the 15s, 53.15. Looks like it's trying to hold VWAP right now.
Hey, by the horns, really appreciate that. I'm glad that you enjoyed that. Let me know if there's one thing that I could do better. Let me know what that would be.
Yeah, you should throw the link in there. So just in case anybody wants to take a look at that a little later.
Actually don't have it handy, but that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Urban Farms. My mom recently passed away, and she has some Apple shares. I don't know what to do with. Not sure. Well, first of all, I'm sorry for your loss, my man. Like Zen is saying, blessings and comfort to you and your fam. I lost my dad a number of years ago. It was quite tough, but you'll get through this for sure. As far as those shares go, you know, maybe if you have access to a financial advisor, see what they have to say about that. I wouldn't make a knee-jerk reaction on those, especially I'm guessing that her cost basis is quite lower than that. So something to think about.
Yeah, I wouldn't go too much into that too quickly. I did take a little bit of a shot there. I did buy into the high here, 53.35, looking for it to push through. We'll see if I can get that push or not. And the SQQQs want the SPY to keep coming down. Really going to start looking more at the Qs because that's what I need to see kind of break through on this downside here. Just wanted to break through this line down here through the 276, start making its way down. There's a nice little push. We crack that 276 here. They're still hanging in there right now. That's why I'm still in that one. But if I see it break the symmetrical triangle that you see on the right-hand side here, I still call it more like a pendant. It's just on.
Yeah, I would say that those green candles could represent the flag stick.
Mm-hmm. Just going to look to see if we can get that push through there. There's the SQQs. Nice little lift there. Let's see if we get that crack at 276 here. 276.96. Really haven't given me that kind of leg down mode. That's what I'm looking to see if we get that crack right here. Rodrigo sees it. That gives me confidence. My boy. Bean said, you wouldn't be short right now if you saw the DXY. Stocks lead, man. The dollar follows. Nah, you always get that battle. There's always going to be people that say the opposite, but hey. Not a bad little push here. Thinking about just taking half off here on SQQQ. I'm just going to wait for a second here. Guess still I'll hold off the VWAP, and it's not too bad risk here. Just looking for that push through. Holding in right now, the Qs. Let's look at it on maybe a little tighter time frame. Here's the 5 now. There's a nice push. There it is. Let's go half on this. Boom, just took half off. Not a bad trade there. What do you get? 253.79. Not bad.
Someone, I'm looking for the link here. Mitch might have some more insight as to what's going on here. But let me get that replay here for you. Here is the complete.
Oh, I know what
replay.
happened there. Sometimes, this is not really our fault. This is more due to what happens with YouTube. So we made the stream a couple days back, but we've made tons of streams since. And so it seems like it's an older stream back, but that's just more along when YouTube puts it up there on our videos, it puts it when it was created, not when it actually streamed. That's more of it like a YouTube little thing. I'll try to bring it up to our top video so that you guys can find it.
I posted the link there in the chat too. So
exactly. There you go. Another thing you can do is just look for the title, A Day in the Life of a Day Trader with Benzinga Pro. Check it out, guys. All right, was able to take some profits into that push. Let's see if we can get that second push now. Starting to see that decline there in the Qs. How is the SPY there? What do you see out in the market right now? Are things starting to drop there? The DE is starting to get down there. I'm not liking that DE. I'm just going to cut that one. There you go, for very minimal loss there on DE, out DE. Got in there at DE was from 41.08, got out at 399.89. Just looking at the SQQQ now. Overall, still into the green here, so trying to just keep working it. See if the Qs get back above 276 or not.
What you got? Sumit as asking, what was the Fed news today, bro? I believe the Fed is still in their blackout period, so I don't think there was any news. We did get the ECB with their interest rate decision, but that was in line with what they thought. So,
ooh, I missed that flush on the Tesla, and it happens sometimes, team. Not always gonna get it. Not always gonna get it, but look at that flush down. Went down to the low. This is what the original intentions were, to take 225s and then going down there towards the low of the day. I'd be taking profits now, but it's all about if you want to go over the continuation move now in Tesla. One thing that is for certain, this is kind of like that move where it should get that complete wash down through the 224s. We'll just see if we get it. I think one thing you need to keep in mind also, how will the overall markets do? Because if they keep washing out here, it's going to help, of course, the Tesla trade. But if you do get a bounce back, that's what you want to try to avoid right now, because it could get dragged back to the VWAP. We'll see what happens there.
AGFS is holding here and above the VWAP. Checking on Bed Bath & Beyond, making another move up here today. Gave up the move that we talked about yesterday, but making a move back towards that 550 area. Yeah, Cressy, that was the thought, right? People were hoping that the ECB was actually going to go less of a raise than they did, and they would hope that would somehow bleed over to our market. Doesn't look like that's the case, though.
Type R, you're back, my friend. Good to see you. This looks like a double bottom on Tesla. Yeah, it looks like it. We'll just see if it cracks or not. So Elon's finally going to do it. Just going to take the Twitter. The ARBs have that, though, by control. So it's kind of hard to play that type of play.
Yeah, at this point, I think the trade's over, right?
Yeah, the trade would be over even for the ARBs. I don't know what Twitter's, if it's even moving, but I haven't taken a look at it today.
Really holding 3 cents under 54.
Yeah. That's the ARBs. Those arbitrage traders. All right, well, let's take a look at what's going on in the industries today. Utilities leading us, industrials behind that. And so it doesn't look like it was too bad for that Caterpillar deer look, but hey, it is what it is there. Financial services also looking well here. All industries into the green there. The only real red I have is healthcare. So healthcare not having a good day, definitely getting hit hard. Basic materials is just barely up. Where it is up big is, of course, coal. So BTU ripping today. Nice little VWAP bounce style trade. Got a little push there. AMR having a good day. That's still looking like a good chart there to take a look at. Arch, nice move today. Look at this, guys. Show you guys this move. ARCH. Arch Research. This is also a coal stock. Nice little push there. I'll show you guys the 5-minute. Nice little flag pattern out the gates. Boom. Got that nice drive up there through the 146. Even made its way almost to the 150. It went to the 149.59. Nice little move there today in Arch Resource. Coal player.
Things seem to be drying up here on my end with the scans.
And
had some good plays though.
This METC was a good swing trade that I was looking at. I had to look through the 10. Never took it. This is a smaller coal player. I want to take a look at this. I'll show you guys the daily chart on the right-hand side. It's a nice little kind of fade coming down, and now it's really starting to take hold here off the 10, pushing through the 11.55 today. Looks like coal having a good push. SQQQ is looking like they want to get that next leg. Rejection off the 276 there on that 5-minute candle. It went to 276.02. So let's see if that 276 is still holding as resistance here on this next 5-minute candle.
EQT at highs. That was a good one. EQT, View, and AGFS today. All good plays. And Shop too, right? That I took that one off my radar. Shame on me, but Shop worked out. And we had that outlined at the beginning here as well. Shop's still at highs, holding up well here too. EQT more highs.
All right, team is getting towards around 10:50 at 11. We might have a surprise for you. I'm not sure if he's going to show up, but I did try to get a special guest for us today. We'll see if he shows up around 11. But we definitely are going to stay right here all stream long. We ain't going anywhere, team. You don't got to do a redirect or anything. Just stick around, team. We're going to keep going from live trading in a little bit. We'll be having maybe our special guest. If not, I'll definitely kind of stick around and look at some stocks with you guys. And then we'll be getting into, of course, Benzinga Live with AB. I know AB will have some great guests. A lot of times he has traders that are trading just like you guys, taking a look. What's today's date? Let me just check who's
27th
exactly on.
of October today.
27th. We're almost to Halloween.
Yep, that's Monday, right? Halloween's the 31st.
Yeah, it's definitely always going to be fun to see. Looks like you're going to be talking about Apple. What we got here? Oh, I wish that's going to be true. We should do some trivia today. I'm gonna have AB do some trivia. I haven't done trivia in a while. Emperor, if you're listening out there, we need trivia today. What are we gonna do trivia on? We should do some Halloween theme trivia.
Yeah, that would be good. You could even incorporate Halloween movies into that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get Emperor started on that. Smash that like button.
Sal Fraga, Ryan, thanks for mentioning Shop this morning. Put it on my watch list. I hit my goal for the day. I owe you one, bud. Sal, that's awesome. You don't owe me anything. The nice words that you just said there are plenty. You were the one that clicked the buttons. You were the one that assumed the risk. You are the one that should enjoy that reward. So good stuff. Happy to help. I look forward to continuing to do this every day. Good stuff, Sal. BM, you're welcome. Nice job trading it. Nice job trading it.
Q's trying to battle above this 276, trying to push back here. Here's the SQQQ coming back here. So definitely going to just wait to see if it can hold VWAP on this 1 minute. If it closes below, of course, 53.18s, I'll just go ahead and get out. But we could VWAP bounce here again. I could add my shares back, but that's increasing my risk. And then I could still lose on the trade. So I'm just going to stay here. I've already taken some good profits. Let's see what happens. Will it close below the VWAP, or will it recover it and then just bounce back towards the upside? Big part of it's going to be if the Qs comes right back below the 276. If it makes a move to like 277, we're probably already getting out. Here's the opening of that candle. Just got to watch to see if we get the recovery immediately. If not, just going to bid out. There it's battling, trying to get back above it.
Just checking out the Twitter streets here, see if I see anything interesting. Not yet.
It's recovering, but not holding up there. There it is. Come on. Come on, Qs. Get back below that 276. Close right above the VWAP there. Now we're starting to get that little bounce. Music, Mitch. Let's do it, Sydney. I got no problem today. Might have the problem with the monetization birds, but oh well.
The monetization birds. Mitch, I'm actually going to head off here for the day. We had another good one.
Boom. Oh,
You
look
all
at
good?
this. I'm trying to play some music. Yeah, I'm all good, man. You got this. Go ahead, do your thing.
All right, awesome. So, folks, another good week. We definitely are going to be watching for earnings tonight, right? We've got Amazon and Apple. Those are going to tell the story for tomorrow. I don't really have anything yet in play here for tomorrow. I want to see how we close up, and I want to see how some of those prints happen. So, otherwise, I'll be watching the SPY, see if we stay in this range or if we make a big break to either side. You're welcome, Cressy. It was a great day, and we're going to keep having more and more great days here. So take care of yourself, folks. Have a great weekend, and we'll see you next week.
All right, let's try a little playlist here. See what we get. See if I don't get the monetization birds on me. We'll see. Hit the thumbs up. Let's go. Oh, definitely getting the monetization birds. Oh, well. You guys smash the like so I don't get yelled at later for stealing our ad money. Smash the like for me. Support us as I support you guys. There's the SQQQs bouncing. We're looking good. Q's back below the 276. SQQQ. Let's see if it goes, Rodrigo. Hit the like button if you guys enjoyed me bringing in some tunes here. And let me know how loud it is, because I don't want to blow out your ears now. I got you, Sydney. Like, smash it. All right, let's see if we can get that next leg. So now you got that kind of trend line building here on the SQQQs. We want to get that back through that 54, going towards the 53.80s. Then we can look like we're getting towards that 54. Let's see if we get above that, really start closing above that. A lot of times what you're going to do is you're going to be touching resistance, wicks. That's why a lot of times I say those wicks are tricks kind of thing, right? So what we want to see a lot of time is the close. The close matters 10 times more than the intraday, like on the candle, that kind of action in between. What you really want to be seeing is, where do we close? Do we close to the strong part? Do we close to the weak part of the candle? That's the important thing a lot of the times. You can see how you wick there on the SQQQ. A lot of people get caught buying into the highs. because they're focusing on the first reaction of the candle versus where it's closing. Can't hear it? I got you. I'll put it up a little more, Daniel. Now you can? Let's keep it going. Sean D saying, all I trade is the SQQQ and TQQQ, but I only look at the QQQ chart. Well, that works for you, Sean. And then if that works and you're able to come in every day and just repeat this, that's what we're going to be looking for. Well, here's that push to 53.90s. We're going to take half out here through that 53.90. Let's see if we can get there through 53.90 going to 54. If not, I could take like 85s. It's really not going to matter too much. But let's see if we get another little push here. Q's coming down. There it is. Get up there. All right, right there. Boom. 53.95s. There you go. Half off there. Now leave the rest to work for us. Now, what I mean by work for us is that our stop out is 53.35. Now we can go ahead and set a longer term profit take. Where do we want to see it get to? Maybe the hourly high. The hourly high right now, 54.95s. So let's go back towards the 15-minute or maybe a 5-minute and just let this work towards that high. So we're looking at least towards 54.66. That's the next level we can look at. And then we can do all the way up to 54.95. Let's let it work. You don't want to see the Qs get back through the 276. We want to see it take out the lows here. Will we get that move down into this area for the SPY? Will we get that move down? Rejected around the 276 and a couple of cents up. Now we're seeing that down action. We want to see it break through this low over here. Will we get through that level? We'll find out. All right, let's keep it going here. Rodrigo. My account, Meta, has been a value play. The company just minted 30 plus billion and has a PE of 10. Yeah, I mean, Meta is one of those things that, you know, everyone's going to take their shot, right? I mean, I can't blame you for taking your shot on trying to call a bottom on a Meta. But the big thing is, I think you can wait until you have the supportive environment for a stock like Meta. What do I mean by a stock like Meta? A stock that's out of favor right now because their business is changing and like rapidly changing underneath their feet, right? And so they're kind of restructuring their business. What you need is you need a positive business environment. Positive business environment means that we start focusing on growth. We could look for that because if we start focusing on growth, that's going to give us a big plus. And that's going to give us the lift that we need to come back into Meta. Right now, I don't think that focus is on growth stocks. Trading it, I mean, you can trade just about anything, right? Yeah, the GDP numbers, Rodrigo came out earlier today, and he's stating it up there. And I think it's interesting, right? I mean, 2.6 versus 2.4, you think that would be a positive thing for the markets, but I don't think it's a positive thing. It just leaves more room for this kind of mentality that, yeah, we can continue raising rates. We can continue battling inflation because the main thing that's important here is that the economy isn't slowing down because GDP looked positive here. I think it's kind of a weird environment that we're in right now. Bad news is good news. Good news is bad news. It seemed like this was good news, and it seems like it's maybe bad news for the markets, but we won't really know until the end of the day. Really, that's going to be the telling sign, right? Will we get a down move on this? Let's take a look how the SPY is doing right now. Looks like you're just battling right now, trying to get back towards some lower lows, which are the 381.50s. Really, if we get a move towards 381, that's where I'd get concerned. If we take out that 380.76, we'll look for some continued downside. EQT continuing there. That stock has been a really good move today. Just straight back up after it got hit there in the morning hours. When was that around? That was at what we got here. Sorry, Hendrix is in the way for me. 8 a.m. 8 a.m. when it got hit and it turned around there. All right, what's going on, team? If you guys got a stock, throw it up in the chat. I'll take a look there. Credit Suisse getting hammered, says me, Marky. I can't blame on that. Let's take a look there. It's going to be CS. So CS also said that they were going to be firing some people there and definitely getting hit hard here. It went up to the resistance, the same thing that the SPY did. I'll show you it on the SPY. And it was surprising to me that we ended up turning back around. But let's go to the 15-minute chart here. And you guys can see here, there's some resistance that was playing in right around here. And I was looking to see if that was going to hold. We still got some action above that. So that's a little bit hard to kind of see that action really hold. But a lot of times you'll get some bounce to resistance and then finally a move back towards support. You can see how we've come to this level multiple times. Do we finally flush down into the 381s? Or are we going to bounce back towards the 385s? That's what you got to be kind of figuring out right now. Little dance, little dance. It's one thing I've actually been appreciating more and more in reggae is the women artists, right? Because at the end of the day, a lot of times in reggae, the men get pulled, where you see nothing but men reggae songs. But hey, ladies got some game. Palantir, I got you, Pooh. Let's go. Let's do it. Palantir. It is such a favorite in retail that I can't believe that it's gotten to the point where I don't talk about it every day. But I haven't talked about Palantir for a while. One thing that I could clearly see here is a lot of bottoming around this like kind of 750 area, $8. So it seems like some people are probably taking their shot above the 8s, looking for this to push to 9. It did have a nice run yesterday, so keep that in mind. That's not a bad outlook right now. Or pushed there towards 9, right? You can see it here on the bigger time frame chart. I'll go to the hourly chart. Up 1, down 1, right? Up 2, down 2, up 3, down 3. It broke out. Now it's kind of in this little downtrend. You wanted to break above the resistance here, which is that move towards these wicks, towards 880s. If it can get there, you still got the chance for it to come back towards 890 on the day. Not a bad stock there, Palantir. Let me see where the VWAP is for me here. VWAP is around 866. I see about a couple of drives there. 1, 2. It's about to make the third high. Let's see if it holds here towards the 76 and 70s now and then makes that leg up. We'll see what happens. If I could smash it more than once, I would. Hey, appreciate it, Ivy. Like always, guys, you guys can hit that subscribe button, hit the bell to be notified the moment we go live. And of course, smash it up, support us. We're going to keep going here. And don't feel like you can't bring a stock. If you guys got a stock in the chat, bring it up. I got you guys. Earning stocks today after the bell. We got Amazon, we got Apple, we got Intel, T-Mobile. It's going to be a great one. Pinterest. Definitely going to be looking at that Amazon and Apple report. As they say, sometimes as the market goes, or as Apple goes, so does the market. So we'll see what's going on. How's Apple doing today? I haven't really taken a look at it. Let's go towards that Apple here. And I'm going to put the Qs back to the left. Let me know about that Palantir if it gets that next run. But I'm just keeping my close eye on this. Of course, Qs, we want to see it continue working down, right? If it does come back to the VWAP, we're going to be break even on the rest. But we're letting the stock work right now. At least we've taken 2 profits on that SQQQ trade, and we're letting the last little quarter of the trade work towards the upside. All right, let's go towards that Apple chart. All right, Apple here. Let's take a look here. All right, full screen in this Apple for us. Trying to take a look at let's go towards the 1-day chart. All right, so if you can see here on the daily, we were trying to get back through the 150. That was kind of like my bullish zone here for Apple. We got above there how many days? 1 day, and then the very next day, we closed towards 149.35. So that shows me more and more. If it gets back through, let's say this 152.50, all right, I'll feel a little bullish on Apple. But for right now, I think we're going to be closer towards this 142.50, 140. And of course, we've been hearing so much about their production going wrong. Right? Will they even give us any insight into how the iPhone sales are going? This is what we need to keep watch in Apple report tonight. All right, let's keep going, team. What do you guys got out there? Let me know what you guys are watching. Intel, says Jay Rice. Oof, yeah, I can't forget that. Don't know if you saw it. Music equals the movement, orange sky for future reference. I got you, Zen Bullish. I'm about that. All right, Intel, let's go. Let's take a look there. INTC. See how it's performing on the day. There we go. Let's go towards a 15-minute. It's pulling back right now, but you never know with this report, right? Intel has been beaten down here. Will it report good? Honestly, I think it's a coin flip, but it's just a lot of resistance above it towards the 2750. It looks like it wants to come back towards 26, at least from the chart, right? And a lot of times what I'm looking at is if we're in a bearish tape, like a bearish pattern, I want to see that you can actually get above that resistance and hold, not create more resistance, because if it's just creating a resistance spot, and that's just showing us that we have a range that we need to either break above or below. Q's coming back towards the 276, so we got to be careful there. It's like right off of it, went right now towards, it even hit it for a second there, 276.01. So you can see the battle zone for me right now, that 276 in the Q's. That's going to determine a lot of if this is going to come back to VWAP here and touch for the third time here. We just got to be careful. Really, I mean, we're in such a small size that we can let it come towards support a little bit. We can push it to 26. Remember, break even really is kind of 35. So we want to kind of watch it here. Make sure that we're not getting a rip in the Qs, because if you get a rip, that could really kind of mess this up, mess this trade up. Just got to be aware here. Saw a little bounce there. Let's go to a tighter time frame here on the Qs to keep watching that resistance work here. So you can see how you're just seeing that resistance right around the 276. Will it hold? Let's see. I kind of like Intel down here. It says Crassy, but not taking long positions in chip stocks yet. I agree with that. I think in the long run, I do want to have some chip stocks in the long-term account. But at the end of the day, at what price? Is this the time? I think we first need to start hearing any types of mentions that the Fed is even thinking about pausing. Are they thinking that the environment is slowing down? Are they seeing job numbers jump? Are they seeing a slowdown in the economy? That's what we want to be hearing about next week. FOMC meeting. Don't miss it, team. It's going to be a crazy week next week with the FOMC meeting and still some earnings coming out. So rejection again from that 276 just makes me a little bit more confident. We could add here to the SQQQs. But a lot of times I don't like to increase positions here. I'm just either trying to let the position work, or we can get out for a very, very tiny loss because we've already taken the profits, right? This is not the time to kind of add. Some people do like it, though, to just get like in, out, in, out, in, out, kind of play those ranges. So it doesn't mean that it's the wrong thing to do, just not the way that I trade, right? Ethereum is in the corrective wave, says Cassandra, and I kind of believe that. The only problem is, though, is that it sounds bad, but Bitcoin, Ethereum, as the market goes, so will they. And so if Bitcoin still comes down, well, the market will come down. If the market comes down, well, I think Bitcoin will come down. For some reason, there's a correlation there. It shouldn't really be correlated, but I think the big part about that is that there's some bigger money that's probably involved that has gotten into these. Maybe it's even, some bigger players jumping into it. And so it actually moves with the market right now. That's what we kind of don't want to be doing with Bitcoin. We want it to be separate than the correlation. Yeah. All right. It looks like it's 11:13. We'll see if I get my visitor to show up here. Let me just see if I got a message or not. Oh yeah, I'm definitely getting hit by the monetization birds. Come on, guys, hit the thumbs up for the songs, the tunes, the jams, the vibe, the feelings, the process, and of course for Benzinga Pro, right? Let's do it. SQQQ. Let's go. Another rejection of that 276. Just showing us more and more how important that level is now. SQQQ is coming back here. Will we take that next leg towards the kind of the opening high there when we started ripping up? Let's see what happens here. Taking a look at the sectors out, seeing if anything's slightly getting stronger. Energy is the one that's slightly getting stronger. So we could take a look at some of these oil stocks. Of course, XOM could be one you're taking a look at. Let's go towards the 15-minute charts here on these. You can see they're trying to make their move back. If you want to be a day trader and just kind of look for that day trading vehicle, that would be Gush. Gush here looking good for the break above here. You can see how it kind of like gave you that trend line here. And then it started holding the pullback. This is why I like for the pullbacks, because this ripped up and then pulled back all the way to that trend line. Now give you that next move up. This is why I look for those moves. You can see it clear on the 5-minute. You get that push up, pull back to the trend line. They call that a throwback. And then you want to see it make that next extension. Not a bad move there in Gush today. Not a bad one at all. We'll see how Oxy's doing in a second here. I'm trying to delete these drawings. I don't mind showing you guys drawings, but I don't want to leave them there. It's just going to get confusing for you guys. Let's go to Oxy. Oxy looking like it started to hold the VWAP now. You can see here. I'll do a little drawing here so you guys can see it. It's holding this pullback. Right now, it just held that pullback. Gave you a nice bullish engulfing candle here. This is what we call a bullish engulfing candle. And now you're getting the step up. Now you just want to see it hold this pullback. It shouldn't really break through this low here. Let's see what happens in Oxy. Q's still looking good for me, so I'm not stressing about that. Just trying to let it work. Appreciate you, Ashton. All right, got to keep going here. What else is out there? BTU, $2 off the low, says Jay Rice. Yeah, I saw that earlier. Let's go to some of those coal stocks. There it goes. Look where it holds a nice little pullback to. See if it gets there or not. Takes that next step up in Oxy. All right, BTU, the coal stock. Woo-hoo, look at that. Coal just taking off today. Santa's bringing coal this year, baby. There's the Q's. Will it take out that 274? Make its move down to the circle that we drew a little while back, but that's what we were looking to see. If we'd get towards it, we'll see if we can start actually breaking down. Did Tesla bounce? Let's see. Tesla. It's right off the low there. Did do a nice little move. It wasn't a complete extension there. We'll see if this bounces or not. You can see how it's just starting to downtrend, downtrend, downtrend. Now you don't want to see it get out of this kind of little pattern here. That would be a move above like 225, going to 225.50. That's probably the bounce. But if it can stay right here right now, it's still kind of working its way, trying to push down. Just need the volume to increase. So you could see the volume down here. Decrease, 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 decrease. Give you that nice spike of volume like you got there when it tried to go down. That'd be a good sign to see. Spike of volume right around here. You want to see it happen the same thing as it comes breaking through that 223.50. We got back to 54. See if we can get the next leg. Q's now trying to break through the 275. Keeping it simple, buying the pulls in energy and selling the pops in large cap tech. I love it, Jay. I love it. Keep killing it, man. Coal for the bad boy, Mitch. Yeah, I'm a naughty guy. What can I say? But Santa and I got a deal. I sold coal for him though, so it doesn't matter. You know, I made him some money. I let him hedge with some futures action. So Santa said, you know what? You can have some coal, but we're gonna make the money off the coal. SQQQ is trying to get through that 54.20. Can't wait. In a little bit, we'll be getting with AB. Who's excited to hear my man AB joining us soon? Oh, you guys got it all day today. We got some great traders going to be joining AB. Excited there. Oh, Jason Brown's in the office also? Oh, definitely. If you guys saw Jason Brown on my show yesterday, I told him, come visit the office. Come check it out. Come get a tour. He did just that. So you guys out there, you guys want to visit Benzinga, reach out to us. We're more than willing to have you check out the office so you can see we're not part of the evil hedge funds. Yeah, we're not that, guys. Come on over. Come check it out. Come check out the office. I'm sure you'll enjoy it. Downtown Detroit. All you got to do is reach out. Nah, I'm taking Rudolph's spot this year, Sydney. No worries. I told Rudolph he could take the day off, you know. I was high enough to lead the rally, you know. Lead the sleigh. Nice 2-day consolidation on Success. Let's take a look at Success. Ooh, almost cut through there, guys. We bounced right off the low there for the Qs. Do we kick it out? That's going to give us that nice lift in the SQQQs. We'll see if we get that or not. We go towards what we're going to take a look at here. Success. I was looking at it earlier in the day. Ooh, this actually looks interesting here. You got a couple of action here. Of course, doesn't look too bad. Up 1, down 1, up 2, down 2, up 3. Could pull back here. Nice little pullbacks though. See if Success takes that next leg towards 61. Not a bad little bounce there off of the VWAP. Has a little bit bigger of a range right now, but that's how it is with these leverage plays, right? Your bearish 3 times X here, so the volatility is going to be higher than others. Q's bouncing there. Come on, Q's. Give us that volume break. Is Benzinga hiring? We're always hiring, Vinny. You can go to cooljobs at benzinga.com and send us your resume, or just check us out on our website. On our website, you can find all our jobs that we are hiring for right now. Vinny, you always got a shot. As long as you got some skills to add to the team and you're willing to put in the work, put in the effort, that's what we all do here. We got passion for the markets. We got a lot of different areas. You could be a journalist. You could be a developer, right? I mean, there's so many different areas here at Benzinga that you can join, Vinny. So if you're thinking about it, check it out. I'll get the spam right quick. You know, I love to come right when I'm looking at my stocks. I got you guys. 2 seconds. There it is. All right, let's take a look at what else is moving in the markets. I wanted to take a look at some kind of defensive names, some value names. How are those doing today? We'll take a look at them right now. All right, App Harvest having a good day today. If you want to take a look at that chart, not a bad one there. APPH. Oh, I'm definitely getting in trouble for these monetization today. So do me the favor, guys. Smash it up. Smash it up. On-air talent. We're always looking for some on-air talent. Who's got it? Who thinks they can do my job? Come on. I dare you. I triple dare you. Come join the team. We'll have some fun. I'll tell you that much. Always good to talk to traders. Up next, we'll be getting into a lot of trading action with, of course, AB on Benzinga Live. I promise you guys, the guy you guys are going to see on Benzinga Live, because I just don't want to give his name because you got to give you a little bit of a tease there. The guy has like over 28 screens. Of course, he has like one stock on each screen, but he's a monster. And his setup is probably by far maybe the most extensive setup that I've ever seen in my life. So come check it out, team. It'll be fun. You don't got to go anywhere, too. Just stay right here. Hang out with us. We'll bring you right to it. Hey, APPH, App Harvest having a great day indeed. Look at Amweiser Bush even having a good day. Let's see which are doing well right now. The Brewers, Bud. What's up with Bud? Amweiser Bush, not a bad move there. ABEV, of course. All right. Tat. What's up with Tat? Coors. Oh, this actually looks interesting for me, guys. It's a bullish tape, though. What do we do here, guys? I like this Tat. Morrison Coors. I like the chart here. Let's go towards the 1 hour. See if it looks nice and clean here. Looks like you got that nice little push up. Little retrace right back into that area so we can risk kind of into this kind of low here. It's around 533s. All right, doesn't look too bad there. I like that tap today. Earnings, there it is. iTunes gift card, says Migo. Hey, appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Much love. STZ, we'll take a look at it. That's after Heineken dropping 10%. Heineken's in Europe, right? Are they struggling? I don't know. I don't know the Heineken ticker. Well, who makes Heineken? Is it just the Heineken company? Let me know, Crassy. So you can teach me too. Quantum, I'm not telling you anything. This guy's too smart. All right, we'll take a look there. Let's go to STZ. STZ, of course, STZ is Constellation Brands. They make Corona, right? Look at that. Not looking bad. It did try to make a move to 240.50. Looks like you're really finding support right around here. So I think you could risk down towards that 239.25 area. Around the 239.50, 239.40s, you're finding a lot of support right now. It's looking interesting for me here. See the pullbacks kind of really hold. It did make that push towards there and rejected that push. So that's also one thing to note. But it's made a couple of pushes, and you know how it sometimes just builds up. Up one, down one, up two, down two. It could even touch up here and then still make that move where it goes up, comes back, and then takes off. And so you always got to understand the range that the stock's in so you don't get caught in the move, not understanding the risk. Now we're really looking for those cues to break. 3 bottoms. We don't look for the 4th bottom. That's for certain. There's no such thing as a 4th bottom. It's triple bottom or none. Oh, wait. I see my man in the back getting ready. Looks like the trees are turning too in Detroit. It's looking pretty out there. That's for certain. In a little bit, we'll be getting into it with a beat on Benzinga Live. Let me know you guys are excited. Hit the thumbs up. Hey, looks like we got somebody jumping in here. Hendricks, waking up. The trade's about to get in our favor, man. Come on. We got someone in the back. You ready to join? Give me the thumbs up if you want to join. He can add himself. Look at that.
Thumbs up. Wait, how's my mic going?
Not too bad.
Let me change the setting. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Is this better? Is this better?
That was like 10 times. It's like a world's difference. Thank you. All right, let's see if the Qs can take out the 270s, 274 here. Just trying.
Sorry.
You're good. I'm just trying to make some money on this SQQQ. You took a little hedge. Yeah, you sound good.
All right,
can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, perfect. I think you hedged a little bit with SQQQ, right? Did I hear that?
Yes. I got some Q. Yes, I got some SQQQ. I've hedged a few positions. Someone asked if I have a 50% hedge. No, it's about an 8% hedge. I kind of wanted, when the markets were going down, I kind of wanted to have some stuff that was going up.
I can't blame you.
So that's kind of, so like today, let's go. Like one of the stocks I've been buying a lot on weakness, I mean, over the last 3 months, 2 months, is HUBS. So I'm up on that now, but HubSpot.
Yeah, the hubs. Go to a daily here.
Yeah, so it's last couple of days I've seen some strength. So I'm buying, like, I know the chart looks bad, but my cost basis is around 270, 268, 272. It's a relatively decent sized position. I mean, yes, you need the market to go up, but the fundamentals are still there on that company. Aaron Bree, don't even let him on today. I don't know if he knows how to park a car. I think I saw him park his car today. He's over the line. It's like
he needs the auto. He needs that FSD, man. You got to get him that Tesla. That's the problem.
I don't know what he needs. He just, like, first of all, I put a sign on his car, like, learn how to park. I mean, but
is it that? I'll go with my phone in the parking lot right now and stream it live, and we can see how bad if it's that bad.
You got to, man. You got to bring the phone.
Hold on. He doesn't need to stream it, Mitch. I took a picture. It's not that bad.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
But it's bad enough that I couldn't park. It's bad enough that I couldn't park next to him because the line. Okay, so you ready?
Yeah. I'll put your big screen when you're ready.
Okay, so you can't really tell. You can't tell.
Oh, that's in the lines. There's a pole on the right side.
No. So the one where there's a lot more space. There's no cars next to it. He could have parked over that yellow line by a mile on the other side because there's nothing next to it. A pole's like 5 feet, 6 feet away, but there's so much room. So when I park there, I always park so there's no issue to park next to. I couldn't park next to him because he's so close to the other line.
You know what we do in college for that? You saran wrap his car. That's what you should get somebody to do.
Honestly, I want to. First of all, I never told him to park in my spot. Second of all, he's over that. There's a whole area, and he's definitely over that, like the safe zone there. Okay, Aaron, if you get
that's strike one.
Aaron, I made a chart for you. So these are names. I'm going to give you a star every day that you park nicely. See?
Okay.
All right.
Get it?
Wait, is that for? Are those for?
What does he win though? He has to win or lose something. If not, it's not fun.
You're right. That's just if he parks good. You're right on that. I got to figure that out.
It's about winning and losing a lot of the times.
Yes, I mean, I don't know. Oh, so Aaron, you're here. But guys, stay in your lane. Exactly. So yeah, I haven't seen any of you guys in a long time, or I've seen you by coming on the stream. I don't know what Aaron Bree's doing here. Does he do the stream a lot? Because you can't see his face really. His hat's covering his eyes. What color are your eyes? Oh, we got a little lift on that hat. Okay.
Look at the background though. It's looking good in Detroit, man. The fall colors coming in.
Yeah, the fall colors coming in.
Here, I'll turn it around.
Who wants a long-term stock pick?
I like it.
There you go. This is the first time in a year and a half of coming to the office. I'm wearing a hat today. The only reason, well, long story short, the whole power was out in my building today because they're doing construction, so I couldn't take a shower. Hot water was out.
All right. Well, we're getting to the time where we normally go to Benzinga Live. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick around here, but AB runs the show now. So you guys might see a little flipping on in here. I'm going to flip towards more his style of action, right? There you go. Boom, there we go. A little flip there. You get us started, AB.
So Jason, you're talking about HubSpot stock right here. What about the other stocks in this space? The kind of business, B2B, SaaS plays. You got HubSpot, Asana. Are there any other names outside of HubSpot you're interested in this space right now?
Oh, there's another one that a lot of people love. It's the IT one. It's the developers use, like the one that owns Jira.
GitLab?
Team, T-E-A-M.
Team? All right, let's do that.
Yeah, T-A-M. Am I right? Is that a symbol?
Yeah.
A lot.
You're
Yeah,
right.
Atlassian. Yep. That's another one that I think, has a lot of potential. So here's the bearish case on HubSpot, and here's the bullish case. I know a lot of you guys are technicals. The bearish case is there's no more funding in the VC market. People that were spending money in HubSpot are going to have to cut their fees. HubSpot's going to take a little hit on revenue because their fees are going to get cut, etc. The bullish case would be that there's still a lot of physical companies that have, old line companies that have not moved to digital. They're going to use HubSpot more and more. HubSpot is a CRM that kind of competes with Salesforce. I eventually see Salesforce taking out HubSpot. I pitched it to the Salesforce CEO many a year ago when HubSpot was like at $40. So that's what I see. It's duration, it's time. So HubSpot is one of those things that I have a decent amount of cash in, I would say. Probably top 5 holding. We're still paying HubSpot, so that's my logic there.
Yeah, that's a good logic, right? Because one of the things that I've been talking about with these software names is which ones are going to be the ones that businesses would be okay without, and which ones are kind of more vital to the way that the business model runs, right? And I think HubSpot is definitely one of those names that's more vital to the business, and it's almost like you can't go away from it right now. There's other alternatives, but it seems like HubSpot is the best right now.
Yeah, that's why I like it. Now, there's also other ones, like I have a bank stock, a community bank stock. I know I'm looking the other way, guys. Sorry about that, but I got to put something in my calendar for next week. I'm doing an interview, and if I don't put it in, I'll forget, because that's just what happens, like the nutty professor kind of thing. So I like a bank stock, but it's a bank stock that it's a community bank. It's small. Let me see how small it is before I tell you guys. I don't want to like drive it up or anything like that. Hold on. So this one I've owned. So this is one of my bigger positions for sure. Let's see the market cap. Market cap is, oh yeah, we're plenty big. The symbol is TFSL. TFSL. T is in Tom, F is in Frederick, S is in Sam, L is in Lisa. Okay. Pull it up. Got it? TFSL.
All right, TFSL. I got you. All right. This is the financial stock?
Look at you in Benzinga Pro. Benzinga Pro, baby. If you don't have it, yeah. So this is a freebie. I'm giving you guys a freebie right now. This is Tim Melvin, community bank investor on Benzinga. In 11 years, he has not had a losing stock pick. His average return every year is 14%. This is a company you buy the stock, you don't look at it for the next 2 years. Okay? You don't look at it for the next 2 years. The data on how it trades, the dividend is actually not correct when you look at it's like they pay a very nice yield. I think it'll say for you the dividend yield, it says 9. It's actually even more how it works. It's messed up how the thing works. But what's going to happen is they're going to spin off part of their bank, and you're going to get like $6 of cash for free in buying this thing. This thing should be worth about $20 right now, but it's one of these things I just buy on weakness. So it's actually my 3rd biggest position at this point. You mark my words, write it down right now. A year from now, this thing is decently higher than 1334.
Doesn't look like a bad position there. I mean, you could see it's starting to get back above the 13.
Mitch, it's one that if you wanted to buy, say, $5,000 worth of it, I would say buy $1,000 today, buy $1,000 a month from now, buy $1,000. Like just space it out. That's what I've done with it. It's not a trade. It's not a trading stock. It's just not a trading stock. I mean, there's better trading stocks, like my SQQQ is a hedge stock. My Generix are more of a trading stock. There's definitely better trading stocks. I said I'm going to give one long-term position. How about can I give one that I'm killed on?
Yeah, of course.
Meta.
No. Meta, I'm not killed at all on that. Meta, I'm doing awesome on.
All right, what are you getting killed on?
You don't believe me, AB?
How are you doing awesome on Meta? You wouldn't short it?
Oh my God, maybe. What? It's like I'm talking to myself.
He's playing straddles.
I did not have a big position in Meta at the time, but I will. Can I share my screen? Let's see. Share.
Of course.
Yeah, just make sure you're not sharing anything. But no, I'm sorry, I guess. But tell me what you're getting killed on.
No,
I'm
don't be
curious.
sorry about it. Don't be sorry about anything. You're a dubious. You're doubtful. You think I lie. I get it. You know, Mingo. Here we go. All right, we got my screen up yet? Let's see.
Yeah. Well, you control it. You put it up. That's it. All right, I'll get you up.
I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Okay.
It's up there.
I sold all the rest of my Meta. I had 100 shares or 120. I sold the rest of my Meta at 921 for 143.56. So
Okay.
I don't know. Is Meta a lot lower than that now?
I think it's right around $100. So you saved about $43 a share.
Or like 35%, sort of 30%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Did Zuck give you a call or something, tell you to get out before the next earnings? How'd you know?
Oh, he took over my screen. What, you couldn't let me brag about my Meta sale longer?
I mean,
Okay,
you could put it up. I just can't see anything. You gotta zoom in for me. Something.
Oh, for reals?
Oh, there we go. Now we're seeing it. I'm putting it
Hold on.
full screen here.
Hold on. Can we see it now or no?
Yeah. Now I got it. I can see it.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. So that was my last 20 shares of Meta that I had. I sold more, before, but that was the last 20 shares I sold in September. I don't know what you're talking about, Meta. I mean, come on. When they change the name to Meta, it's like, I don't want to make the same mistakes I did with like my crypto stuff. So I said it's time to trim my shares,
So what do you think, Jason, as someone who runs a business like Zuckerberg right now, they've kind of committed to this metaverse thing. Like how deep into it do you need to go before they're like, okay, maybe we need to start cutting some costs there and saving
$700,000 position. No, it wasn't $700,000 position. But anyway, or I'll stop sharing. But on that, the market is a strange thing. Sentiment and not necessarily earnings can drive a stock, right? So right now, everyone wants to hate on Meta. There'll be a point where it's a good buy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Facebook is over. I know Instagram surely is not. So like, I pay a subscription to YouTube called YouTube Red for no ads on YouTube. I would pay a subscription, I think, on Instagram for like $3 a month to get no ads on Instagram. They haven't offered that. So that's another revenue opportunity for Facebook. So I think there's a lot of room to grow the revenue line, but Facebook's not in favor right now. None of those stocks are, guys. I mean, let's just like admit it what it is. Those stocks aren't in favor right now. So if you're looking for momentum, quick trades, they're not in favor today. It doesn't mean, guys, like we're sitting here right now and today's Thursday. That doesn't mean on Monday they don't become in favor. The key is to follow that trend or then stay in them long term or what have you. I mean, when I looked at Facebook, I thought there was too much money in Facebook, like too much people buying it who like just heard of it. It's the same thing on my Tesla position. I could show you all my sales of Tesla. We'll do that. So
yeah, well,
it's the same thing on Tesla. I owned a ton of Tesla, guys. I bought it when Tesla was at when Tesla was $8, like pre-split. Like I bought it and I'm going to show you what's the price. What's the price of Tesla these days?
It was 225 right now.
Okay, so
which is about. I mean, it was 3 times that after the stock split. So after the stocks or before stock split, it'd be about 670 right now, 675.
So Mitchell, I'm going to share my screen one more time, and I know people are saying flex, but whatever. Okay.
I was actually short Tesla earlier today. Made a little cash on that.
All right. So am I sharing right now, Mitchell?
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Oh.
So here's 5. Is it not big enough?
Here we go. We'll go full screen on it. There you go.
I got it. Okay. I got a few pages to go through. So you said it did a 3-for-1 split. Is what you said?
Yes, sir.
So here was in May, I started selling. Now let's go all the way. Look at all these sale orders I have. Hold on. I need to see it myself. Look at all these sale orders I have. 737, 282. I'm looking at like every few days I sold 10 shares, 5 shares. I should have sold more, but 5, 10 every single day. Do you see this?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not done yet. I'm going to go back. That's August 30th. Okay, now we're going to go to September. So now sell, so 213, 206, 300. At 300, I started selling more. What I should have done was buy a hedge there. I should have bought some like short coverage or some puts. I eventually did because I still have a lot of Tesla. So although I probably sold, let's say 60,000, 70,000 worth, I still have a lot of Tesla. So I'm still, net not happy about it. But what I would say to you is the way I look at this is, do I want to own Tesla for the long term? I do, but my problem with it was that everyone was getting in Tesla. Everyone kept saying this is the biggest, easiest buy ever. It's always going to go up. Eventually, when the shit hits the fan, Aaron, the shit hits the fan. I've been through it. In the .com era, when the shit hit the fan, it truly hit the fan. And everything got killed. Even like my Amazon, I sold at $10, but I didn't sell that. We were $2 million. I sold for $2,100. But my point is, when markets start to fall, people that were making a lot of money on Tesla are going to start selling some for either tax loss or just they're nervous. So I just keep shedding on a lot of different positions like that, and then I build up again. So like I was in win, I shed, then I bought again. How do I trade SQQQ? I try to keep, so let's say my portfolio, if my portfolio is 300,000, I try to keep 10% in SQQ, so or whatever, the 3Qs. So it's like a 10% hedge is the way I play it. Is that the way that like Mitch would play it or Aaron? No. Am I playing it right? I don't know. What I want to be able to do, Mitch, is sleep at night a little bit. So if the market's getting killed, and guys, like I'm talking about, I'm flexing, right? And we're talking about stuff, but I have to tell you this. I have some stocks that I've been killed on. Okay. So just before you bring in your next guest, I just don't want to talk about stocks that I guess I'm down on HubSpot a little bit. I'm down 0.07%, and I'm down a little bit on that TFSL, but TFSL is a long-term, not talking about it. But one stock that I've been killed on, like just murdered, let me go to it, right? Similar Web, I'm down 48% on it. SMWB. Now, again, there's two different things. If you play poker, who's the poker player that everyone calls the poker brat? Not Phil Ivey. Who's the poker guy that everyone calls like the poker brat, always complains?
Is it Daniel or?
No, not Daniel Negreanu. That's another guess. I guarantee someone's going to write it in here in 2 seconds. So Phil Hellmuth, is that his name? Is that a name?
Yeah, that is.
Okay, so it's
I
Phil
do know
Hellmuth.
that guy at least.
He talked about poker, goes in streaks. Yes, but it's not just being good at it. It's money management. It's money management, Mitch. No, Doug Polk follows me on Twitter now. We just talked yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You don't look at my Twitter DMs, do you? You DM me. He's like, no. He said I followed you, and So okay. So, but I just want a similar Web, SMWB. I'm down 48%. Do I think that they have so much room to grow their revenue? I do, but so far I've been wrong.
Yeah.
That's what I'm wrong.
I just took my money on the SQQQs there on that trade. Not a bad trade there. Above a point from 53.35 to 54.38. I'll take it.
So Mitch, guys, like if you're not tuning into Mitch daily making these trades, you're missing out because he's giving you these day trades that I would say majority of the time he's profitable on. And that's a key thing. I was not consistent enough on the day trades. Like I have theses that I think will play out long term, and I'll bet them for as long unless something really noticeable happens. Like one stock that I'm struggling with right now, guys, is Wynn Casino, WYNN. I still own a bunch of it, but I'm just struggling. If the economy gets worse, do people not go to Vegas? But I still think people are spending at Wynn like crazy right now. So I just I look, I guys like I live and sleep this. Like Aaron Bree, he's out chasing squirrels at night. He just likes to chase squirrels. He gathers them up and gives them peanuts every night in his backyard.
He's getting ready for winter, bro. Come on.
Yeah, he's harvesting the peanuts. So what I'm doing, Mitch? I'm going to Vegas websites and seeing what the room rates are for Wynn to see how the business is doing. If it's $99, then I'm nervous. But if they're $340 to $600, Mitch, I'm feeling good about the position and Wynn. I'm treating these stocks, Mitch, like I'm an owner of the company, and that's what I'm treating it. And one of the reasons, Mitch, that I shed my Tesla even more so, not because of the markets, guys. I'm not it's also because I bought a different electric car. I don't have a Tesla anymore.
Ooh.
And
we're gonna have to hear about that story. Definitely save that one though. That's a good one. I want to hear about that.
That'll be a save. And then that made me realize, they're not the only game in town, but they do have the best margins in town. That part I will say, they have the best margins in town. And
but here's what I say about the margin.
Sydney Osborne, you may be right on that one. I just I'm in the office right now and just being PC. Okay. Go ahead.
My point about the Tesla margins, and we talked to Sandy Monroe about this, is they have the same model for the cars for the past 3 years. If they update the model, boom, the margins are going to go down that year. So they have an incentive to not update. Tesla has an incentive to not update its cars. And when they finally do, those margins are going to go down, or eventually, like you, Jason, people are going to get sick of the same old model and go to different electric vehicles. There's a million competitors out there now between Audi, Mercedes, Lexus. Everyone's putting out electric vehicles now.
Well, I see a video already. I see the video title right here. Jason sells Tesla. What EV does he buy next?
Oh,
we'll have to wait and see.
But we're here. If you guys like me coming on, let's hit the like button. I don't know how many likes we got, Mitchell, but
I'll tell you what though, I'm gonna start heading out here. I got to get ready for my show in a little bit.
Well, Mitchell,
it's gonna be at 1 hour.
Mitchell, are you a big Dolphins fan?
Of course, man.
That's who's coming to town this weekend.
The Fins.
Yes. So are you gonna be here?
I'd have to fly, but it doesn't look like it right now. I'm actually going to be in Orlando, though.
I'll look right now on.
But it's going to be a good game. You got to go check that out. Fun game.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I as of now, I am.
What about Jason? What about the Michigan State game this weekend, Jason?
Michigan State weekend. That is that. Oh, now Charlie's calling me. All right, you take it away for a minute. All right, I'll be back.
All right.
Mitch, I'll let AB let AB do his thing. I'll see you guys a little bit later.
Oops, sorry, I cut Mitch off there a little bit. But yeah, so we opened the show talking about Meta a little bit. Sorry, someone's doing jumping jacks in the office right now. Very distracting. I'm kidding, by the way. We opened the show talking about Meta. Biggest news of the day, down 23%. Here are my thoughts on Meta. If Meta, Facebook, whatever you want to call it, was just slowing growth, but still racking in its revenue each quarter from ad sales, which we know has gone down because of Apple's privacy changes. So both those things happening at the same time, not good for the company. Both Apple's privacy, new privacy rules that has cut into Facebook's profits, headwind, not good. 2, growth slowing down. Growth, Facebook's been a growth company since its existence. Eventually that growth is going to start tapering out. Even if it's still growing, that growth might slow. And eventually we saw, like in Netflix's case, actually end up losing subscribers on a quarter-over-quarter basis. So you do not want to see that growth slowing. But if it was just those 2 things, I think the stock would be way higher. But you got a third thing happening right now, and that's the company's cash burn in terms of its metaverse investment. Company's already spent, I honestly, I saw a number on Twitter last night about how much it's spending on the metaverse. I don't want to say it off the top of my head and be wrong, so let me find it right now. But that's why investors are so upset right now, is because they're saying, hey, you're still producing a lot of cash each quarter. If we go to the financials, right, it brought in, let's see. Yeah. Brought in more than $2 billion, $23 billion in revenue last quarter. but it's burning a lot in terms. Look at its operating expenses, 15 bill. We also exciting. We got Raz on the show earlier. We've got a different Jason that's gonna hop on the show in office here in a couple minutes. Excited about that. And then like every Thursday, we're gonna talk to Steve Kalayjian, options Mike a little bit later in the show, and that should be a wrap for us today. Coming up at and then we'll get to stock market movers. This is your first time joining us. Make sure to smash the like. Again, we've got a packed show coming up. Jason, if you want to go ahead and get set up here, we can go ahead and get you on. So Metaverse earnings tonight Meta's earnings was last night. We've got Apple and Amazon coming up today. Excited for those. Without further ado, actually, let's give Jason our special intro here. And if you want to pop these headphones on, I'll get you set up too. We'll go ahead and play you our intro. The special treatment for Detroit. All right, guys. Joining me live downtown Detroit, got Jason Brown, correct?
That's right.
Jason Brown runs your own options. You were on with Mitch yesterday, so you're becoming familiar with the channel. How you liking hanging out with the Benzinga fam?
You guys are in Detroit, and I support what you're doing. We're trying to build our own Wall Street right here in Detroit, Michigan, so I love it.
Hell yeah. Yeah, we're very we love Detroit companies. We love people in Detroit trying to make things happen. So here, what's your site called? We'll go ahead and get it pulled up on the screen real quick.
It's
thebrownreport.com. Thebrownreport.com. So what type, first of all, how'd you initially get into options trading and investing?
So really when I started trading, I was just trying to make, $50 so I didn't have to work the weekends. I was making $8 an hour working for Sprint PCS way back in the day. And what I noticed was the little bit of money I had, I couldn't afford any of the good companies. And the amount of stocks I would buy when it moved, I didn't really make much money. And so I started to learn about options, how I can leverage the money by controlling the stock versus owning it. And that just opened up a whole new world of profits for me, as well as a whole new world of strategies, because most people just buy low and hope it goes higher. But with options, I'm able to make money if the market goes sideways or down.
Yeah, no, and I think a lot of people really get drawn into investing by options, right? They might start dabbling with buying this stock here. Oh shoot, here we need to get a mic check. Or here, hold on one sec. Malia, do you know how to, or can you please check make sure the mic or Jason's mic is on over there? Give me one sec. We'll be right back. Oh wait, check one more time. No, we're here. We're still off. Give me one sec. Be right back.
Worries. Let me close out.
There we go.
Just closing all that out for you.
All right.
Mic check 1 2.
There we go. We're live now. All right, back from the top. So I was asking you, Jason, how did you originally get into investing, get into options trading?
Yeah, so just to recap, if you couldn't hear me, I got into options trading because I was making $8 an hour working for Sprint PCS back in the day, $64 on the weekend. And when I took the $500 I had left to buy 100 shares of stock, I noticed like when it moved in my favor, it didn't really make me that much money. And so I started to learn about how I can control the stock versus owning it using options and really start to see a better profit potential for my money. So that was the first introduction into options, just wanting to control versus own because I can make a better profit with a smaller amount of money. And then the second thing that inspired me with options is that most people just buy low and sell high or hope to sell high. And I realized with options, I can make money from the market going sideways or down. And so I just been hooked ever since and went all in on options from day one, where most people kind of go straight to stocks. I did stocks for like 24, 48 hours and went straight to options.
Yeah. So what would you say in general your kind of option strategy is like? Like you buying outright calls and puts? Or are you doing more spreads?
So I do a technique called power trading. So I like to wait for major support, major resistance, and I like to put a lot of power behind the trade, whether that's 70, 80, $100,000, or back in the day when I only had 500, that was considered power. So I like waiting for extreme support, extreme resistance, because I like to take 1 to 3 risk reward ratio trades. And then I'll either go directional to start, and then I'll put the hedge on if it's going against me, meaning I'll go into a spread, a covered call, or a covered, put spread situation. So those are typically how I trade. And then sometimes I do cash flow strategy. So I'll sell covered puts, knowing I have the cash to buy the stock if I have to. But if I don't, I just collect what I like to call rental income.
Yeah, and I think that's, anyone who starts dabbling in options will learn either quickly or learn the hard way, right, that you got to find a system that, you're really able to manage risk. Because I know I learned the hard way how easy it is, A, to make money in options, and then B, to lose it real quickly.
Yeah, it's I think a lot of people come into the options game and they gamble with it. They don't actually understand how it can be used as an insurance vehicle. So I'll give you a quick example. I had a girl that I was talking to. I wasn't talking to her, but she reached out to me on Instagram. And for example, let's say Apple, right now, I'm just pulling up the stock. Apple's trading for $148 or 146.16. She told me, now today's Thursday and tomorrow's Friday, she told me she took her $500 and she bought a 176 strike price call option on Apple. I said, why? She said, the way I was taught, that's the cheapest option I can get. And I said, it's the cheapest option you can get because the likelihood that it's going to rise 31 points by tomorrow is unlikely. I said, you just made a donation to the market. But that's what people are doing. They got this mentality of like, I only paid 10 cents for it, but if it goes through the roof, I'm rich. And that may be because of the GameStops and the AMCs, but that's most people's first introduction to options. And then they say, I lost all my money. Options are risky.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's why, it's funny, and because people always talk about that, like that don't trade options or whatever. They're like, oh, I just know it's super risky. I would never, get into it. And it's like they don't understand there are actually some ways to trade options that are, 9 times out of 10 they're going to hit, but you're not going to make that much money. The exact opposite of could actually even be, and like you said, use it as insurance, use it to hedge against your positions. Like Jason, our founder, was just on talking about how he had a huge Tesla position, and he's like, in hindsight, I should have been hedging that, buying some puts or whatever it is, or selling some calls, however you want to do it.
Exactly. If you think about risk in general, if someone says options is risky, that lets me know they immediately do not know how to use options, because I can use options 100% of the time to buy a stock at a discount versus a person who buys it outright, or I get paid for trying. And that's taking risk off the table every day. Then if I own stock, I can sell out of the money, cover calls against it. I can bring in premium. I can reduce my cost basis in it. So when people say options are risky, they 100% are letting me know like they don't understand options, because options by design are there to remove the risk from investing and from trading.
Yeah. What about what are other strategies? Have you ever implemented like a wheel strategy where you're selling puts until a stock gets down to a strike price and then you buy a stock there, or what do you think about that strategy?
So I'll do a covered put on something. Let's say, for example, let's pull up Tesla.
All right.
And one of the things I'll do is I'll look at Tesla right now. It's trading at 224. I like it down at about 210. So what I'll do is I may sell I need to pull up an option chain real quick and see what the if I can get $5 basically for 215. And let me see if I go out to November 18 and I look at the 215 strike price put on Tesla. So I can get the 215, I can sell the 215 puts 23 days out and pick up $9.15. So what that will allow me to do is, if I just told you that I like Tesla around 210, if I sell the 215 strike price put and bring in $9, if Tesla comes down to 215 and the stock gets put to me, I actually got a $9 discount because I got paid $9 to take that. So 215 minus 9, I'm in the trade all in 205, which is, or 206. So I'm $1 away from the price I originally wanted, but I don't have to wait for it to get down to 210 in order to actually get the price at 210. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so that's the power of knowing how to use put options.
Right, and that's like what you're talking about at the beginning, your big power positions. Once you get a stock like Tesla down to one of those big levels that you like it at, then you go into a bigger position.
Exactly, or it's put to me, but that's the price I'm willing to buy it at anyway, and then it turns around, springs off the bottom like it did and ran all the way up to 230, so I got paid to get in it, and then it runs up, and then I turn around and either A, sell the stock, or I sell a covered call against it and get paid again, and then they call the stock away from me, so I can double dip it if I'm using options. So it's so sweet once you really understand not just how to use it, but the second part is when the important time to use it is.
Yeah, okay, so say you make a trade, stock gets down like Tesla to your big position. What are you doing in terms of duration? Are you holding it for a day, overnight, weeks?
So I like to treat covered calls and covered puts like rental income property. So that's why I call it the rental income strategies. For example, if we sold one call or one strike price put on Tesla at 215, that means we'd have to buy 100 shares. So 100 shares at 215, it's like what, $21,000 or something like that. And so I like to look at that and say, okay, I'm going to get paid up front $9. That's $900. I like to ask people, where in Detroit can you get a $22,000 property and get paid $900 worth of rent and not have to change any toilets, evict any tenants, or different things like that? So my point is, I like to look at each trade only about 30 days out because things can change so quickly. So no more than about 30 days.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, man, I love like anytime you're able to use options in a way that is repeatable, like because the way, you know, like I do it still too on more of the gambling side, where it's just like, oh, okay, I'll buy this call, buy this put, because it's like if I have some conviction, then I know exactly how much I'm putting up front on, like, oh, okay, I've got $200 I can spend essentially on a bet that could turn into 2,000, but more than likely than not it's gonna go to zero. You know, I'll sometimes like take on that risk reward. But seeing you, who has a strategy of how to do it kind of repeatably and actually make money on options, is like, I look at that, I'm like, wow, I gotta step up my game.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just small tweaks. It's not that you're it's not that you shouldn't take the bet or the gamble, but it's like, how do I take the gamble at the most probable time that it'll pay out? If you think about going to the casino and shooting craps, the best number to bet on is 6 and 8, because an 8 can come 4-4, 5-3, 6-2, right? Most people are betting the house on like a 12. That can only come one way, 6-6. There's only one way the 12 can come.
Right.
And it's the same thing with options trading. There are certain times where it's a higher probability that the trade is going to work out for you. And I think if you just make that small tweak, you'll see life-changing money happen to your
like
account.
One of the first, when I first started kind of trading, it was actually funny timing-wise, because I remember I like got my Robinhood account set up and all this stuff. It was before COVID, but only by a couple months. So I was ahead of the big like influx of new traders, but only by a little bit, because at the time there were still a bunch of people on Wall Street Bets and Reddit and stuff sharing like their screenshots of Tesla options, and I was like, oh, I gotta get in on this. So I download Robinhood. And I was, you know, like I was paying attention to world news and stuff, and like I saw what was going on with COVID around the world in Italy and stuff, and like the market hadn't really come down that much here yet. So I was actually buying puts before the stock market crashed of COVID, made a bunch, like I turned like $800 in my checking account to like 10 grand.
Nice.
When I was like 22 in college, lost all of it within, you know, a couple months after that trading options. But like you're saying, like, the puts I was buying and stuff that turned 800 into 10,000, 99% of the time those are expired and worthless. Like I was betting on the 12. Whether I got lucky or in that scenario, because there was an event like COVID, it worked. But it's not going to work all the time. And that's why I went wrong. I thought I was like so good at, you know, picking the right contracts and timing it that, okay, I can keep doing this. I got 10 grand now. If I do that again, it's going to be 50, then it's going to be 50, then it's going to be 100. No, and then it ended up being
Zero.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, though. There are times to do it. Like, I'm not sure if you could pull up a chart, but if you could pull up a chart of Apple, I was talking to a guy at the bank, and I'll pull it up on my screen as well.
Yeah,
but
you want daily, Ken? What do you want?
pull up a 6-month daily.
Okay. Go back to.
That's perfect. You stop right there.
All right.
All right. So if you look at Apple around 175, you can literally count. It ran up once back in December 2021. It pulled back a little bit, ran up twice December 31st, 2021. Pulled back, ran up to about that level again in February. Pulled back, ran up to that level again in March, and then pulled back all the way down here, ran up again recently, August 22nd. So if you are watching that resistance level, this is where you do want to come in, and what we do call power trading is back the truck up at those resistance levels, because we got 1, 2, 3, 4 times where it's told us it's going to get rejected up there. So when you come in with your $800 there and it shoots all the way down, boom, it's a good payday. And that's what we try to teach people. And then people say, well, here's the mistake that most traders make. It gets right down there at about 140, and they say, how much further can it fall? But it's like, if you're reading the chart, you can see Apple bounces right down there around 140, and this is what most people do. They hold on to it, or they close out their position, double down on more puts, only to watch them go to zero because Apple bounced right there. And so reading the chart is such a fundamental part of determining what option you're going to buy, when you're going to buy it, and what duration you're going to buy it. And that's the piece that a lot of people miss.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, so in this scenario, you're saying Apple gets back up to 175. That's obviously going to be an important level. But would you be considering playing it on the upside till it gets up there?
Well, we should have been playing it recently. When it hit 140, you could have caught that short-term bounce back up to 152.
Yeah.
You could have made a quick trade, boom, and you would have been a genius, right? You made 8,000 on the way down. Maybe you made another 6 on that small bounce. But that is when I like to take my trades, at those extremes, instead of like in the middle and in all that choppy area. I just like to wait to 175 or 140. And a lot of times we think in our head, it's never getting back down to 140. Well, it came back down there May 20th, 2022. Then it ran all the way up, and you're like, it's never coming back down. Well, guess what? Never just happened October 3rd, and then it happened again October 12th. So really, you just got to have patience and understand these support and resistance levels. You'll be a much better trader.
I see a good question in the chat from David asking, Jason, what was your last options purchase?
So I'm actually in some put options right now on the SPY. So I went live with our members and said, I believe the SPY just hit resistance at the 50-day moving average. If you pull up the SPY and if you put the moving averages on it, you'll see where it popped above the 50-day moving average recently, but it only hung out above there for like a day. Then it immediately started to turn around. So we recently had a nice run up right to the 50-day moving average. Yesterday, we had what's called a gravestone doji, which is that long wick at the top, and then it kind of sold off. And so I believe we're turning back around and headed down according to the chart. So I have some puts on the SPY. And I mean, as we talk right now, I'm up small position. I have like $20,000 in this trade. I have 20 contracts of the 393 put that expires tomorrow. But I'm up $2,000. So technically I'm up 10% in 24 hours. And, you know, if this continues to tank the rest of the day, maybe we snatch 3,000-4,000 profit out of it, and then we move on.
Yeah, I mean, 10% in 24 hours in this environment is amazing. Bingo's asking, can I change the color of the moving average? Yeah, sorry, I know these charts can be kind of hard to read sometimes. Let me try to fix this. But Jason, it's been great talking with you. I got to run because I got other guests waiting for us in the background. But man, thanks for joining us live here in Detroit. 2 days in a row, Jason Brown on Benzinga channel. Smash the like for it. Jason, we got to get you back on the show more. Anytime you want to come hang out in the office, we're more than happy to have you.
For sure. Thanks for having me. And remember, like the shirt says, you never go broke taking a profit.
You never go broke taking a profit. TheBrownReport.com. Thank you again, Jason. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday.
Thanks for having me.
No problem. Link is in the chat, TheBrownReport.com, if you want to check that out. I see our next guest hanging out in the background, Mr. Steve Kalayjian, the man with all the monitors, will be coming on in a couple of minutes. What's going on in the overall market since we started this show 45 minutes ago? SPY hanging out down about 0.5%, pretty flat altogether. Q's down more than 1%, 1.25% right there. Obviously, Meta weighing down on the Q's. You got Apple and Amazon reporting tonight. The Dow Industrial Average up 1.2%, showing strength against the other indices. I wonder how Berk B's doing then. Of course, a good value gauge there. Up about 1%. I like a couple names that I wouldn't mind just buying and holding right now. And again, this isn't investment advice. I'm just talking about myself. What I'm doing is I did scoop up a couple shares of Berk B. I have been looking at Ford. Ford's real interesting to me. You can see it below its 50-day moving average right now. But Ford down here at $13. Conference call. Or wait, when did I thought they already reported. Yeah, they reported yesterday after the close. Stock trading pretty flat after the report, which in this market environment, in this economy, if the company can come out and the stock's not getting hammered, that's a good sign to me. Speaking of Shopify, up 16%. This is a name that, going back to the .com bubble of like 2000, you had these names like Amazon, like all these tech names, all these website.com names that got obliterated. Most of them didn't make it. Your names that did, your Amazons, etc., they all drew down 75, 80%. That's what we've seen in Shopify. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Shopify is one of those companies where the stock went real crazy and had no business being this is after stock splits, but it had no business being a $175 stock, and it's down to $30 now. But it is a legit company, and it does make a lot of money. I do like Shopify long term. I'm not even saying it's not still expensive down here. It probably is, but it's on par with some of those drawdowns we saw.com. All right. Enough of me. I've made Steve wait long enough today. Sorry about that, Steve. We're going to get you on right now. Let's give Mr. Steve our very special intro and bring him on the show. Hey, Steve. How's it going?
Hey, good afternoon, Aaron. Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah, it is. Usually it's morning when we have you on, but we're half an hour late today. So good afternoon. Sorry about that again. That's on my bad. We had surprise guests.
So it's all good.
All right, beautiful. So what have you been looking at? What have you been trading?
So we had this monster rally off the 3502. Right now we're way far extended here. Tons of overhead resistance. Every time I come on, I keep talking about lower highs. I don't think that, again, like I said, bear market rallies are more vicious than bull market rallies. I've told you that. But again, the most important thing here is everybody's, going into the election here, midterms. Is the Federal Reserve going to be really hawkish, or are they going to back off? And inflation's not coming down, even with the moves they've made. The bond market had a pretty nice rally from the 117 up to the 122.5, rallied 5 points. So rates came down there. 30 mortgages were over 7%. I think they're like a little above 6 now, but still high. But I think rates are going right back up because I got monster bear flags on the daily on the TLTs here. So again, the question is, somebody leaked like a little, verbiage that the Fed's going to only do 50 or 75, and that's it. And that fueled the whole 300 almost 400 point rally in the S&P here. Dow was trading around the 28,500, and we rallied close to 4,000 points, 3,500 points. So I guess we're going to have to just wait and see here, more or less. And again, I think they're going to be a lot of politics will play into this next rate hike going into the midterms.
Yeah, I mean it is. I mean, we're probably going to see 75. There's only one more FOMC meeting until the election, right? Next week.
That's it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it still looks like to me, at least like from my looking at the CME tool and stuff, it looks like it's still pretty sure that it's going to be a 70. They're giving it an 88% chance that it's going to be 75. There is the odds have been increasing for a only 50 basis point, but we'll see.
Yeah, and either way, I think it's in the market. It's just what they're going to say after that. You know what I'm saying? I guess that's the real direction where the market's going to go from. Do I think the lows are in for the year? Absolutely. The 3502, I said that October was going to be a brutal month, and then by mid-October we're going to get a sharp rally. And that's exactly what happened. So
you think the lows, so 35, well, to be clear, you think the lows are in like for this bear or just for the year? You think we could be going low for the year?
I think 2023 is going to be a bloodbath.
Okay. So are you trading are you trading on the bullish side here, considering that you think this is at least in
I'm saying that the lows are in, and that any pullbacks are going to make higher lows. And we're just going to, what do we have? Like, 50 some odd business days left to the end of the year, 60 tops. I think the lows are in, and it's going to be some good ranges to trade.
Yeah, I mean, even today it looks like the SPY, we've been seeing a lot of volatility. Today's no different. These are 5-minute candles. We opened, where's the open? Right here. Went down high. The SPY got all the way up to 385. Now we're back. That got down to 380. Now we're coming back up. Looks like that 380 level we've held twice now today.
I mean, think of what the market just had to. Microsoft, Google, and Meta all completely got kabooshed, and the Dow's still above 30. S&P is still above 3,800. You know what I'm saying? I mean, normally that would bring the market down thousands.
Yeah, so I mean, we like you said, we've had 3 huge earnings this week. Google, Microsoft, Meta. All 3 have been terrible. We've got 2 more big ones coming today. If Amazon and Apple both miss and those stocks are down too, like how is the S&P 500 not going to be down 5% plus this week? I don't understand how it's holding up.
Well, look at the Dow, right? The Dow's outpacing everything here, right?
Yeah, the Dow's strong.
Right. So look at Caterpillar, Boeing, and Goldman, right? So those are the 3 Dow names that are really propelling the market. Cat's up, 18, Boeing's up 8, Goldman's up 7 or 6, whatever. So, I mean, these eventually, they'll get pullbacks and sharp retracements. But, overall, I think the most important thing is that people are going to realize that when you're in a bear market, you're going to be able to see a lot of things you haven't seen before in a bull market, obviously, right? So you got to really be cognizant of the names that you're trading here, like the names like Caterpillar and names like that, or Shopify. These are names that I would buy only on decent pullbacks on the bigger time frames like the daily. And where then you'll get another trade. I would not buy them up here. I wouldn't chase them. I think if they pull in to any degree in the next 5 to 7 business days, which should happen, these are names you can buy, for another push up. As far as buying things here for long term, I wouldn't buy things with your money here long term. I think the market in 2023 is again, I keep talking about it. An indicator I have in the 30-year bond market actually has done that pattern, and we're about a year away from that pattern being complete. So if you look at that pattern that I'm looking at the TLTs on the monthly chart, it's a monthly chart signal. We're about a year away for the market to start a new bull market.
Yeah, and I mean, I hear you that why would I buy things with my money if the expectation is for the market to go down, further in 2023. I guess my devil's advocate to that would be, we don't, it's not a for sure certain fact the market's moving lower than it is now in 2023. And B, if it does, say I buy SPY right now in my Roth IRA and it goes down another 20%, is that going to matter to me long term in 25 years? Ideally, right, I would have waited and bought more closer to the bottom, but I think it matters more, I guess, trading wise than long term.
Everybody has a notion, Aaron, that you buy it and long term will be okay. I've been in this game 40 years, so a lot of people have this, I'll buy it now, and if it goes down 20%, I'll buy more, and long term it's gonna be okay. we don't know what long term is going to be, right? We don't know. We know that the Federal
Yeah, of
Reserve,
course.
we know that the Federal Reserve always has their hand. They're always looking to cut rates so to propel the market. They want asset prices to go up. Blah, blah, blah. We also have $34 trillion worth of debt, you know, in this country, you know, and there's a lot of, you know, credit spreads are starting to widen on some big banks here now. So there's some risk concerns here to the structure.
No, I mean 100%. And like stocks at the end of the day are always risk. You know, they're speculative assets. There's inherent risk. It's risks in owning stocks, and you're touching on that too. There's always the risk that the whole, you know, something bad happens and the whole system collapses, whatever. But my point is, if I'm going off history, right? Like the SPY averages what 9-8% return a year on, you know, after years it's down. There's usually some reversion to the mean. I'm okay. I think, like I said, there's always inherent risk. I'm taking on that risk, saying, okay, I'm willing to risk the fact that these stocks could move lower next year, could potentially, like you said, go completely kaput, be worthless one day. But historically, I mean, the history is would be on my side, where eventually it would come back. Like the SPY's always eventually made new highs. But to your point, doesn't have to. Doesn't mean it has to.
Yeah. Like I said, you know, it really is. I think this is a trading market. I think that this is a market that allows people to have phenomenal ability to trade, to to compound returns, to be able to be in a situation that allows you know, good returns and volatilities here, you know. So I think that the buy and hold mentality in markets like this really suffer when more and more people I'm seeing from around the world are more looking at intraday moves that can really help generate and compound returns.
Yeah, I mean, so how about outside of SPY? You have any individual names that you know, you mentioned Boeing, Caterpillar, what was the
Well, I
other
mean,
one
we
that you
look at
said?
the same names. I mean, the Microsofts, the Metas. We look at all the 4 ETFs underlying. You know, we look at Oxy, Shopify, Square, Roku, Amazon, Apple, all the big names. Micron, AMD, Netflix, Nvidia. You know, these names are the names where, you know, you got phenomenal volume every single day. And great trading strategies that I have written using my software. So, you know, people just, you know, just are trading and just, you know, waiting patiently for the right moves and waiting for the right setups. And we jump on them and that's what we teach here, you know, all day long, you know, during the from 9 to 4 when we stream. So again, right now there's a little lull here, you know, at times, but it can get annoying because you know, as someone who loves to trade, you want to be able to have that action and have that volatility and have that movement. And then you get lulls that, you know, you just say, ring the bell already. Come on, let's get out of here, you know. But no, it's been good. You know, yesterday, for example, we had when you see markets like this, you get tons and tons and tons of divergent strategies setting up. So we saw new highs, and I had non-confirmations at the highs yesterday on the hour on the hourly chart and on the 15-minute time frames. They had buy divergences on like the SQQQs. We're making new lows, and the non-confirmation didn't happen. Like, guys, I think they're gonna get crushed, you know. And boy, oh boy, I mean, they dropped about, you know, like 50 handles and on the S&P and about, you know. Then I got the big sell reversal, got the big bounce around 2 o'clock yesterday on the at 38.65, 38.63. We dropped 30 handles after that. Nasdaq dropped about 90. The markets, what they're doing and they're telling you here and now is that the markets right now are just trading, and you have to be cognizant of the moves and cognizant of not this. I don't believe this is a fundamental market. This is all based on technicals.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at XLE right here. It's interesting to me, XLE pretty much close to its all-time highs. Energy, so or actually no, sorry, going back to 2014, it looks like XLE was up at 100, but energy names have been particularly strong. Have you been trading any energy names, any Chevrons, Exxons, Oxys?
Oxy's our favorite. We trade that all day. Oxy's our favorite. I mean, it bounced. Excuse me. It bounced from the 54 level, rallied pretty high here, almost 20 points in about a month and a half. Obviously Warren Buffett has a large stake in it, right? So, I mean, it's a great name, it's a good company, but is the upside limited? To where, I mean, I wouldn't be buying it up here. I'd be waiting for more various different pullbacks.
Yeah. I mean, I always get interested, especially in this market environment, when the indices are off their highs, when most names are getting beaten up, seeing the names that are at or near their all-time highs is very interesting. Jay Rice in the chat's pointing out that O'Reilly's, AutoZone are all at all-time highs in auto parts. Seems like there's some strength in that part of the market. I don't really trade those a lot or all that often. Do you?
No.
O'Reilly Automotive. Yeah, wow, those are. I mean, think about it. With the supply chain issues and the cars, less new cars, like people are fixing up older cars now. It's so expensive to buy a newer used car. You might as well spend a few $100 trying to fix up that 2005 Camry. It makes sense these names are up.
Right. I mean, people don't want to buy new cars, and that there's actually like a shortage of new cars that's on some lots too.
Yeah, 100%. All right, Steve. Well, I don't know if you've got any final words of wisdom for us. It's about 12:30 here. I'm gonna go ahead and drop that Trade Easy link in the chat. But man, it's always great to catch up with you.
Right. Thanks, Aaron. Yeah, like I said, I think that we're just trade what you see right now, and you got some big earnings, like I said, Amazon and Apple coming out tonight, and we'll just see. We wait for the patterns to set up. We wait patiently, and then we go forward.
Beautiful. All right, Steve, we'll catch up next week. Enjoy your rest of your Thursday and have a great weekend, man.
Aaron. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
No problem. All righty, guys. We've got about half an hour of the show left, and then we'll be hanging out with Money Mitch at 1 p.m. Looks like Options Mike is going to hop on at 12:45 with us to talk some options. Excited about that. Let's go ahead and preview Apple and Amazon's earnings tonight. We can talk about both in terms of what we're looking forward to, or what the big points we're looking forward to hearing from the companies are, and then two, kind of what we're expecting in terms of reaction, stock market reaction, and how to potentially trade it. So as you can see here, Amazon's already trading down, not just 4.5% today, but it had looks like we closed down 4% yesterday. So Monday, this stock was at $120. You're down to 110 now. Stocks, giving up $10 already the past 2 days. I'm not saying that, that gets me interested on the bullish side, but I think that takes some of the meat off the bone in playing it bearish into earnings. And I guess Meta might have been trading down yesterday into earnings too, and like that, goes against my point. But my point is basically just whatever the fair value for the share price of Amazon should be the same, hypothetically, right? Say after the earnings report, you hear fundamental changes about the business. The EPS was this, the revenue was this. The stock should be, say, 102. So if so in that scenario, if the stock should be 102 based on the earnings, you're going to get a bigger meat off the bone if the stock was trading at 120 headed into the earnings, and it was going to be an $18 drop versus, just an $8 drop from 110. Looks like, we did have the SPY moving lower, and then looks like we caught a little bounce down here. Let's pull up the SPY on the 5-minute. But basically my point is just that if I was looking to play Amazon on the short side and I didn't get into it already, I'd be a little bummed out that the stock's already moved so much the past 2 days. Yeah, SPY's getting a nice move on the past 5-minute candle. You can see this bounce right here. So it looks like that 380 level, like I talked about earlier, we did blow through it, but now coming back above it. So if we close here on the 5-minute candle, I'd wait to potentially see 2 green candles in a row, but then that becomes interesting for a nice little day trade. But Amazon I do think Amazon's biggest exposure to like the downturn in the economy, right? Amazon does get hit a little bit on ad spending. You know, they'll get a hit a little bit here and there on AWS if different companies are trying to cut costs, but it's going to be on their consumer, you know, B2C like marketplace, right? When you go to Amazon and you buy a book or new clothes or a new video game off Amazon, looking at Amazon's revenue and bottom line and how the company has developed throughout the past 5 years, throughout the past decade, Amazon's real core business driver is not its marketplace. It's basically, we saw this last earnings report. There were some stats out from Goldman Sachs about it, basically valuing that part of the business at zero, saying, yeah, Amazon doesn't really make that much. Think about it. I mean, it's kind of common sense when you think about it. If I order a phone case, and this phone case I did get off Amazon, like an $8 plastic phone case, and they ship it to me tomorrow to my apartment. It's literally at my apartment building tomorrow. Like, I don't have to wait more than 24 hours. How much money is Amazon really making off that? Off an $8 purchase? Not that much, right? The $150 or $100 they charge for Prime every year is not going to cover that when you talk about that at scale. That part of the business isn't really all that important. Like, you know, a huge drawdown in sale, of course it's going to hurt, but the AWS, like the amount of revenue Amazon is bringing in from other parts of the business. Let me see if we have the visual representation of Amazon's earnings. What's that one Twitter account that And it's not that, I'm not even saying that the AWS brings in more revenue than the online marketplace, which it might now. That didn't used to be the case, obviously, but the margins are just going to be so much stronger on the AWS. With 2.06% GDP growth now, are we no longer in a recession? I don't know. Did we, did that news like just come out or something? I know they revised it higher, and that's what was funny. That's what I've been like, because I've been like, I don't know, I guess a couple times on the show I've made a comment about like if we're heading into a recession, and people are like, wake up, AB, we're already in a recession. I'm like, all right, maybe, like, call it whatever you want to call it. If this is a recession, it's not really like one we've ever seen where we've been adding jobs, right, where the economy's like stayed pretty strong. And I know, and people have made the point in the chat before, that it's not like a one-to-one correlation. Just because XLE is doing well doesn't mean the economy is. But I do think energy demand can give us insights into how the global economy, how the U.S. economy is doing. So when you take a name like Chevron and it's trading at or near all-time highs, and you look about how it was trading in past real recessions, it's interesting, the difference, right? Like, how could Chevron be trading at its all-time highs if, you know, there's supposed to be this huge drop in demand that would be associated with a recession? So I've been like, call it a recession if you want, if it'll make you happy, you know, I guess. But to me, it doesn't really make sense to, considering you've been adding jobs, wages have been growing. Even now they're revising the GDP to go back up. If you listen to pre-market prep, you know that's fair. I've got other parts of my job I'm trying to work on in the morning. SPY, let's go back to SPY on the 5-minute chart here. SPY. I do like how Steve Kalayjian said he thinks that the lows are in for the year. That's nice. Not for the bear market, he said. He said he thinks we'll be making new lows in 2023. But hey, at least for the year, that'd be nice. That'd be cool. I want to... Oh, I just had a thought, like, really escaped my head. There was something I wanted to talk about. Completely forgot. Damn Something I just saw. The fake number. Oh, it was about oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. Honestly, like that was completely serendipitous. The fact that you commented that, but that did help me jog my memory of what I was going to talk about. It was going to be about I was researching it yesterday. I'm going to write an article, a blog post about this over the weekend, but about how the stock performs in different political like environments, like how it performs with a split Congress, how it performs when the president is one party, how it performs when the Congress. So we have good news there. Here we go. Here we go. Got good news here. One of two outcomes is going to come from the midterm. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No. I'm getting locked out from the article I was going to show you guys. Gosh darn it. Oh, wait, I might have screenshotted the chart at least. I think I did. Yep, here we go. Stupid paywalls. Why do they need to make money? They should make articles like public. I don't know how that would work. Window. Here we go. All right. So we have good news about the midterm election. Only one of two outcomes. Well, I should rephrase that. Can you guys see my cursor on the? No, you can't. All right. Well, here, maybe if I pull up. Yeah, okay, you can see my cursor now. All right. So we're going to get one of these two outcomes. We're either going to get a split Congress where, whoa, didn't mean to do that. We're either going to get a split Congress where the Dems win the Senate and the Republicans win the House. That's not looking very likely. It's looking more likely that the Republicans are going to sweep the House and the Senate, according to Predict It and some of the different markets out there. You can bet on some of this stuff. Or what's looking more likely is this: split president with Congress. That Congress is going to be fully Republican, and then the president obviously will still be Joe Biden. So you'll have a Democratic president and the Republican, or a Democrat in the president's office, and Republican Congress. Those are two of the best potential returns, at least historically. This is 1997 through 2019. Markets will do better with a mixed Congress. Yeah, that's what this article was basically saying, that historically split Congress has given us the best stock returns. I don't even know if it's going to make a difference, to be honest. I just thought it was going to be interesting to look at as we head into the... Well, I think most of our article, I know we tested with having like a $2 or $3 paywall on some of our content. I don't think we're still doing that. I think most of our content is free. I think Benzinga Pro obviously isn't, because that's our pro platform. Only 80 cents a week. That's actually not a bad deal. Last 3 years, I've been trying to catch the Santa Claus rally, but didn't get it because of the midterm elections. I think there's a better chance this year. I think there's a lot of things that could help attribute to the so-called Santa Claus rally, just a rally, into the new year around December that we see a lot. I think there are a lot of things that could lead to that, midterms, I guess, being a catalyst. But if you think about just in terms of where we are with the market, with earnings cycles, like I think a lot of the things that have been weighing the markets down are starting to, if not, subside. I think, I don't know who was, someone was talking about it. It might have even been Options Mike was talking about, like, there have been just so many different headwinds this year. It's been hard for the market to kind of like focus on whichever one. And if you think about like a couple months ago, like everyone was talking about the energy crisis that was coming in Europe, and that everyone was going to be screwed and people were going to be dying in England. And so far, I mean, it's only October, but so far in Europe, it's been warmer than average. And there's a lot of irony baked in on that, but so far it's been warmer on average. So the demand for oil at this point in the year compared to years past has been lower, because there's been less of a need to heat people's homes, etc. And so a lot of those fears are starting to subside. So basically my point is, just in terms of where we are in the market, you can see a lot. There's a lot of things that could lead to a Santa Claus rally this year. What up, Raz? How are your calls?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Loud and
Okay,
clear.
what I miss?
You missed a lot. We talked to Jason Brown. We talked to Steve Kalayjian. We've got Options Mike hanging out in the background. We've run through everything, all the big options.
We need to send Options Mike a bunch of swag, because today he's wearing the North Face. He probably had to purchase that, and they're not paying him for it. Like, free advertising, you know what I mean? Like, we got to send him some swag. So can you have your friend Aaron Thomas get him some swag?
I could do it myself.
You know how to do it?
I know how to do it. Yeah.
Okay, get him some swag, because
I'll get with Mike after the show. We'll figure it out.
What is he on, the North Face? Like, I mean, I don't know. It's like, it's just whatever. So I want to know. Press 1 if you like that, because we stayed from Mitch's show to this show. We didn't have a break, right?
Correct.
I said play music, but then I came on. So press 1 if you like the no break. Press 2 if you want us to do separate shows. I
like this format better. I think it's easier for viewers, right? They click it once and then it's just playing all day on their tab instead of having to, click this and click that.
Yeah, no, I know. We got 1-1 from Mingo. We got Edison, Real Trader 1 gave us a 1. Jose Cervantes gave us a 1. OG gave us a 1. Quan, the only negative is that you won't get as many likes because you won't have less. I guess you can get more likes. Does get less likes? Yeah, that's it. Mingo is good. This Mingo guy, I don't know.
Wait, someone's looking at options, call options on. Oh, look at. Smash the like for. He stopped doing it when I went full screen. All right. Well, someone's asking, why are the price of Twitter call options so low even on 2024? Twitter is about to be delisted as soon as tomorrow, I think, on the stock exchange. So when companies go private, so Elon Musk is buying Twitter. He's taking Twitter from being a publicly traded company, so it has a stock on the markets, to private, so it's not going to have a stock. Musk says eventually he's going to bring Twitter back public. We obviously don't know, when that will be or if that's true. But I would not buy any options unless if you think there's somehow, some way this deal falls through between today and tomorrow, and you want to take on that risk, that'd be the only reason you'd want to buy any options on Twitter right now. Otherwise, you'd be just giving a donation to your broker.
The deal is not falling through, Aaron.
I know that. I 99 point. Like he's there. He's already he's made his Twitter bio.
Aaron,
CEO.
The deal is not falling through. Why do you think it's falling through?
I agree with you. I said if for whatever reason you were so inclined to believe there's a 1 in a million chance the deal falls through and you want to buy a put, that'd be the only reason you'd buy an option. I would never. I wouldn't.
Can you guys all tell Aaron the deal is not falling through? Okay, I know he's shorted. I get it, but Aaron, I'm sorry, the deal's not falling through. I don't know what I have to do to tell you. He's been shorted, been buying this stuff for months, but it's not falling through. Okay. And then you know what I think is gonna be interesting is that Elon Musk is going to make Twitter users verify their identity and not just be bots, because that will be interesting. Very, very interesting if that's the case. Yeah, I know, Pedro. It's just me messing around. So yeah, if he has to verify the identities because.
I like how Pedro has my back. Pedro, can I hire you to follow me around and have my back anytime someone tries to?
Calm down. I love it. The squirrel is one telling him otherwise. I love it. So.
Wait, Jason, I want you to stay on and hang out, but I'm going to go ahead and get.
No, I'm going to leave. I'll be back. Aren't we going live all day?
We're going live all day, baby.
All right. And then I think I may have Mark Cuban come on at 2:30 today, but I'm not sure officially, so I don't want to say anything. So when I'm back on there, maybe I'll lead to it or not. All right, peace.
Mr. Cubes. I don't know if Mitch meant. Oh, there we go. All right, let's go ahead and bring Options Mike on. He's been patiently hanging out in the background. We'll give him our very special Zinger Nation welcome here. Without further ado, let's get Options Mike on the show. The people were clamoring for you in the chat, Mr. Mike. How you doing?
Good, Aaron. How you doing, man? What's up, Benzinger Nation?
I'm doing pretty well today. I mean, I don't know if you can see outside me. It's actually a beautiful fall day here in downtown Detroit. It's been a little cold and gloomy the past couple days. Not today, so everything's great.
Beautiful out. The markets are holding in, and yeah, maybe seeing a macro change here in the markets.
I mean, I don't know what makes you say that, first of all, before I give my thoughts.
Well, so you've had a nice 3.5 day bounce, and a lot of people are like, oh, the market's down today, but really we're just digesting this 3.5 day move, this nice move off the lows right on the 50-day. We had a very strong GDP number today, better than expected, plus 2.6, what it was, 2.3 was expected after 2 quarters of negative growth. So, typically on good news like that, the market would have sold, but today we're up a little bit, or holding in. And then I look at the real things that are driving the market. And the first one I look at is bonds. And bonds have had a nice 3-day bounce, and the market's bounced up with it, and they're still continuing up here. And then the other thing I look at is the US dollar. And the dollar has finally weakened, lost the 50-day yesterday and coming down. And if these two hold up, even though we're seeing some bad earnings in tech, and we are seeing some bad earnings in tech, it may not matter. And
that's what I think. That's where a sign, I think, that I've been kind of looking for is in what cases can we find, like, for example, Qualcomm comes to mind. Gave a not great report, not great guidance, but the stock didn't really trade down that much, and it was kind of a sign to me, or maybe it was MU. Maybe I'm thinking of MU. Micron.
You're thinking of Micron a couple months ago, yeah.
Yeah, and that was like a sign to me that maybe that stock was near its bottom in terms of like supply and demand, because once you see that, where the report's not great, the company doesn't offer good guidance, but the stock doesn't drop that much, it's showing you there are buyers down there and ready to go.
You're seeing that now. I'm gonna put a caveat on this, that we have PCE day tomorrow, and you have 2 huge earnings tonight in Apple, and if Apple's not good, that's going to be a major problem for the markets, and Amazon. These are 2 of the last big tech companies to report. We have a lot of earnings to go, but these are the last 2 behemoths. And if these are both bad, we're going to have some problems with the market. This could be a little bit of an issue. So, and it could be a market where tech's just not the place to be, where the banks are strong. You're seeing industrials like CAT and Honeywell strong. The pharmaceuticals are strong. Name like Merck put a new all-time high in today. ExxonMobil's put another all-time high in this week. It just may not be a tech market for the short term. Doesn't mean the market has to fall apart, though.
Yeah. Going back to your point of what's really driving the market, talking about the dollar and bonds, can we pull that bond chart back up?
Yep.
And we've just been getting a lot of questions in our audience about kind of the relationship between not only bonds and stocks, but like, why do you see, for example, we're looking at what here?
This is bonds. This is the futures, ZB.
Right. So we've been getting a lot of questions about why you see charts like this essentially going down while the yields are actually going up. Like, and I understand, I guess, the inverse correlation there, but I think
that's how it works. When the more bonds go down, the more yields go up, because the yield's going to go up in relation, because it's just a bigger percentage of it.
Right.
What's been most troubling to me about bonds is usually when the market's weak, like we've had, bonds are strong, right? That's the place everybody goes for safety. And for this year, bonds have been weak. And, if bonds can start to bounce and start to bottom out here, it could be a floor under the market at this point, because this has been one of the bigger problems. Obviously, we have the Fed to deal with next week, and that'll be another thing to watch. But, look at this nice 3-day move off the lows. And if you actually track it on TLT, one of my members pointed this out, you have what we call, I'm going to zoom it in for you, an island bottom, where you gap down and you gapped up, leaving anybody down here who was short trapped in the position. Right, this tracks the 20-year.
Yeah, and I guess again, and I think for some of our audience, trying to, I guess, like, dumb it down in as simple as possible terms about like why we even care about what bonds are doing in relationship to stocks.
Because bonds have begun so beaten up, and the 10-year rate keeps rising. I think it hit. What did it hit today? It hit 4.33%. Today it's back down under 4 at 3.9%. That means that it's just interest rates will keep going up. And that's part of the problem with higher interest rates. It means cash is more expensive. Borrowing cash is more expensive, right? So as the Fed keeps tightening by raising rates, and they're selling bonds, which is putting pressure on it, they're making interest rates go higher, which then puts pressure on a lot of these public companies. Now, on a name like Apple and Microsoft and Google, yeah, it costs them a little bit more to borrow money, but they're very profitable companies and not in trouble. It really screws up the names that are your growth stocks who are losing money. A name like a firm, for example, or you pick any of these names where the cost of borrowing money goes way up for them and they're already losing money and they're going to need more cash to stay afloat. So it really starts to slow them down.
Yeah, and I mean that's why a company like Meta right now that produces a lot of cash each quarter, I think would actually be doing fine. I mean, the stock would still be down a lot, but the fact that it's also now burning a bunch of cash on this metaverse stuff, like if it was just trying to keep costs low and bringing in cash from Instagram and Facebook and all these other business verticals, and not worrying about the metaverse, I don't think the stock would be down where it's at.
Well, I mean, you have to go back on, let me open the chart. This was the 6th quarter in a row that they came out and they have guided down or warned, right? They started doing it back here with it, and then they still went to highs. So you have 6 quarters in a row now of them guiding down and warning. Investors are tired of it. They're spending a lot of money on the metaverse. And whether the metaverse ever becomes anything significant or not, I mean, that's up for a lot of debate. There's going to be many metaverses, right? I mean, Facebook will have their own metaverse, but a lot of other companies are going to have their own metaverses as well. And I think there's just a lot of question of the amount of money they're pouring into this. There's no return at this point, and it's kind of like a black hole.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, their core business is just falling apart, slowly slipping down, right? They're losing advertisers. They're struggling in that area.
Well, I think again, like I'm not saying without the metaverse stuff, Facebook would be doing great, because I understand the current market environment. People are spending less on ads. That's not good for Facebook. You put that in conjunction with the fact that, like you said, like bleeding users, not the growth isn't there anymore. All that considered, I think people would really see it as a value stock again if it wasn't burning all this money in the metaverse. We've gotten reports with things like the Decentraland and stuff that, as far as like daily active users, there almost are none. And you had all these analysts, consulting firms, etc., like 6 months ago or a year ago, saying the metaverse was going to be a $5 trillion market opportunity by this year and stuff, and it hasn't really looked like that's coming to fruition. Of course,
and so is blockchain, right? And so is all these other things that sometimes don't come, or they take a lot longer to come to fruition before anybody gets their fingers on it. Yeah, exactly.
Right, and I'm not saying that eventually the metaverse won't be a $5 trillion market opportunity, but is that looking more or less probable than it was 6 months ago? And that's what the market's doing here, is they're saying, yeah, maybe not, maybe like a lot of these big tech companies are where they're at because they've made great business decisions over the past 10, 20 years, right? Google buying YouTube was a great business decision, but some of them are bound to screw up. And if Facebook it keeps putting money in his metaverse and it doesn't go anywhere, then they could be screwed.
Well, it's not even just putting money in. I think it's the amount of the investment that's really starting to bother the big investors, right? It's, they've spent almost $10 billion already this year on it. And there's no return on this. Would they have $285 million in revenue off of that? I mean, there's just a lot of unhappiness by the big investors. And if you're a big institution at this point, you kind of you're probably throwing your hands up, exasperated with them. And Zuckerberg's not listening. He doesn't want to hear it. He has his vision. If you listen to the call last night, the question and answer was absolutely, they peppered him over and over again. He was losing it. Zuck was just exasperated. It's like, nobody sees my vision. And that's right. Nobody does see his vision. And that's part of the problem. Nobody sees his vision. Maybe he should go start another company with his vision. I don't know. Spin it off and make another separate company.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been, I think, he probably would have been able to raise a lot of money, right? Doing that, being like, hey, I'm starting a new metaverse company, raise some money, keep Facebook completely separate. I'm sure investors would have loved that. Yeah, so okay, we've only got about 3 minutes left, Mike, so I want to go ahead and take this time to do a quick preview for Apple, Amazon. You've been looking at any options or trading them?
I don't take options into earnings unless I'm very long-term, because you just don't know, right? You just don't know. I mean, I traded with stock. I traded Facebook after hours last night. The problem with Apple is, do they actually issue guidance, and what is it? Because all the guidance we're getting there is from analyst expectations, but I expect them to have a record-breaking revenue fourth quarter. The question is going to be how are their profits because costs are up, and how did they talk about supply chain issues, especially on the iPad, which have been lagging. And everybody really wants to hear about their iPhone 14 because there's been a lot of talk that it's not being well received, and that's going to be the real number to watch there. If it cannot hold and it's weak, this thing could easily be back down to 138 or lower very, very quickly. The implied move on Apple today, by the way, if you're playing it with options, is $7.16 at the moment. So, I mean, you're going to need a $7 move plus on to get paid on this. So it's very easy to see this back down into the 140 range. Or, on the other side, up above 152. But it has to take out this 50-day, which has been a big problem.
Yeah.
Amazon, on the other hand, Amazon, this was the first good quarter they had under the new CEO. And, you have to worry a little bit with Microsoft and Google, and they're, coming up very, very bad with low guidance. How's Microsoft and Amazon's cloud going to hold up to scrutiny? And to me, if this one's weak, that's big problems in that space. They have a $10 implied move. They're trading at 111 area. So, you come down, you lose this candle right here. This candle's kind of the key candle, this 105.50 area. Then you're looking down to the 100 and the recent lows of 101.26. Again, to the upside, you got to take out above the 50-day. That's trading at 122. So you got to get the idea of where the two areas you're looking in on this stock right now tonight. If you're trading it after hours, once you get beyond that implied move, that's when the real fireworks can begin. Because usually around the implied move, if it's questionable, the market makers will step in. They'll try to hold it in place there. But, we'll see. I have no real idea what either one of these to do. You guys asked me about Twitter options and what happens to them if you're holding them into tonight. By the way, Twitter's not trading tomorrow. Do yourself a favor, call your broker. Every broker could handle them differently. So just give them a call. Don't just go by what somebody says. Just spend a minute on the phone with your broker or just get a hold of them on a message. I'm sure they're getting tons and tons of questions about this today. That's what I would do, or just close them out. Smartest thing.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Twitter tomorrow, like we said when Raz was on the show, it's over. The
banks issued funding. The banks have issued the funding. It's over.
It's over. Which it was interesting when Twitter got down to like $33 or something at one point. I forget who it was. One big, it might have been Spruce Point or Point 72, like bought a bunch and said they liked the upside, potential from here, that the deal might be forced to go through. They ended up being right about that, and also said, hey, and even if it doesn't, it's not a crazy price for Twitter stock right now at $33. It's still expensive, but we could, potentially do something with that position down the road.
So that's going to take a big company off the table for a while. Then we'll see what Musk can do with it. Honestly, to me here, Intel tonight is never one I really care about, but it's about Amazon and Apple tonight, and we need them to be pretty good. They have to be better than Microsoft and Google and Meta.
Yeah.
We need another Netflix.
What do you mean we need another Netflix?
A good report where the market wants to buy the name in tech and running.
Yeah, I'd almost be surprised. I'm not expecting a great report from either Amazon or Apple tonight, but I'd be surprised if we see both of them trading down significantly tomorrow, just because the market seems like it's already pricing in some sort of an expectation that Amazon's been down $5 2 days in a row, about 3 or 4%. It would just shock me, I guess, to see 0 for 5 on the big earnings this front, not even in terms of good reports, but just in terms of market reaction.
Remember, when you guys are trading these things, Apple doesn't offer any guidance until the call. It's all about guidance. Earnings coming out are backwards looking. The market's looking forward. So whatever reaction you get off of the EPS and revenue, what they say, it's all about how they're looking forward, and that's where you want to play off of.
Yep. All right. Well, Mike, it's a little bit after 1. Thanks again for hopping on with us short notice today. I'm going to go ahead and drop your Twitter in the chat at Options Mike. I know you don't trade the reactions, but if you end up trading after earnings, today, good luck.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one, and I'll catch you guys next week.
Yeah, have a great weekend, a great rest of your Thursday. All right, guys. Options Mike, going to go ahead and drop that link in the chat at Options Mike on Twitter again. So, yeah, guys, remember, we've got Apple and Amazon tonight will be crucial in terms of the overall market. Let's go ahead and do a quick check. over on the wait. Don't forget what Josue. Oh my God, you're a great man. I'm gonna go ahead and ask Mike for that right when we get off the man, Josue, you almost deserve some swag for that, for reminding me. Almost. Next time. We might have an option or an opportunity tomorrow on tomorrow's show to win some free swag, doing some trivia. So make sure you tune in to tomorrow's show, Benzinga Live, 11:30 a.m. Eastern, like always. But again, I was going to do a quick check-in on the overall market before we head out. S&P 500 on the day, down about 0.2%. Pretty flat. Your Q's down a little bit more than 1.5%. So tech showing some weakness today against the overall market. Your Dow Industrial Average up, still hanging out, up more than 1%. So Dow showing some strength against the overall market today. Yeah. All right, guys. I see Mitch hanging out backstage. It's about time for me to go ahead and spin it back over to Mitch. What up, man? How you doing?
Let's do this thing. Let's go ahead. We're going to switch over and bring you guys to the Stock Market Movers show that's going to be starting up. And AB, I'll see you tomorrow, my friend. Have a good one, like always. And be careful.
Wait, is that the real Stu Gotts in the chat?
Hey, you never know.
Is that Stu Gotts from what was that show on ESPN? Dan.
Ooh, I forgot what was it.
Dan Libetard.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's really him, because if it is him, he needs to give us a call. Hit us up, right?
Hit us up if you are Stu Gotts, for real. We'll bring you on. But iClean, I'll say this, not investment advice. If you're looking long term, I might buy some iClean and hold it for 20 years. I don't know, I'd feel good about that. I wouldn't feel great. I don't know how I'd feel. Especially keep in mind midterm elections. If Republicans sweep the Senate and the House, clean energy names could take a little hit. Not sure, but
I'll tell you what, if you like that ETF, stick around, because right now on Stock Market Movers at 1:15, we got John Maier, CIO of Global X ETFs. And we're going to talk about one of these that are a clean tech ETF from Global. I think you want to stick around to hear a little bit more about that. But let's get it started. Let's talk about what we got on the tape today. Of course, we're going to talk about Mobileye. We'll talk about Meta, Ford, and their earnings. We'll get to TDOC, McDonald's, Shopify, Southwest Airline, Merck, Credit Suisse, and of course, we'll talk about the GDP. What does that mean for the market? Stay tuned right here. Let's get into it. And of course, let's start Stock Market Movers. There are 3 ways to make a living in this business. Be first, be smarter, or cheat. I can't help you cheat, but I can give you the informational edge to help you succeed in the markets. Welcome to Stock Market Movers. All the market moving headlines and expert opinions every day. They say money is the oxygen of capitalism, and I want to breathe more than any man alive. All right, traders, let's keep going here. I'm back and ready to get right into this market. Let's take a look at what's going on right now. Looks like the SPY is hanging on here, just trying to battle. We're stuck between a range right now. But one thing that I can tell you is that just take a look at the daily chart, right? The daily chart is really surprising. We're getting the big leaders, the big ones, to hit on the downside. Yet, we're not really getting hit hard in the SPY. What is going on here? It's always important to understand when you're seeing something that just doesn't make sense and look a little bit deeper to see if you can make some sense out of it. And one thing that we were talking about on pre-market prep this morning was that could this be value names that are getting bought up? So we're going to keep watching some value names to see how they perform today. Names like Intel, right? We're going to keep a watch. We'll see if these kind of are really catching the tape. But is it maybe some healthcare names like Merck? Merck had earnings today, continuing a nice push there. Maybe it's like Biogen, right? Continuing on the up tape. Is it Johnson & Johnson? Looks like they're keeping the up tape there. We'll talk a little bit about some of the value, or if this is exactly what we're seeing on today's show. So give me the thumbs up. Let's keep going. We're going to talk also about, of course, GDP. And GDP coming in at 2.6 for Q3 versus 2.4 expected. And what does that mean really for the markets? Well, in my eyes, this is one of those things that right now in the market, it seems like, good news is actually bad news, and bad news is actually good news. Does this make logical sense? Well, you have to go ahead and think about it as the term, right? We're not trying to fight the Fed. That's the most important thing here. And I think that, GDP coming in at 2.6 just shows us more and more that what will we probably hear from Powell next week at the FOMC meeting? Well, I'm sure he'll be talking about how GDP came in above expected, showing us that the slowing down of the economy isn't as bad as some people would have expected. And of course, some people were already leaning towards a 50 basis point hike rate in December. Why? Because they wanted to state that they were starting to see some weakness in the economy and maybe even the jobs number. Now, the jobs number rose a little bit there. It wasn't, the major number, but the initial jobless claims rose to 217,000 from 214 prior. But is that really a fast enough pace to think that really the labor market is starting to weaken? I don't think that's really the point here. I think one thing we're going to definitely have to wait and see to find out what Jerome Powell has to say at the FOMC meeting. But I think it's kind of one of those things that now he has some extra ammo, right? Now he can say that at least you guys saw GDP coming in, at 2.6, showing us that the economy can stay strong, even though they're raising those rates, right? He's going to probably say that maybe potentially the soft landing is still out there. We'll have to wait and see what his comments are specifically. But GDP, in my eyes, didn't necessarily help today. We'll have to wait and see if the market shows that. Because right now, if you look at how the daily chart has been, it feels like the path of least resistance, at least in this week with the Fed not speaking, has been to the upside. All right, let's get out of that GDP talk. We can go into some of our earnings stocks. It's about 109 and about 115. I'm excited to get into some talk on the Global X ETF. Of course, stay tuned for that. It's going to be an exciting conversation. And I got some interesting ones to bring up. I always like looking into ETFs, seeing what's under the hood. Stay tuned for that. All right, let's continue going. Let's take a look at one of these earnings stocks today. Of course, the big surprise, or maybe it wasn't a surprise for too many, was the downturn in Meta. Let's talk about their numbers here. Meta coming in at an EPS of $1.64, missing the $1.91 estimate. Sales at $27.71 billion, beating the $27.53 billion estimate. Meta says that in the third quarter of 2022, ad impressions delivered across our family apps increased by 17% year over year. The average price, though, per ad decreased by 18% year over year. Meta also narrowed their 22 total expense guidance from around $85 billion to $88 billion to $85 billion and $87 billion. They also guided full year 23 expenses at $96 billion to $101 billion. And a lot of investors are worried, of course, about the spending into the metaverse. I don't want to get too long in talking about the metaverse because I feel like, there's always going to be this conflicting battle right now. Because the truth is, right now, I don't think is the time where it's truly monetizable, the metaverse. But of course, what is Meta looking into the future? Well, they're expecting that AR and VR truly gets adopted, because I think that that's really what has to happen here for Meta to start winning. The truth is, we need to be able to see all the kids wanting to have goggles versus consoles. That still hasn't happened. There's still people playing, the PS5s and playing the new Xbox and playing on consoles, right? Wait till that changes. When we start seeing that adjustment where kids will choose goggles over consoles, that's when I think you'll really start seeing the metaverse come into play. Question is, how long will that take? And will the writing be on the wall on Meta by the time that gets down to that moment? So let's go towards Ford and talk about Ford stock here, as they also reported. And let's see how it's having a day today. Look at the 15-minute. It's starting to push there through the 13. couple of highs that you can see here that we just got through. Not a bad day there for Ford. And it also pulled back here towards the support. Not a bad little support test down. Held that 1246, 1250 area, maybe a couple wicks below that, but not a bad move here from Ford on the day. Let's talk about their earnings. EPS coming in here at 30 cents, missing the 32-cent estimate. Automotive sales at 37.19 billion, beating the 36 billion estimate. Total sales at 39.4. Now, one thing that I would say about Ford is, like we just talked about Meta, right? One thing that is going to be needed, of course, to really see Ford, GM take off is they're pushing to EV, right? Well, we're going to need that EV adoption. And to have that EV adoption, what are we going to need? Well, we'll need the infrastructure, right? We need these charging stations. We need to have maybe some technology. Maybe it's autonomous that really gets the consumer leaning over to the EV. Or maybe it's going to be the government incentives that are just so big that it pushes the consumer into this technology. That, of course, will give Ford, GM, and other EV players the lift that they need. But of course, there's usually something that's needed for a trend really to take off. And then in the metaverse, it's going to be AR, VR. And then EVs, there's still infrastructure talk. And that's why we're pushing into the charging stations, the lithium plays. And those are the type of opportunities that you can even watch out for. So these are themes that we need to keep in mind so that we stay ahead of the trend and not behind the curve. All right, getting out of Ford talk, let's go ahead. I can get into all the earnings out there. We're going to still go into other earnings and take a look at what was hot and what was not. But let's get into our first interview today. So getting out of these stocks, let's go towards our first interview. Excited to go ahead and bring on John Maier, CIO of Global X ETFs. And I got a couple of these that you probably haven't heard of. It'll be fun to talk about. Let's get right to our first interview. How we doing, John?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Excited to go ahead and talk about some ETFs. And like always, there's always new ones coming out. And I think it's an important thing to definitely keep in mind, because that's what you guys have a tendency of doing, is looking at to see if there's a problem or maybe an investment opportunity out there, and then creating some vehicles for us to go ahead and take advantage of those opportunities. So one of the ones that really caught my eye was the recent one that just released, IRHG. Let's take a look into it. And this is the interest rate hedge ETF. Tell me a little bit about what you guys did here to go ahead and create this ETF.
So there's a lot of volatility in the bond market. So we were looking to come out with products that could take advantage of that volatility. So we introduced two products, IRVH and IRHG. And because of the volatility in the market, it certainly has done rather well. It's not suited for every particular environment, but certainly in the environment that we are experiencing right now. It's a newer product, and we believe that over time, investors will use that as a component part of their overall portfolio. Certainly not all of their portfolio, just a small part, but it's a good one.
Definitely. Let's keep going. There's a bunch of these that I want to get into, so let's keep moving to the next one. And of course, you guys can follow along and check out all the ETFs that Global X has to offer here. I'll go ahead and I'll throw up the link. So if you guys want to check out some of these, go ahead and click the link. All right, let's go to the next one here. This is going to be HYDR as we get into the hydrogen ETF. And so I probably put it in wrong here. There it is. Why am I not pulling it up here? Hydrogen ETF, the hydrogen ETF ticker. Am I putting it in wrong here?
It's
I might have grabbed it wrong there.
why don't we move to LIT? LIT is over.
Yeah, we can do lit. We can do lit. I've talked about lit before. We were just talking about lithium theme. So let's talk a little bit about that. I mean, we recently...
that dovetails nicely with what you spoke about.
Yeah. So tell me about this theme and why you guys created the Global X Lithium.
Yeah. So this is one of our oldest funds, actually. Lithium and battery technology. It came out in 2010. Kind of sat on the shelf for a very long time until the EV and EV ecosystem kind of really took hold over the past few years. As we all know, the penetration in the U.S. in the EV space, new auto sales, is about 5-6%. That's expected to increase dramatically. If you look at other countries, look at China, it's about 50+%. Some of the Nordic countries are in the 80% range. So the EV revolution has certainly taken off, and there's tailwinds behind it. So we know about the Inflation Reduction Act to $370 billion that's being put in place over 10 years, whether it be through actual spending or tax credits, to combat climate change. And some of that is putting charging stations in all 50 states, which makes it a lot easier to charge your electric vehicle. It makes it a lot easier for somebody to say, well, I'm going to switch from the combustion engine to an electric vehicle. So that's an area we think makes a lot of sense. And if you look inside that ETF, we have lithium miners. You also touched on it earlier about lithium. Lithium's the element used for the batteries that power electric vehicles or autonomous vehicles. And we're in short supply. And usage of lithium is expected to increase dramatically because the increase of the purchasing of electric vehicles. So that's an area that I think makes a lot of sense. And I always say that you should look for areas that there are tailwinds. And the tailwinds are spending from governmental packages. And then you have a lot of tangential spending that goes alongside that government spending. So look for the tailwinds. That's what makes a lot of sense to us.
Definitely. When I was in school, there was two major areas where they clearly said to pay attention to, right? Is where's the monetary policy going and where's the fiscal policy going? Because if you can catch those, you can catch some of those tailwinds and they truly help out, right?
Yeah, that's for sure.
That's for sure. Let's go towards another one here. I want to do POTX. As of course, we've been hearing recent news about maybe the scheduling. We don't necessarily know exactly how that's going to work out, but this does open the door for opportunities. Tell us a little bit about this POTX fund.
POTX is an area, marijuana, cannabis is an area that obviously different states have legalized marijuana, but obviously there's not, it's not been legalized federally. And that creates some issues with respect to how you bank with respect to the proceeds from sales of cannabis. So if marijuana is declassified as a Schedule 1, that provides the possibility of kind of a broader exposure and increased more ease of use in terms of the business model. I think it'll take a while. I certainly think there's tailwinds there. It's being more accepted both in red and blue states. So I think it's just a matter of time, but we don't know the exact moment. And, that brings into kind of a broader question of kind of timing. This market right now is obviously there's a lot of volatility in the market. And is this the right time to get into the market? Is it not the right time, whether it be for marijuana or for electric vehicles or any other thematic area? It's hard to pick that exact moment to get in. But if you really have conviction in your investment thesis, I would say, and what we say to clients and how we position to clients is that you start taking positions because if you believe in the theme, if you believe in the idea or concept, over time, there will be adoption. And the great thing about an ETF is that you're investing in many different companies. You buy one ETF, you could have 20, 30, 50, 1,000, 2,000 companies inside of that ETF. So there's inherent diversification. And it's market timing stuff, but the ETF structure allows for that diversification.
Definitely. You want to get some exposure, right? It doesn't need to be an all-in exposure, but there's nothing wrong with having some exposure, especially in some themes like either it's POTX or lithium, whichever theme you feel can truly develop in, let's say, next 5 to 10 years. You can have that time horizon. These are definitely great vehicles to take that kind of shot. Let's go towards another one here that I think is interesting, which is the CTEC, or the Clean Tech ETF. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Clean tech is it's an area that I think also has tailwinds. Clean technology, if you think about how the ways to combat climate change is to introduce technologies that are not putting carbon into the atmosphere. And going back to the tailwind discussion I brought in earlier, there's tailwinds, there's spending that's going on the governmental side that's been approved by Congress, signed into law. And that provides fuel for a sector like clean tech. So that's another area that can benefit from some of the fiscal policy we've seen.
Definitely an area that I will be watching. We've seen how solar has recently taken a run, and this has some good solar plays that even I'm watching. We'll see what happens here. EMPH also having a good day today in this ETF, and you can see it. Guys, solar is definitely an area that I don't think you want to miss out on. Let's go towards the next one that I wanted to take a look at, which is going to be an interesting one that maybe not many have heard of, which is MLPX. And we're talking about MLP, an energy infrastructure ETF. Tell me a little bit about this one.
So MLPs are an area that certainly they're doing well right now. MLPX invests in MLPs and other energy infrastructure companies with above average yields. So while treasury yields have risen, and the yields here are more in the 7% range, investors are looking for those high yields. They're also looking for potential capital appreciation, which you are experiencing in this area. You have the war in Ukraine, which has put pressure on many energy markets in terms of pricing, increasing in pricing, although natural gas pricing has come down recently, meaningfully. But this is an area that can ride the tailwinds of the issues of kind of transporting energy around the globe where energy is needed. So oil prices, gas prices, for the most part, have risen, and MLPs, whether it be MLPA or MLPX, certainly are benefiting and can continue to benefit in this environment. Unlike traditional MLP funds, MLPX avoids taxes on fund level taxes by limiting direct MLP exposure. So there's no K1s to deal with when you're investing in MLPA or MLPX.
I like these. I've even been watching a little bit of the other one too, MLPA, and it might be a little even arbitrage style trade there. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. Definitely an interesting area to be in. Of course, if you're looking at energy infrastructure and to have a little bit of some tax advantage. It's interesting. Like the moving averages. Seems interesting here. Now, the last question that I have is more to you, John. What do you think about some themes? What do you like moving forward? It could be long time horizon. Doesn't need to be even in this year. What kind of themes do you like?
So the way I think about structuring portfolios is you have to have a balance. So right now we're in an environment where we know the Fed is increasing short-term rates. It's likely in November, and you talked about it earlier, they're likely going to increase 75 basis points and then potentially another 75 basis points in December. That being said, the growth momentum area in the short run will face challenges. But over a longer period of time, innovation doesn't stop. And we look at themes like cybersecurity or cloud computing. Those are areas that companies have to continue spending, both from a business model perspective as well as a protection of their business models. And you think about cybersecurity, you have to protect your business model. Insurance companies are requiring companies to have protections for companies, and potentially governmental mandates to have protections, protection of data, protection of clients' data, consumers' data. So cybersecurity, you're going to see a lot of top line revenue growth in that area because companies have to continue spending, and the revenue model is strong. the recurring revenue model. And that's not too dissimilar from cloud computing. Many of our businesses are now in the cloud. The way we're conducting this interview is reliant on the cloud. This couldn't be done without the cloud model, and it's a recurring revenue model, which is really attractive to investors. And you're seeing top line growth, revenue growth for cloud companies as well. So cloud, cybersecurity, and we talked about electric vehicles and the whole electric vehicle ecosystem, which we think will continue to see top line growth.
Well, thank you for giving us your perspective also, and then running through some of these ETF. Like always, you guys can check out all the Global X ETFs. I threw up the link. I'll do it one more thing for you guys. I see you guys in the chat. We got some a little bit more beginner questions, but I'll bring them to you right quick here. John, Migo is asking, what happens in an ETF if a stock goes bankrupt or dramatically reduces in value? What would Global X do?
Well, most ETFs are index-based funds. So we replicate the index and to look to provide minimal tracking error to that index. If a company goes out of business, it goes to zero. And ultimately, it'll be removed from the ETF. So it'll be written down and then if you think about an ETF versus a mutual fund, oftentimes mutual funds have capital gains distributions. So if you buy a mutual fund, say right now, and the capital gains distribution is in November, and let's say this was a strong year or strong sector that you invested in, but you entered in October, but getting a capital gain in November, you've had no ability to experience that appreciation in your price, but you now have a tax liability. That's one of the issues with the mutual fund structure. With an ETF, you generally don't have that issue, because shares are created and redeemed and companies come in and out of the ETF structure. So there's no taxable event. And also there's tax management that goes on in the ETF level. So generally, capital gains are minimized in the ETF structure.
Well, there you have it. That's what it's all about here at Benzinga. It's also getting to the questions that you guys want to ask. So I appreciate you coming on today. John Maier, CIO, Global X ETFs. Check them out for yourself. Appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
Have a good one, John. All right, let's go ahead. Let's keep going with the earning stocks that are in the market. Let's take a little peek, see how we're doing. And definitely check out some of those ETFs. Some of those even seemed interesting, even as I was just going through the charts. So we'll see what happens right now. Looks like we're still sideways. I think we're going to be sideways here until we probably get the big reports tonight, right? What do you guys think in the chat? Let me know. Are you guys feeling good about Amazon, Apple today? Maybe Intel? I don't know. It just seems like the big boys keep coming in on the downside. So I'm going to definitely be watching the tape towards the close. But we did get the question a little bit earlier that where could I watch the Amazon report or where could I watch the Apple report? Well, right here. You don't got to go anywhere. Benzinga, right here. We have the earning call for you. So check them out. They'll be later tonight. I can check their timing in a second. Of course, I need to check Benzinga Pro because TC doesn't have that. But I will go ahead and I'll check to give you exact times of those earnings call. But tonight, right here, we already have the stream ready for you. So stick around. We'll have those earnings call coming up. Let's go towards the next earning that I wanted to talk about, which was T-Dog. Let's go towards that one. This is one that was a favorite, of course, in the pandemic, but has come back all the way. And the question now that you start asking, has it come back far enough for us to take a shot, right? I mean, this is back almost to the IPO price right now at 28.81s. Let's take a look at the intraday action. You can see it had the pop after hours when it released those earnings. Now it's trying to make its way back. It pulled back towards the support. Let's talk about their numbers here. EPS coming in at a loss of 45 cents, beating the loss of 55-cent estimate. Sales at 611.4 million, beating the 608.76 million estimate. We'll see what happens here in Teladoc. Can it make that next move up through the 30s, going to the 30.50 and back towards that after hour high where it went to 32? really, I think you need to just see it kind of hold this pullback, definitely not break through yesterday's low, which was 26.38. It could stay in and kind of do a little bit of an inside candle today. You just don't want to see it come right back down and really break. Has the 50-day right on it. So 28.74, you keep closing above that. You're going to be looking bullish here on a turnaround in Teladoc. All right, let's go to Mickey D's. Who's getting, of course, their Big Macs? I know I'm not getting the Big Mac, but hey, who knows? Maybe you guys might be. Look at McDonald's get a nice little push here after a big pullback to monthly support. This is why it's so important to understand monthly charts. Look how clean McDonald's looks on a monthly chart versus the daily chart. The daily chart looks like a lot of volatility, up and down moves, right? But the long term went right back to support around the 230s. That's how you could have grabbed it at the monthly support. Now it's trying to get towards the highs. Of course, it's going to battle when it gets up there towards the 270. Let's give their numbers here. EPS coming in at $2.68, beating the $2.60 estimate. Sales at 5.87, beating the 5.72 billion estimate. Global comparable sales, a big thing to look for in McDonald's earnings. We're up 9.5% for the restaurant giant versus the 5.8% consensus estimate. So notably, all segments showed positive growth during the quarter. So they're being able to pass down the cost. And it seems like the traffic is still there to give them the lift. I also saw a couple other stocks moving off of this. I don't know if it was exactly, you can draw correlation there, but Domino's was getting some lift off of this McDonald's report. I'm going to keep this on watch. You know, if McDonald's can do well, maybe Domino's can do well in this environment also. All right, getting out of McDonald's, let's keep going. We'll get to what was hot and what was not in just about 6 minutes. And then at 1:45, we'll get into our next guest. Excited to get to Stephen Check, president of Check Capital Management, where we'll talk about the overall market, see what he thought about the GDP numbers, and of course, what trends should investors be focusing that leaders like Alphabet and Meta might have given us some insight into. Stay tuned for that. That's at 1:45. All right, let's go towards the next stock here. Let's go to Shopify. Let me know if you guys have used the Shop app before. I kind of really like when I get those reports because I have the Shop app on my phone. And if I order something from, let's say, like Fanatics, all of a sudden it just shows up in the Shopify app. And it's way more accurate on the tracking of the shipment than even sometimes the actual shipper themselves. And so I use this all the time to kind of follow the tracking. And of course, I think it has a tendency of working in that manner. Now, the question is, will this come back? Because this stock has come down towards 28. And this is right where around the price where it bounced, of course, in kind of 2019. You saw a lot of bouncing in this area. And that's why you see a lot of lines right now. I'm trying to determine if this is a nice opportunity or not. It's going to take a little while to develop. But the recent pop that we just got today should give us a little bit of insight. We already had a pop in the morning from the earnings, and it continued, closing right now, at least, towards the strength. That's a good sign that Shopify is turning around. Of course, keep this one on watch. What would really get me bullish is a move above 40s. That's when I think we can start turning this boat around. But Shopify will also depend, I think, on tonight's Amazon report. Because if Amazon gets hit, well, I think Shopify will get hit also. And it looks like Amazon keeps holding some weekly resistance around 120. I just don't want to see it crack 101 with the earnings. Next thing you know, Amazon could actually be below, going towards 90. So just be careful, team. Nice report on Shopify. We need Amazon's to kind of give us a little bit more lift. And then I'll really be watching Shopify on the move. All right, next one that we'll get into, Caterpillar. Caterpillar has been one that we've been watching here on Stock Market Movers. And we've been pointing out that Deere is leading the rally. And was it leading the rally towards this trend line? We created this trend line on when? Well, we created this trend line on September 9th. I love that TC tells you the date that it was created there so that you guys see, this wasn't something that I'm just kind of feeding you on the day that it moves. That's why we got to stick around with these trends. A lot of times there's what I call the leader and the laggard style trade. Right here was one of those that you guys could have caught. DE has been leading the way here, and you can see DE getting that nice lift above the trend line. And it actually led the rally up, right? And I think that that's an important thing that you saw in Caterpillar. And we were looking at it since last week as it started getting back into this trend. And look, already towards the 214 today. Really nice move there in CAT and holding in the open market. Now let's talk about their earnings. Earnings at EPS at $3.95, beating the $3.27 estimate. Sales at $15 billion, beating the $14.85 billion estimate. So why could Caterpillar probably be getting some lift? I think this has to do with the infrastructure bill actually being put to use. But honestly, I'll tell you the truth. I can't put it on one exact kind of catalyst, but I can see the price action. And this, to me, looks like relative strength. And it's in farm and heavy construction machinery. CAT, DE, we'll see if it can continue to run. All right, last one of the earnings stocks. Then we'll get into, of course, what was hot and what was not. Let's do Love. I wanted to talk about Love, Southwest Airlines. It seems like these airlines have been coming in with some good earnings reports. I think that we now got to watch them because they've had a big pullback since about, and for Love's sake, right? Since about April, we've been on a big pullback. We went back about 36%. Now we're starting to make our way back. And of course, one thing that we're seeing from these airlines is they're still being able to kind of meet up with their revenue into the 2019. And if you look at 2019 numbers, right, then these stocks don't look too bad, right? If you look at where the stock was in 2019 and the stock was trading where? It was trading at $55, $50. Well, look at their earnings, right? That's one thing that I think they're telling you here in these airline earnings. But Southwest Airlines, EPS at 50 cents, beating the 44-cent estimate. Sales at $6.2 billion, missing the $6.23 billion estimate. So slight miss there on the sales. Now, Southwest Airline does expect Q4 operating revenue to be up 13 to 17% compared to in 2019. What's the major difference here? Is the price of oil. So if the price of oil could come down, I think these airlines are actually in good standing. And I think this is something that we need to keep on watch. Of course, it's going to take that turnaround in the oil. So we're going to need demand destruction to truly hit in oil, or maybe a change in the Russian situation at Ukraine. And if that does happen, I'm definitely going to be watching these airlines because they could be in takeoff mode. All right, getting out of Love, Southwest Airlines. Hope that you guys keep these on your radar. And of course, we'll keep going through all the earning stocks right here on Stock Market Movers. And of course, tonight we got some other ones that will be showing up. So stick around, team. It's a lot of earnings to keep going through. And tomorrow, ExxonMobil, Chevron. How will the oil trade continue? Let's go into what was hot and what was not. All right, this is where we talk about the sector and the industry analysis and really what I love to do the most. And so looking into industrials taking the lead on the day, of course, it doesn't hurt it, right? When industrials have the defensive stocks. We've been seeing how Lockheed Martin, Raytheon has been making a nice big move. Honeywell having a great day today. Look at the Honeywell. Look at that big push. And it was right off that major kind of support line. And this is why I love drawing long-term trend lines and looking for them to bounce off of that. I had drawn this line. Let's look when I got it. Created it on April 29, 2020. Updated on July 25th, 22. And I'm still just drawing out the line. And it seems to be holding often. This Honeywell. Nice little bounce there today. All right, what else is doing hot right now? Utilities getting a little bit of a bounce back today. A little bit of a rotation back into these names after they got hit down there towards, and I have the sector outlook towards the 200-day. You can look at the XLU also if you don't want to look at my kind of sector outlook or the index that I'm using. But some of these having a little bit of a bounce. Is this kind of more of a just oversold bounce? I would think so. The utilities have been kind of the names that It seems like investors rotated away from these. Of course, they were kind of more in the play that they wanted to get the dividends in these, but these usually don't do good in a high interest rate environment, and they started to turn around. Another area to keep watch. Let's go to financial services. These seem like they've been hot and holding the strength. A name like JP Morgan, right? Look at the last 3 days. Last 3 days, it's made about an 18% move. Of course, I'd be looking for some pullbacks to hold, but what are the banks showing us a little bit here? I think the banks are showing us a little bit that they're not too concerned about recession, even though their CEOs are talking about recession, right? At least from the stock and the price action, seems like it's trying to get back above the 200-day. I think that's what we really need to be seeing here. If it's going to be able to hold the pullback, maybe get back up there through the 126, 200-day moving average right now, 128.82. We'll see if it can get back up there. And that's the daily one, daily and the weekly coming into play right around that 200-day, 125.89. We'll see if it gets up there. It's been a big kind of 2-3 weeks there for JPM. It just had 2 red days in the last, what do we got here? 2 weeks, 10 bars. 2 out of 10, not a bad relative strength that we're seeing in these banks. Bank of America continuing, right? Doesn't look too bad there. Citigroup, how's that one? Finally coming back. GS, ooh, Goldman Sachs, nice little bottoming candle here, filled in that shadow. Now pushing back. Look for a pullback towards the 200-day moving 325.34 to maybe take part, but it's definitely starting to get back into trend. Goldman Sachs here. All right, well, what's down on the day, right? What was hot? Well, what was not? Let's talk about that. Technology taking a hit today. And of course, the majors, the leaders, right? When Meta's down 22.95%, it's not going to be good for the technology sector. But of course, let's stick with the leaders. Were some of the leaders showing us some strength? That could maybe think that technology could turn around, but it wasn't. Apple coming down today, breaking down from that 150 area that I was looking for it to hold to stay kind of more in a bullish tune. Today, cracked, came back up towards resistance, right near that opening price, and rejected right off of that, right back down towards the lows. Microsoft coming down, Google coming down. It just seems like when the leaders go, we got to be careful because we're starting to see that destruction in the technology names. A bright side, NVIDIA into the green, right? 3.3%, still hanging on to the recent rally that it did. And of course, we don't want to see this one come back down to the lows, but there's some resistance starting to play around here. The 138s, 140s. We'll see if it starts coming back into the 130s in the next couple of days. All right, healthcare also rotation starting to turn a little bit away from some strength here. It's still a really strong sector right now, so I'm going to keep this on my radar. But healthcare names are pulling back a little bit today. But there's still some major ones that have been leading. The drug manufacturers, the leaders, right? The major ones, J&J, the recent move in Johnson & Johnson, nice little move up. Lilly continuing towards the highs. PFE is the only one in the kind of the red today. You got AZN in the red. This one gapped up yesterday, so wouldn't really call that one. But Merck, with their earnings continuing a push up, right? So keep these on your radars. They've been really strong. We'll see if they can continue the strength. Maybe Bristol Myers starts pushing towards the high. I like this chart, right? Look at the weekly. Look at the trend line that you're getting into. Looks like it has some strength. Looks like this rally might have some legs. We'll see what happens. Bristol Myers and some of these other drug manufacturers, especially the major ones. All right, getting out of what was hot and what was not, we're going to get into our second interview today, and that's what it's all about here on Stock Market Movers, is trying to get through all these headlines. Jam-packed, 1 hour. Hit the thumbs up if you guys are enjoying today's content. Let's get over to the next guest interview. Like always, one thing that we want to do here on Benzinga is keep you in the informational edge. So let's get right to our interview. All right, let's bring on for the first time, I got to say, Stephen Check, president of the Check Capital Management Team. Welcome on.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Good to have you on, Stephen. Now let's talk a little bit about the GDP number that was released today. Do you feel that this was overall good for the markets or bad for the markets?
Well, I think it's shown that the economy is maybe a little bit stronger than a lot of people thought, and the overall market is reacting to that.
Yeah. Do you feel like this is a good thing for the overall outlook, or is it kind of still, it's kind of a mixed signals?
It's probably almost in that good Goldilocks area. We're not too strong, but not weak either. If it was too strong, it'd give the Fed more ammunition to continue to raise rates. And of course, if it's weak, it's going to mean the economy is really tanking, and corporate earnings would follow.
All right. Well, let's talk about the trends that investors might be focusing on after the leaders like Alphabet and Meta have given us maybe some insight in their earnings. What did you see?
Well, investing in our mind is, you're becoming an owner in a business, and you're trying to buy durable businesses at good prices. And what happened in the tech area was they were great businesses, and they're still, I'm going to say, great businesses. But they've had a bit of a hiccup here this year. Their stocks were not priced to allow for a hiccup, and you've seen the huge carnage in the stock prices. But that's more to do with the valuations of the stocks a year ago when everyone was so excited about them than it is with the businesses just falling off a cliff.
Yeah. So are you seeing any trends that we should be aware of? Because one thing that I'm really trying to pay attention to is kind of like the advertising business. What do you feel in this trend?
Well, in a weaker economy, I mean, the advertising business is going to take a hit. But we think a lot longer than, let's say, 3-6 month trends. We're probably thinking 3 to 6 year investments, and we think, again, a name like Google is well placed. Its stock price now is trading at a price to earnings ratio of 15, in that range, net of cash. That's attractive. Now you might not be able to make the same argument for, say, a Microsoft or an Apple, who's, even though they've come down, or Microsoft's certainly come down a fair amount, it still trades at a mid-20s, PE ratio in a much higher interest rate environment. And then Meta, I'd kind of put into another category. I don't think that's as durable of a business and where they're going as the other three names I just mentioned.
Definitely. Now, how do you see the rest of earnings season? Because everyone was really worried about what we were going to get. And it seems like some of the leaders definitely have, brought down some of these earnings, but a lot of the smaller companies seem to be beating. What do you think about the rest of the earnings season?
I think the market's held up, pretty well. It's done fine here as earnings have come out. So, once again, lots of emotion in the market. People worried about a recession, and but again, stock prices certainly reflected that, being down 25% or something as of September 30th. That's the market, and a lot of individual investors get very fearful of the market. They end up buying high and selling low, and they do it. We see it their whole life before they might come into our office or something like that, and they don't understand that, really it's not about, again, a 1 year event. It's about buying good businesses for 3 to 5 years and watching the businesses. And not every business is going to work out, but if you buy good businesses at good prices, on a whole, it works out.
Now, what do you see taking control of the narrative going towards 2023?
Well, as you were just mentioning, the financials have done quite well recently, and I think that would continue. The net interest margin of, with the banks and insurance companies finally making decent amounts of money on their fixed income reserves, or money market type of treasury bill reserves. And their earnings are, frankly, from that part of the business are going to explode. Go from the net interest margins that they've had to suffer through for the last 5 or 10 years to where they could be again with interest rates where they're at now suddenly.
Excellent. Now, the next question that I have is, what do you think about the era of kind of free money coming to an end?
Yeah, it'll definitely change things. There's a lot of bubbles in the market with free money. If you bought apartment complexes at a 3% cap rate and interest rates go to 6%, those apartment complexes are not worth what you paid for them. The rent increases will not make up for the difference in the valuation. It's the same, again, it's the same thing with stocks. You could almost say stocks could have, if interest rates are 2%, you could say the market could be priced at a PE of 50. Well, if interest rates go from 2% to 5%, I would say the market should be priced more like a PE of 20. So higher interest rates are are a big negative for any asset class that is going to compete with interest-bearing investments as for the investment dollars. So.
Yeah, and it seems like there's an alternative now. Now, a question that I wanted to ask you, Stephen, that I asked even my last guest, is there any themes that you like?
No, we're not a theme investor. we're a bottom-up company by company investor. So if something gets hit too hard and it becomes attractively priced, and we think it's a strong business for the next 3 to 5 years, we'll be in buying a Google at the current levels. But again, but back to the theme, if you want, I'd say the financials. If you wanted to say a theme, what's going to benefit in this environment, I'd say the financials are going to benefit.
It seems like recently we've been getting value names to be getting bought up, and of course lower PEs. Is there any other kind of indicator that we can be looking for to find value? I know a lot of people look at PE. What other indicators should we be looking in the financials?
Well, I mean, you can look at price to book value in some of the financials, but again, it's ultimately going to come back to what the company is earning on that book value, and then ultimately come back to what you're paying for those earnings, which again, we're getting right back to PE ratio. So, if I wish, back in the day when they created PE ratio, they wouldn't have done it that way. I wish they would have held, attached to ratio EP, the EP ratio. Let's do earnings divided by price. So if the PE ratio is 15, 1 over 15 is roughly 7%, and you can compare 7% to a 5% bond. Okay, and it'll be real easy for individual investors to say, well, why would I want to make 7% or 5% when I can make 7%, and vice versa. But by inverting it, was probably intentional by Wall Street. It just isn't as natural, I guess. But the real ratio is earnings yield, okay, or free cash flow yield.
I like that. I haven't heard that being mentioned too often, and I appreciate you coming on today. Stephen Check, president of Check Capital Management. And you guys can definitely check out Check Capital Management. I'll make sure that we have the link in the description below, and we'll have you on next time, Stephen. Appreciate it.
Thank you. You bet.
Have a good one. All right, we're going to start wrapping up here. We got about a couple minutes left, so I wanted to leave a little bit of time for some ticker time. If you guys have been checking out some tickers, let's go ahead. Let's get them rolling through here. I see Sydney in the chat. I see also Min. I know that you're wondering what happens if Twitter gets delisted. Are calls and put options automatically expiring? Yes, they would be probably put to close. Of course, it could be dependent on each broker. So what I would recommend you do, if you do have calls or puts on Twitter, you want to know the exact answer, just give a call to your broker. Not too many investors do this. They're going to give you the exact answer of what they're planning to do. This is why it's important to always have a broker that applies to your trading needs, right? So go ahead and give them a call, whichever one you have, and I'm sure they're going to give you your answer that you're looking for. I don't want to give you an answer exactly because at the end of the day, I'm not that broker, but give them the call. They're going to give you that answer. All right, Jay's talking about SCHW, of course, Charles Schwab, getting some nice lift and good looking chart. Let's talk about that. All right, so Charles Schwab is in the financials. We were just talking about some of these. I would love to see kind of where it's at in the PE ratio, but I seem to have put my Benzinga Pro in another window. But let me just focus here on Charles Schwab, see the chart, right? So we're finally back above the 200-day. Nice little push. You can see we came back here before. Every time we came, we started rejecting maybe a day or two afterwards. So that's what we want to be watching. Will it come back and hold the 200-day? That's about 74.50 to round it. It's at 74.56 right now. It's going to start moving slowly up as the price action moves up. So think maybe 74.60s or 74.75. That's what I'm going to be looking. Let's go towards the 15-minute. You can see this just got a big boost. Looks like we're probably getting some news to hit the tape here on Charles Schwab, but definitely a big push up there, getting some nice lift. This is going to help probably the market get some lift. Seeing these value names get picked up. We'll see what happens there. Charles Schwab definitely getting a nice push. I could check, but I'm sure there's some news out on that, Jay. Looks like TFLS, Sydney. That was mentioned by Jason a little bit earlier today. I actually didn't mind that one too much. One of the things is, was it TLF? No, I'm not pulling it up anymore. I don't know why. Sydney. Also, you wanted to take a look at Arco. All right, I'll take a look at this one. Looks like it's a restaurant play. I haven't been looking at the restaurant plays, but actually, like the chart. It's the fun part about looking at charts sometimes. Look at the weekly. Look how balanced this is looking, right? So we can draw the trend line here, draw the trend line up. You can see the wicks. Those wicks a lot of the times will be tricks, right? And we can draw a bottom support here. And now you can even draw a second layer of support closer towards here. And so this one really nice, playing into the rule of three that I always look for, kind of an up one, down one, up two, down two, up three, down three, up three. And now should really kind of break through this, getting up there, and you want to see a close towards 8. If that could happen, this is going to be looking really nice. Of course, like you said, if this is moving with the McDonald's trade and you feel that, well, one thing I would do is check the correlation. So you can use different programs to check correlation. But of course, we'll see what happens there in ARCO. If it can close up towards 775, it's going to be looking good for that break towards 8 and to keep on going. Next resistance for me, I think, would be up there towards first that 850 area. And then you can get back towards these highs of $10. We'll see what happens there in ARCO. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to wrap up here in a second. We're going to bring you over to the roadmap action. Don't want you guys to miss that. They're going to be going over 2 new NFT projects to watch, a So Rare update, and NFT market updates. Don't miss it. They always catch the biggest moving trends in the NFT space. So you don't want to miss that, especially if you're interested in some alternative investments, interested in some crypto space. And don't forget to check out the Future of Crypto show. Don't want you guys to miss out on the Future of Crypto show. Of course, that's going to be our event in New York City. You don't want to miss that. I'll throw up the link here so you guys can check out the Future of Crypto. Actually, why don't I just pull it up so you guys can see this? Check it out, team. There's going to be a great event. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be the biggest crypto event of the year. We got great guests on that will be on the Benzinga Experience. Check it out, team. We're going to be at the luxurious Pier 60. And you can see Kevin O'Leary, Yuga Labs owner and co-founder, hasn't really gone to any event other than a Yuga Labs event. So don't miss it. Kevin O'Leary will be there. Even Jordan Belfort. If you've been looking to kind of meet Jordan, this will be your opportunity. Get out there, the Future of Crypto. Buy your tickets now, guys, before they run out. I'll throw it up here in the chat. You guys can go ahead and check out that event. It's going to be, of course, don't miss it, New York City, the Future of Crypto. I'm definitely, I even want to get out. I've been asking to, try to get one of these tickets because I want to be at the event. Don't want to miss it. It's going to be fun. We got, of course, Chris Ketchy that's going to be on the next show. He's going to be doing some speaker events, so check it out. And ask Chris what he's excited to see in the Future of Crypto show. Up next, roadmap. Don't miss it, team. Hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. We went all the way from 9:05 to 2 p.m. Let us know what you guys think. Hit the comments after the show. And, of course, we'll keep trying to build here for Benzinga for you out there. All right, up next, roadmap. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.